Yeah. What up, though? What's popping? What's going on? You back in the lab with your man, Marq Nash. He is I am he. Another great episode of Breaking Beats. Shout out to my guy, Rob G. See you in the chat already, early with it. What up, though? Shout out to my guy, Cassidy, UK Cass. What up, fam?
What up, man? What's up, man? What's going on?
Hey, man, we back like we never left. You know my style. I'm going to shine all year. 365, 66, and elite year. Yeah, man, we's back with it. Look, man, shout out to King Age Man for pulling up, dropping that news. We're going to talk about that, but let me see what's going on over here with this story and what's going on with Russia and Ukraine. Because this is terrible news. If this is Russia says Ukraine says Russia has begun its invasion. Terrible news. Terrible news. U.S. allies gear up to hammer Russia's economy after Putin launches attack. Look, that's all y'all need to do. Fuck with their economy, fuck with their other shit, but please don't send no troops over there right now. That's the last thing we need, man. We do not need to send our people over there. That's not good. And look, some people say I like Pepsi. Let's let this room populate while I share this link. It's your man Marq Nash, Breaking Beats. Y'all stay in the chat. Give me 5 minutes to share this link out. And I probably need to change the title. Ask y'all what y'all think about World War III. Shit, it sounds like it might be upon us right now. So bear with me while I share this link and change this thumbnail. It's your man Marq Nash.
This is my passion. This is what I love to do. But some days, sometimes, I'm just like you, man. I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job. From a good dream I wake, sun rays on my face, planning out my day, hoping this ain't the one that I catch a case. I feel so good, I feel so straight. My manager keep calling me saying, hurry up, you late. Hurry up, you lay off, y'all. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Been trying to play it cool, but it's hard to play it off. I've been hanging on to this bullshit, cause my car still ain't paid off. I know I'm on my way up. My boy just got laid off, so y'all. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. These hoes is so ratchet. These hoes is so sneaky. Y'all don't even really pay enough for y'all to only pay bi-weekly. I'm trying to double up my cash. Take this job, shove it up your ass. Yo, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. We're the reason why your stockholders always stay afloat. Yet I'm asking, are they hiring? Like everywhere I go, schedule will say 9, but I think it's fine if I clock in at 9:04. I work 40 hours a week plus overtime just to be bro. So y'all, man, I hate this job. Hate that I applied. So much has transpired since the day that I was high. Told me I could advance, but you were telling me lies. Gotta give your notice before I quit, but you don't say shit right before I'm fired. Damn, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. You and your procedures, you and your protocol, you and your policies, none of that shit don't apply to me. You and your quotas, you and your standards, you and your 2 sick days a year. Y'all niggas bananas. Wonder why the postman's posted with hammers, going postal with Popo on camera. His wage got him enraged, stressed out, it's hard to maintain. He flips the middle, grabs his. He said, if you don't get the picture, I quit, you ain't shoot. Mother, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate hate this job. Yeah. Damn, I hate my job. Yeah. Damn, I hate this job. Yeah. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Yeah. Damn, I hate my job. Yeah. Damn, I hate this job. Look, man, I hate this job. I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you. I'm out here trying to take care of my family. Damn, I hate this job. It's not always glamorous, for real. But I do what I gotta do for me and mine, you know? Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you, nigga. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job.
The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers, commentators, experts, and or the host. They do not explicitly nor necessarily reflect nor represent the channel's policy or the views held by the channel or broadcaster. The broadcaster or its channel cannot be held accountable for all or any views expressed during the program. Basically, if I didn't say it, don't come for me. You come for the person who said it. And please don't sue me for somebody else's words. With that said, let's start the show, motherfucker.
This that squad sound.
This is madness.
Yeah. What up, though? What's popping? What's happening? What's going on? You're back in the lab with your man, Marq Nash. He is I am he. Another one. Another great episode of Breaking Beats. Man, I hope you guys are having a good day wherever you at. Hope this broadcast brings you good spirit and good health. God knows we all need it, right? We all need good spirits and good health. We are in trying times, ladies and gentlemen. God knows we are. Got a lot to talk about tonight. Hope you guys in for a good show. Ready for a good show? Let me know by showing me some throw them breakers up in the emojis. Throw that break emoji up. Sir, you let them know how we do it. Shout out to everybody who's here. Let me pull this up on the screen, man. I got a couple topics on the docket, excuse me. And want to bring it up, and I want to know what you guys think about it. And we did get some breaking news at the end of our last episode. And we're going to talk about it. Our lead right here, we were starting off the show with this. Why is Pepsi dropping the NFL halftime show? Is it let me take our screen right here. Shout out to Brother Moon. Shout out to Brother Noomsy. My big brother Noomsy. He said there's no footage of the invasion and buildings blowing up. I got it. I got some footage already, just like that. But we do know I don't know if it's any reports of any deaths yet. So, but I will share my screen and I'll show you that I do see some buildings being attacked. It's multiple things I'm seeing right here. So I do see something being blown up, and this is footage. This is live updates from the New York Times. This is 1 minute ago. 34-second video. And we'll talk about it. But we were talking about this. Why is Pepsi dropping it? It's a $50 million deal. Do got a survey in the chat. Reggie, click the link. Holla at me. And I know Reggie be doing his own research too, so he's a good brother to have. I'm gonna continue to share this link out to a couple of positive people I know rock with this type of content. and share this in some different type of groups on Facebook. While I do that, shout out to my guy all the way from the UK. His name is Cassidy. Cassidy, talk to me. How you feel? What's the deal, bro? You there?
I'm there, fam.
All right, talk to me. How you feel? What's the deal, homie? You good?
Yeah.
I just saw the private chat. Go ahead, do what you got to do, and
Yeah,
I'll get back to you.
I'm plugged in, fam. I'm plugged in, fam. My phone's just gonna die in it. I'm just charging it.
All right, so you good right now?
Yeah. No, do your thing, man. I'm just charging the phone.
All right, well, cool. I'll come back to you. All right, so look, let me ask y'all this. Let me share my screen so y'all know what I mean when I say these things. Let me take this off, and let me share my screen, and I'll show y'all what I'm seeing. And this is for educational purposes only, so YouTube will know what's up, what type of time we on. But we're gonna deliver the news our way with our perspective. We are going with the facts that are given in real time. Reggie, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to my guy Reggie over the Killer Show, all the way from Vegas by the way of South Central Los Angeles. Wow, don't get it. Hey, look, hip hop has made your community famous. How about that? Unfortunately, it might be for violence and gang culture, but people respect that name when you say it. South Central Los Angeles, nigga.
Yeah, absolutely. For all the wrong reasons. It's crazy.
Nah, I don't want no smoke. I just know your family killed people somewhere down the line. It's a killer in your family somewhere. It's just the laws of averages.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. That's a
He said
fact.
absolutely.
No, it's true.
Respectfully, because somebody did lose their life. But hey, sometimes people get what they asked for. And my mom always say, and you get it because you asked for it. Hey, Reggie, what's going on with this World War III shit, man? You seen this footage?
Yeah, I was doing a video about it, man. And matter of fact, it was crazy with us talking the other day about it. Matter of fact, I was doing videos probably more than a month ago when it was like talks of this stuff escalating. It was about whether or not Usyk and Usyk and what's his name, Lomachenko. But then you also had to where the brothers, the Klitschko brothers, end up joining the reserves some time back. And it was all this escalating talk. And matter of fact, in a live, I think even me and Andrew Charles he responds to the chat and was speaking about the inevitable event was going to occur with this dude invading parts of the Ukraine. Is he's looking to capture more of the regions, probably returning Russia back into its full power strength back when they were the USSR and things like that. But I mean, the rest of the world sees this as something that can lead us to something much greater as far as a larger escalation of war, and that's always a reality.
It's on. I'm sorry, it seemed like it's on, my brother. Like this is, if what we're seeing is true, let me show this video for the people just tuning in, okay? And you see this video right here, and you see some lights going on in the back. It looked like some flickering, and we don't know if it's a fire or what's going on right here. But then something truly unbelievable happens after you see a flash of light, which is coming up shortly. You're going to see a flash of light, then you're going to see a big bam, that's the flash, and there's a big explosion. And you can see it's a lot going on right there. This is crazy. Now everybody in the city start cutting their lights on. See how dark it is right there? When that shit start going, little by little, more people are cutting on their lights. This is the president of Ukraine giving a speech. Let's hear what he said.
На Донбассе. Поэтому сегодня я хочу обратиться ко всем гражданам.
He said, okay, minutes after Vladimir Putin announced military operation Ukraine explosion. So he announced military operations minutes after, and then it went on. Let's read what he's saying. I'm gonna have to translate this, so bear with me. All right.
России. С вами нас разделяет.
Okay, let's take it from the top.
Сегодня я инициировал.
He said today. Okay, well I just muted. Okay. Today I initiated a phone call with the president of the Russian Federation. The result was silence. Through the silence should be in Donbas. Okay. That's why I want to address what he say. I need to get that right. Can't mess this up. Can't mess this up. What is he saying right here? Okay, the result was silence. Though the silence should be in Dumbas. Okay. Actually, which is the city where everything is going off. That's where the silence should be at. I get what he's saying. All right. That is why I want to address today the people of Russia. Okay, I got to keep it right here so y'all can see it. Will it let me do it? Okay, here we go. There we go. More than 2,000 kilometers of the common border is dividing us. Along this border, your troops are stationed almost 200,000 soldiers, thousands of military vehicles. That's hey Reggie, that's moving in, right? 200,000?
Yeah, those brigades and shit.
Okay. Your leaders approve them. He's talking to the people of Russia. Your leaders approve them to make a step forward to the territory of another country. Over those how many kilometers he said it was? How many kilometers? Like 2,000 kilometers. There we go. 2,000 kilometers. So y'all don't move 2,000 kilometers past where y'all supposed to be with 200,000 troops, thousands of vehicles. What do you expect us to do? Here we go. And this step can be the beginning of a big war on the European continent. Chickens coming home to roost, respectfully. This is bad news. This is bad news. This is bad news, Reggie. Let's continue. Let's continue. They told you that Ukraine is posing a threat to Russia. It was not the case in the past. It's not in the present. It's not going to be in the future. We know for sure that we do not need the war, not a cold war, not a hot war, not a hybrid one. But if we'll be attacked by the troops, if they try to take our country away from us, our freedom, our lives, the lives of our children, we will defend ourselves. Not attack, but defend ourselves. And when hold on, let's run it back. Look at my slow reading. I'm not good with the teleprompter, but let's go. Not attack, but defend ourselves. And when you will be attacking us, you're gonna be attacking yourself. Oh yeah, you will see our faces, not our backs, but our faces. Woo! All right, now I read it in English. Let's hear it in Ukraine. Let's hear his tone in
президентом Российской Федерации. Результат – тишина. Хотя тишина должна быть на Донбассе. Поэтому сегодня я хочу обратиться ко всем гражданам России. С вами нас разделяет более 2000 километров общей границы. Вдоль нее сегодня стоят ваши войска, почти 200 тысяч солдат, тысячи боевых машин. Ваше руководство одобрило их шаг вперед на территорию другой страны. И этот шаг может стать началом большой войны на европейском континенте. Вам говорят, что Украина может представлять угрозу для России. Этого не было в прошлом, нет сейчас, не будет в будущем. Мы точно знаем, нам не нужна война, ни холодная, ни горячая, ни гибридная. Но если на нас будут наступать войска, если у нас попытаются отнять нашу страну, нашу свободу, наши жизни, жизни наших детей, мы будем защищаться. Не наступать, защищаться. Наступая, вы будете видеть наши лица, не наши спины, наши лица.
This is major, Reg. Go ahead, talk to me.
There has been in no doubt about the extent of the package that has already been set out yesterday.
Go ahead, talk to me, Reg.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you get war, any type of conflict in the world, it becomes serious. Especially nations is powerful. A nation as powerful as Russia, and the rest of the world looking on, especially as Ukraine looks towards the United Nations for help, and other nations stepping in there because they see the threat posed by Russia as they advance into this country, because the same thing that Hitler did. People go back in history and they see that's kind of what Hitler went about, is he reneged on a lot of treaties that they had following the war, in which they lost a lot of their land, and he just slowly began to occupy and recapture land, and that's possibly what Putin is looking to do. And there's been constant conflict over. I remember Crimea a while ago in one of them regions, to where Russia just went in there and captured that land, almost bullying Ukraine away from that land. I don't know what the dispute over the land is, but it got to be something. But the fact that the U.S. is, the U.S. for a while had been, setting up to supply and support the Ukrainian military. We start sending troops there. Don't know what the role of the troops was, but this ain't just no child's play. It ain't no game. This could turn into something serious, but it's definitely gonna have economic effects. So Americans will definitely see the effects of it, even without us having to be up over there. We're gonna feel the effects of it. We'll see them at the gas pumps, which we're already starting to see the effects of that, and you may see other things become impacted by it. And especially, this is just the first day, so give it away. See how much this thing scales up.
Please continue, Reggie. I'm sharing my link right now. So this is my first break right here. So I appreciate it. But because for those who don't know, I want to say this, Reg. I truly respect you, because you cover this type of stuff all the time. We've been talking about this shit right here leading up to this for a long time. You know what I'm saying? This didn't just start. You feel me?
Right.
It's been subtle escalations. I don't know if you did a story about it. I know I did an episode about it, but I never released it. But it was like a pre-recorded, and but it was about the false flags. America accused Russia of planning a false flag scenario so they have a reason to attack. You remember that?
Yeah, I think I've heard many discussions about stuff like that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but I think some nations do things to try to provoke wars. I think that's probably some of the things leading to many of the other world wars. It's always one act that escalates these situations. I think World War I starts somewhere with the overthrow of an empire or something like that, with the death of one of the royal families out there, and it kicked off a global scale war. And then we had it wasn't even 20, maybe it was about 20 something years following that, another world war kicks off. And these world wars are always created over in Europe, and that's the reason we behind some of these things becoming crucial conflicts, and especially in this era where these are nuclear power. And you have in most recent speeches from Putin, to where he speaks about nuclear weapons. It's like, where is this talk coming from? And then you have this thing with world leaders, where you worry about authoritarian governments, to where you have rulers in these countries who become the end all be all. They add these tight restrictions. Matter of fact, I think who was like that? I think Stalin was almost like that. It's almost kind of a return to how Stalin tried to run the country. So these are the dangers when you're thinking about leaders such as guys like that.
But sometimes, man, America get ahead of themselves too. Like, we always trying to remove somebody's leader from power, and respectfully. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get up here in this moment right here and say America's doing wrong here or doing right. How about this, Reg? I'm gonna just keep it funky. I don't really want to see American troops on the ground in this type of war, bro. I really don't want to see it, bro. Like, I know what I've seen firsthand, bro, of what the aftermath of what war does to people, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's terrible. It's terrible. Like, and I just look, I get it. But look, this shit it's been a steady escalation, Reg. This shit just didn't happen overnight with Russia escalating with the tensions. And let's keep it above. Biden has been looking like a weak leader for a long time now. But go ahead. I digress on that, and I'll come back to you. I'm still sharing the link up.
Yeah, I think most American presidents look weak when it comes to dealing with the Russians. And I think a lot of presidents have played kind of a you can't play into what people view the image of an American president as far as being these John Wayne S type people, is that they know their position with the Russians. And even in history, I don't have any ill issues towards the Russians because I don't just looking at from I don't have you don't have too much documented history of Russians having a ill history like most European nations, as far as their conquest into countries of darker complexions. You don't see that much from the Russians. Almost like Russians are almost opposed to many of the European nations in their colonial ways. The Russians ain't tied to a lot of that shit. But in this one, you don't want to see, huh?
Nah, laugh. You're like, I was laughing. I was reading the chat, but I'm
Yeah.
listening to you. I'm sorry. I can't mute my mic, so the music will cut off.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Oh,
But
sorry.
but
So I ain't mean to laugh like I was laughing at you. I'm reading in the chat. I'm sorry.
oh no, I thought you was about to say something. No, I don't be tripping on that. But looking at that, you don't want nations invading other sovereign nations and injecting, their form of oppressive type of behavior, because that's kind of what people view with Putin. But sometimes it's hard to understand with the American government. Now, you're speaking about troops on the ground. I don't like to see us on the ground in any of these conflicts, especially when they start in other nations. It's one thing to support nations. You don't want nations being terrorized by larger powers and they're just powerless as far as that. But our troops on the ground is like a hell no. We already dealing with, and it's almost like Putin pulls this at a time where most nations are weak because most nations are still most nations, matter of fact, are weak economically and still recovering the um, because of the impacts of the pandemic and stuff. A lot of nations ain't recovered from that. The economic systems haven't recovered from that, and Russia feels like it's in a greater position. They're always a heavy war spending country. Think they feel they got the advantage on that end, and they don't think nobody is willing or powerful enough to step in there to be able to combat them from doing what they're trying to do. But our troops on the ground, I don't want to see it at all. That's why I hate when listening to presidential debates and it always comes up the question about, oh, this person's weak in national security or foreign affairs. Like, who gives a damn? We need to focus in on this country before worrying about these other countries. But you can't turn a blind eye to that shit. You can't turn into it. Sometimes before most Americans want to see blind eyes turn to it, be like, that's that nation's problem. But the minute you do that is when these things begin to escalate, and then you're into full drawn out combat situations and stuff, because they end up on your doorsteps. But we deal in the world to where these fools push buttons and missiles be over here within 2 hours. And this is the type of world we live in, and we can't ignore it. And history has shown us.
Hey, look, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Oh boy said minutes. I don't know if you heard that. He said minutes after Putin declared that it would be the bombs went off. Minutes. But go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, from like Russia to here, they can probably get something from Russian soil over here, because that was the thing. The danger.
They already got ops everywhere, bro. Come on, bro.
Yeah, and that was the danger. Like when we look at the Cold War, when they moved into Cuba, and that was like the dangerous situation as they began to kind of set up they were trying to set up missile systems over in Cuba to be within striking range of America if anything set off. Like, this is always the conflicts between America and Russia. But it's crazy that America and Russia will work up in space together with the space laboratories up there, the space station and stuff. But these are nations that are willing to almost go to the edge of wiping human existence off the face of Earth. So it's a dangerous thing. And then also, when you go into these kind of wars with other nations, it's about who do you ally with, because China is a issue. Like, I see my cousin came in to where China becomes an issue as well. And can China form a coalition with Russia? That poses a great threat, as China has become a very powerful nation. And do they align themselves with Russia? And this is the problem with America, where they play their position wrongs with the other nations who have grown silently and become some of the more powerful nations in the world. And it's about world dominance. So that's the aspects we don't think about.
Yeah, but I guess at the end of the day, it will be about who China feel like they more invested into. Who are they, or who is more in debt to them? I guess you would say, right?
Yeah, China would rather do work over in Africa. That's probably where more of their investment is. That's the future. It's the future of investment is over in Africa and India and all them other countries. They don't really do business with America. They bring trade. They don't allow America. It ain't a back and forth trade with America. It's just them sending their shit over here.
All right, phone lines open 470-705-9507, 470-705-9507. Back in the lab with your man Marq Nash. Got my guy Reggie Owens from Boxing Conversations with Reggie Owens. He also has Reading with Reggie Owens, Politics and News with Reggie Owens. The man is out here working at a tremendous rate, and I appreciate him taking time out this evening all the way from the West Coast to pull up and chop it up with these topics. Reggie, another topic I had on the docket, I want to get your take on it. On a lighter note, like this was the main topic. We want to have a little fun with that, and we was gonna have a little fun with it, but that's news right there. Is truly unfortunate and heartbreaking. Let me get this line. 469, you on the line. What's your name? Where you calling from, neighbor?
Peace, what up? Shout out to the neighborhood. What up, Mark? What up, Reg? Brandon.
What up, Bree?
What's up, Brandon? How you doing, my G? Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home, baby. How you feel, man? What's on your mind, my brother?
Oh, man, just sitting there listening to you and Reg chop it up, man. Beautiful subject. Great show. I just tuned in. Great shit. I just think this is the time when we as black people here in the United States should be on alert. We should be saying, yeah, fuck y'all wars. We don't care. It ain't got nothing to do with us. These are Europeans fighting for dominance over each other. I don't give a shit. You think I give a shit what goes on in Ukraine? I give a shit about Russia. I care about my people. This is distraction, and us as a people, since the whole world is distracted, this is when we should get in front of the government and be like, yeah, we want this, we want that. Since it's high detention and everybody negotiating, Putin is invading countries, and the rest of the world is trying to see which side they want to line themselves to. We need to make sure to let it be known, just like Muhammad Ali did, just like our people before us did, and be like, yeah, this y'all war. We don't give a shit, and we're not going to sacrifice our lives for more white supremacy. So, to hell with their wars. Hopefully, they do what they always do, which is maim, kill, and eliminate for more resources. And then hopefully, if they don't blow this thing up because of their selfishness with all the weapons of mass destruction that they've made to blow the earth up over 20 times over, hopefully some of these people will be what you would call purged. And I will leave it at that. But I have no interest in America or their wars. As long as nothing lands on the Gulf of Mexico and starts coming up Galveston, into Texas, I don't give a shit about what these people do. I'll sit back and watch. I don't give a shit because these people battle every. Let me see. We've been in Afghanistan since what 01, 02. We've been in Iraq. We keep fighting these imaginary people that we train. I mean, excuse me, not we. That the United States government trained. They made Saddam Hussein. They used to be an ally of ours to fight Iran. Iran used to be an ally of ours before they overthrew the Shah in 1979 that the United States put there. How's this stuff the United States doing? So I just sit back and watch. But as black people, we shouldn't get caught up in these white people wars. We should let them know that we as a people, we do not fight wars for you all because we have things that we need to do domestically here. So I just want to add that, and I'll probably jump on the panel, but I just want to add that. I know it's probably contrary to what everybody been saying, but I just want to let our people know, man, the hell with these people, and let's just sit back and watch, and hopefully they don't get ignorant and start using nuclear weapons, which none of us really can defend ourselves against, except them. but we can't defend ourselves against it. So to hell with these people. That's my view. It may be extreme, but I'm sorry, but
hang out for a minute. Hang out for a minute. You got a second?
Yeah, for sure.
Go ahead, Reg. Red.
Yeah, no, I feel where Brandon coming from. I feel exactly where Brandon coming from. But we got to think, man, this ain't just no white country. I mean, it's put in position like that. But when war kicks off, the bullets ain't about to define who black and who white. Motherfuckers come right over here. Plus we do serve in the military. So if a war was to scale up and America foolishly sends troops over there, best believe they're gonna be black troops on the front line. We tend to be in combat units. So I mean, this ain't no black and white war. It's American war, and that's the thing.
Why?
I want
to ask you a question. Why we on the front line, Reg? Why? Why they put us on the front line? Why? I just asked you.
No, but you gotta view this shit like this. This is why I push about us in our communities pushing education, because when people apply to go into the military and you score these low ass fucking test scores sends you right into combat options for jobs. That's why a lot of us in there end up on a front line and in the infantry as tankers, other combat related jobs and shit. I mean, the military is a deeply racist.
Saying we're not smart enough. So basically, they give us look how it's rigged. They give us fucked up education, put us in subpar schools, put us in the worst neighborhoods, and then when we try to go into the military to try to see if we can shape our lives, maybe get that GI Bill, maybe get the college, maybe get the VA bill where we can have housed and all of the things that the military brings. And then they give us a test, the ASVAB test, right, is what you're talking about. This bias, and then they put us on the front line, we lose our life first. What kind of shit is that? Look how ironic that is. Did you get what I just said? They give us the worst schooling. When we go to these schools, our schools are dilapidated. We're not getting the best teachers. The teachers are not Ivy League teachers. They don't come from the best schools to teach us to be the best. And then they give us these rigged tests, because our aptitude probably ain't where it should be, but they gave us a degree, though. They said that we are high school educated, so the ASVAB test shouldn't be no more than what you went over in high school. And we still flunked that, and because we flunked that, we don't do as well as our white counterparts. They put us on the front line to die first. Come on, man.
Yeah, but it ain't even that deep, Brandon, because you look at a lot of poor whites who fall in that same situation. They're under education, they end up in these roles as well. But you get people who come from, and it ain't just about being from poor area, it's about what you take from education. We all know how we fuck up in school, how we function. We get parents who don't follow up on what's happening in our school.
I'm gonna grab me a bottle of water. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but we don't have a lot of people that know parents, teachers shit. What is that? The parent association. We don't have parents that's checking up on our schools. We don't even make sure our kids sit their asses in the house during school weeks. They free to go out and play. So therefore, we fall behind when it comes to a lot of these standardized testing. That's even with some of our athletes. We push when we see them out on the field, and everybody's in the stands to cheer for that shit. But when it comes to make sure these kids are prepped academically, when they got all sorts of scholarships online for them and they fail with these SATs and shit, we can't go back and blame our school, because that kid could have been groomed properly to just know the bare minimum to get him past a lot of that shit. And then now this kid who had all sorts of rides on the table for him ends up joining the military because he didn't put enough focus in them books. But everybody in the family quick to show up at that damn football game on Friday because they look at the potential set for this kid as they think that potentially he gonna be the first one to make it out. He going to college. Then he going to NFL draft, and everybody got a plot. He gonna buy me a house and a car and this and that. And the kid fucks up, can't even pass an SAT test. And none of these D1 schools he was promised acceptance into will take him anymore. So we can't. I mean, it is fucked up. We come from some of these schools, but we do got dedicated teachers at these schools. But a lot of times we in there too caught up on all the shits and giggles about how fly we look, what bitch we fucking, because we do a lot of fucking in our high schools. and we get lost in our direction we should be going. We lost a lot of our path, but that's why I think
we don't do no more fucking than Paris Hilton them did in their high school when she went to school with Kim Kardashian. Come on, Reg. We don't do anything, Reg.
But look at this. Them is nothing ass bitches. Them bitches is failures. They can't look how they get on. They just come from privilege.
For what beauty, Reg? We know this. That is who this country markets, and that's who social media and all that markets as what's beautiful. Our women, because our men, black men, successful men, go pick these women who they know are whores. They put and then we start emulating that behavior, and we always have. We're products of these people. You gotta remember, Reg. These people broke our will. They broke our great. They broke the people that look like me and you. They came over on those boats. They broke their will. They broke their will until they made them into basically a dog, a docile, non-thinking, non-speaking, basically non-emotion filled human being. That's what they wanted. Basically, when we were agriculture equipment, we were just agriculture, this farm equipment, that's what they wanted. And that's what they did. And the effects of that, and then the effects of that after, they said, you know what? The way we use these people as our agricultural farm equipment, we shouldn't use them like that no more. So what we need to do is see if we can either, this is the thing, and I wake up fired up because these are my subjects. You tapped on today, Mark, but these, what you said is they put us on the front line. That's another way we use our bodies. We're using our bodies. We're using our bodies on the battlefield, and we fought in every war, and most of us have fought valiantly. Most of us, and we still are fighting simple things like the Aubrey Graham. We still are caught up in, I wonder if they're going to convict them 3 white people that killed the black man. I wonder if they're going to get the police officer that shot another. I wonder if they're going to stop reducing police officer sentences once they get to jail. It's all a sham. It's all a game. It's the way that they play with us. So my thing is, to hell with their war. They can fight their own goddamn war. And we stand back and we sit back and we watch. Let's see if that works. Because we fought in all the wars. Let's see if just being passive. Let's see if being passive and focus on what we need to focus on. Let's see if that works this time. You know what I mean? Let's see if that works. Because we see that once we go to war, we see the pattern. And we come home, we've seen it in World War I, what happened with our people. They counseled that. We've seen it in World War II, what happened, how people were treated. And then we definitely seen it in Vietnam War, because most of the people that I know came home junkies, addicted to hard drugs, things like that. That's when the heroin epidemic really started. And then coming out of that, guess what happened? In the 80s, they give us more drugs. Then the CIA starts trafficking in cocaine in our communities. Why? To fight another war that's going on in South America. They funding the war in South America by dumping cocaine in the black community. They fighting the Iran-Contra war. Because Reagan almost got impeached because he was funneling money down there because Congress shut that shit down and said they wouldn't fund it. This is the type of government we're dealing with. So now, I don't give a shit about the Ukraine people and Russia and whether they will attack or what happens over there. That has nothing to do with my bearing over here and what I have to go through as a person living, a black man living in the United States every day. I just think this is a distraction for us, and it's another reason why I can guarantee you won't hear Bill Gates' son. You won't hear them talking about Bill Gates' children going to war. You won't hear them talking about if Elon Musk, I think he got a little baby, but you won't hear the elite, all the CEOs, see what their children are doing.
Right. I mean, you gonna get that from me. You ain't gonna see Floyd.
War, but I don't want to be long-winded. My bad.
But look, B, you ain't gonna see Floyd Mayweather kids. You ain't gonna see Puffy. You ain't gonna see Jay-Z kids. You just ain't gonna see people who are better prepared. Usually, soldiers who are pulled in the war come from the lower economic scales of American society. That's just the way it goes. And the ones who come from better economic background go into becoming commanders. That's the twisted side to it. And there's always that racial component, most definitely, you can't escape from when you're dealing with the military. But the thing is, when you're looking at these global situations, it ain't a thing that black folks ignore that shit. We got to pay attention to what goes on globally. We can't be stuck into agricultural mindsets. Like that shit is for the birds. That shit is dead with tribes. Americans have to follow, especially black folks in any advanced nation have to follow with what's going on within the world and society. And even like looking at with the you're bringing up about people, wonder if cops are going to get sentenced and this and that. We got to follow that shit. You have to become an activist in this country. This is what I've always tell people. I don't like when people, find I'm a vet and say thank you for fighting for our freedom. And I say I ain't fight for no freedom. The greatest fighters in this country are those who are activists, who stand on the front lines, who stand in them courtrooms to enact a lot of change. A lot of shit we benefit from today is the same people who most people in our current era will laugh at and act like they're weak, but they have affected a lot of changes that we benefit from. So we can't discount what we see people doing, and we see a lot of cops being sentenced. Regardless, we may see the one cop, she gets sentenced to 2 years, but guess what? Her life gonna be affected like a motherfucker, even with the 2 years she got. She can't own a gun. She can't go back into law enforcement. It's a lot of shit that's taken away. You got the other cop, he doing 20 years. You got DAs being sentenced for trying to cover up for racist white motherfuckers. There is a lot of changes when black folks stand up in the system. Now, the thing is, like when you're talking about, I believe that we shouldn't be the ones to be so quick to jump in. But the thing you got to understand too with why people join the military is because it provides them with opportunities they never ever had. A lot of people were given opportunities. It ain't just you join the military to go die. There's a lot of benefits that a lot of people have seen from the military. A lot of with us moving up into with our grandparents being able to afford homes. A lot of families have been able to uplift themselves based off some veteran in their family and stuff. And that's just the case of it. Even with us applying, we're gonna apply that aspect because as black folks, you can't get a real American story until you add the black dynamic, which should always be added to any American conversation, unless it's just a fully out white conversation. But most definitely, go ahead, B.
Yeah, I'm with you, Reg, but my thing is, we're not guaranteed nothing. If I go and fight for this war to preserve this land that mistreats me, then I'm not guaranteed nothing. I'm just perpetuating the same dominance that's there. I'm just fighting to keep these people in power. If we're going to fight a war, and I would fight a war if it was brought to American shores, and I want to fight a war for total change. And
hold on, go back, rewind. Say that last part again, Brent.
I will fight a war that was brought to American shores. If the Russians landed here and started going by house, then they got a problem because they on the soil where I'm at. But to go and get on a boat or airplane to go fight in another country, what
if they bomb Dallas though? Like, so if they don't put troops on, Dallas, they ain't going door to door. They just send a bomb over and they bomb somewhere in Texas. Are you going to join the army and go overseas to fight Russia?
No.
They got to come to your. They got to bring it to your doorstep, man to man.
Yes, sir. Because here's the thing.
Well, it don't get that far sometimes. Your country might give up and quit. They bomb your country enough, your country quit. That's happened, right?
This one don't do that. This one don't give up and quit. This one is proud of his military. We spend billions and billions of dollars.
You sound muffled. You're muffling.
Okay, my bad.
There you go.
Hold on, let me see if I can turn it up. Okay, this country spends millions. Here's the thing, Mark, and this is where the police department gets entwined in as well. These people spend millions and millions of dollars in billions on defense. Congress allots them a military budget that we can see and one that we can't see. These people are steadily making big ass tankers and bombers and tanks that can shoot rounds that can probably bury 50 feet under the ground and blow up, and they making all of these weapons of mass destruction.
I got you. But Russia is too. Everything we doing, Russia doing it too.
So what I'm saying, less than a year ago, I just seen Putin, Trump, and all these people that said they going to war. I just seen them smiling together at a summit. I just heard the last president praise Putin and Russia and talk about how great and grand of a country they are. So I'm telling you, man, it's all.
But things changed though. Hey, look, but we got a new leader, and this the same leader that didn't. It's a new leader though, bro. It ain't the same. It's not the same, Brandon. Just because you, I don't understand how, because what you saw them do under another president make you think shit can't go crazy with a new president. It's like that's the exact reason why the shit can go crazy. The last president praised him. This president is saying he's an evil dictator. He's Dr. Evil. He's Dr. Evil.
So he just became that within the last year?
No, you're missing the point. No. They were saying it while Trump was the president. People were still saying he was Dr. Evil, even though Trump was saying he's a good guy. People been saying it for years. Like, just because, you know, they actually impeached Trump. They didn't win, but they tried to impeach him. Like, for all of this weird shit. Like, so all I'm trying, I said all this to you, my brother, to say this. I don't see the point of the argument of you saying where Trump liked him. Why does Biden? Why does Biden have a problem with him? Like, they always had a problem with him.
How, based on perception and how these people feel, they could change the narrative in the current based on because they have.
I never heard it. Hold up, slow down. The narrative has not changed on Putin. He's been evil Putin constantly. Even Fox News had to take a step back and look at Trump like, yo, I don't know about this shit right here, bro. What you got right there? Right? Hold on, slow down. Hey, Brandon, slow down. You can't see the screen. You only on the phone. Reggie putting something on the screen.
I gotta get on the panel.
Okay, Bitcoin. Hold up, go. Reggie, hold up. Brandon, mute him. Let me do this. Reggie, put it back on the screen. Now it says Dow futures. Okay, Asian markets plunge as Russia-Ukraine crisis escalates. Bitcoin's prices fall after Russia attacks Ukraine. Okay, Reggie giving us stuff right here, breaking right now. Brandon, see, you can't see the screen. Okay, let me go to this one. He said, oil hits $100. U.S. stock future slide after Putin announces operation in Donbass. I've been telling y'all this shit's still about the oil too, because U.S. is pumping oil into Germany from a different place, and they taking billions out of Russia's pocket.
So you admit that this is over resources. So
it's always over. Hold up, bro, my brother. What you mean? It's world domination. It's always over money, power. Yes, nigga. They ain't fighting over no bitches. They ain't fighting over no rap disc. What you think this beat? Yes. Fuck you mean? Is it over reason? So you agree? I got you. Nah, my brother.
No. We're on the same page. No. None of us know. Look,
nah, the way you said it was like, oh, I got you. Like, no, my brother.
I just wanted you to throw that out there too, to admit
it's always about resources.
Losing their lives over oil, over gold, over silver, over stupid dumb shit that's a resource.
Over fear too. Over fear. Over fear of what happens if another person gets this resource.
So you think we should be as a people?
Man, join the panel, Brandon. Let's get some other people on the phone. But nah, I'm enjoying you. I'm enjoying you on the phone. But keep in mind, when you talking, my wave oscillation pattern moves. So people think you or me, and they don't know if I'm you or you or me.
Right.
I got to cut my camera on so people like, okay, the nigga in the red hat, that's Mark. The other nigga, I don't know him.
I can't see the screen, and I can't see the screen of you, right?
Right. Yeah. So join the panel.
All right, bet. Drop the link.
All right, I got it. Hey, HLD, before you start, Any of that shit y'all going on in the chat, I don't want none of those shit.
Nah, I'm not. I won't do that. I'm not. That's, no,
you know, right off the
absolutely
gate.
not.
The chat is the chat. Respect the show. Like once you in the chat, and once y'all go back and forth, y'all get what you asked for. You get it because you asked for. Some of that shit is like egregious, and I address both of y'all separately on that. Like, man, y'all let that shit go, man. That shit ain't about nothing, man. Y'all know I got love and respect for both of y'all. Man, let that shit go, man.
My apologies that I let it go.
Hey, look, obviously people are entertained by it. Other people jumping in, y'all keeping that shit going. Look, long as y'all keep it on the chat, we ain't talking about pulling up nobody else. And long as y'all leave it off my panel, we are good to go. Because some people are joining the panel just to do that.
Nah, that's not my aim, especially with your show.
No reading the chat on the panel. Please don't read the chat on the look. If I want to do the chat, if I want to read the chat, I can do a show by myself. I got a panel because I want to talk to y'all.
Absolutely.
Right? So thank you for your time. Thank you for your energy. Let's make some noise for HLD joining the neighborhood. Talk to me, my brother. What's the deal? How you feel? Got a lot on the docket right here, but this shit has got into some geopolitics type shit. You was like, yo, people don't even know about geopolitics. Hey, look, all call outs mandatory. I told you was the number one mandatory. You had the Mando slot. He was like, let's go, champ. Where's my belt? Hey, look, you won already without even throwing the punch, my brother. You what's my brother? Was that Archie Moore? Who won the round without throwing the punch? Was it Archie Moore? Who was it, Reggie? Somebody will tell me in the chat. Who won the round in boxing without throwing the punch? Devin Haney. No, I'm joking.
Wasn't that Lennox Lewis when
it's
that
not
dude,
Archie Moore, but it's one of them OGs.
No, Lennox Lewis when the guy walked out the ring because he had a nervous breakdown.
No. When
Lennox punched him.
Lennox was punching his ass. That was Oliver McCall. Lennox punched his ass. He cried and everything. But
maybe it was Willie Pep because Willie Pep had that defense.
Was it Willie Pep?
Yeah, I think it could have been him. Him known for that defense back in the day.
She said, what's up, Carmen Serene? Peace to you, Queen. Shout out to I Know Boxing. No, it wasn't Roy Jones. Nah, man, it's one of the OGs, man.
Wasn't that one guy who walked down? He went to the ring and then he just stepped right out and walked right out.
Oh, he talking about FA. That's considered like a no contest.
No, that was that was the white dude.
Willie Pep.
No, that was the white dude who was Lobo and Riddick Bowe. What's the dude who was Lobo and Riddick Bowe?
Oh, you talking about Andrew Galata?
Galata, yeah, he left the ring and he was like, "Fuck that, I'm out of here."
Oh yeah, he did. He freaked out.
Yo, man, these people go through things, bro. That shit is real. Willie Pep won a boxing round without throwing the punch. Willie Pep, and yeah, yo, shout out to Willie Pep, man. Damn, man, shout out to Willie Pep. Rest in peace. Died November 23rd. That's my sister's birthday, bro.
Hey, I want to go into something back about what Brandon was talking about like us, about this thing with black folks going in the military and how we don't get things. And I think we lose a lot of things.
Oh, before you do that,
I'm
sorry. Let me let HLD at least give me his opening statement of why he pulled up. He didn't pull up to talk to me about who was the only boxer who won the fight without throwing a punch. And I kind of hijacked this call right there. Sorry for that, HLD. They always tell me, Mark, you're one of the best facilitators in YouTube. I want to keep my record for being fair and giving everybody a chance to speak. HLD, how do you feel, my brother? Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home to your home away from home. Your second home. How about that?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Go ahead, HLD. What made you join the panel tonight? What part of the conversation you wanted to?
Well, you guys were talking about what's going on tonight. You know, with the first, I guess the first actions of war that's occurring out in Ukraine. You know, this is something that's been going on for many years of what Russia's been trying to do, and it all has to do exactly what you guys talked about a minute ago about resources. You know, Russia is very big on natural gas. It's got a massive amount, but it's got no way to sell it. Now, all the way down in Israel, they control the natural gas, and that's what they use primarily a lot in Europe is natural gas. But for them to get it down to the Black Sea, the best terrain is through Ukraine. And this is the only and main reason why they want to take the country back, so that they can export and sell and then disrupt the market from the people who have the monopoly on the natural gas in the Middle East and whatnot, and in Europe. So this is all about resources. They may cover it up about it was our country before and whatnot, but it is all about about money, making more money, just like everything else is. Unfortunately, the United States, we're kind of like the beacon, and hey, this country's got a lot of Ukrainians too. So to say, I understand, when the gentleman was saying, no, just that has nothing to do with us. But and I used to think like that too. I'm like, man, fuck the world, man. We got everything we need here. But we're a nation of many nations, and we can't totally turn our backs now. In this case, we may have to. We have no choice. Ukraine is not part of NATO, so all the United States can really do is watch from the sidelines and hope that they don't invade the other countries around.
Ukraine is a NATO ally.
No, it's not.
Well, no, that's what Putin was worried about, and I think they're going to sign with him. I think they're going to end up signing with NATO. And
They've been trying. They've been trying for like over 10 years.
Up. And you can't sign after you got bullets bumping on your head. Like, but also I get it. They was being pressured. Like, hey, Brandon, they're not an ally, because what happened was this. Putin was like, if you sign with the motherfuckers, we're gonna take that as an act of war. I'm just saying that in free terms.
No, what I mean by ally, meaning they not in NATO, but they're allies.
It ain't no other. It ain't no other word for it, Brandon.
You could be affiliated with NATO and not be a member, right?
Right. That's exactly what they are. And I forgot the name of the membership that they have.
They ally.
The only thing NATO can do is in the United States is supply them with ammunition and stuff like that.
Aid. We can't put troops on the ground.
Nope.
And if not now, that's an act of war for you and your country too. Like, okay, you want it too? It's like I was just talking to Biggie, but I kill all of y'all. Them ball. Okay, it's too early for hip hop references.
Nah, that was dope, boy. Nah, that was dope, boy. Nah, that was dope. I liked it more.
It's like fuck Nas, fuck US, fuck yeah, man. They be like Biden. Hey, look, Putin over there talking to Biden like Tupac was talking to Prodigy. God rest the dead to both of them. He was like, "Nigga, ain't you barely breathing, Biden? Don't you got sickle cell? Ain't you falling downstairs?" Like Putin sees a weak leader. I'm gonna be honest, in my opinion, he sees a weak leader.
Man, Putin sees every leader as weak.
Talking about seeing a weak leader,
exactly, he does.
I think he sees
every look, Mark. Every leader is weak.
Hold on. Everybody talking, and I got the phone ringing too. Let me turn this other phone down. So, look, I'm sorry, y'all. Like 3 phones are ringing in here now. I got a new phone, so the computer's ringing, the interface is ringing, and both phones are ringing. I'm sorry. Shelton Moore, hold what you got. Let me let the panel say what they got to say real quick. Stay what you got. Finish your last thought, 30 seconds or less. Whoever was talking.
Yeah, no, I was saying Putin views every leader as weak, and if they was to throw hands with Putin, he'll probably fuck every one of them up.
Oh, why you bullshitting? I think he's official, yo. I think he's official. Hey, look, Putin do old school sword fighting.
He's ex-KGB, man. Of course.
Y'all calling Biden? Y'all calling Biden a weak leader?
Look, Brandon, you got 30, and then I got to get to the call.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
HLD, you got your 30, and I got to get to the call.
Oh, my 30. Yeah, well, I mean, if anybody's thinking that Biden is weak on this, it's just the whole NATO is all weak on this. They can't do shit about it.
Fair enough. Stay where you at. We got Shelton Moore, my brother. Welcome home to another great episode of Breaking Beats. Man, we breaking politics tonight. Talk to me, King.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Yeah, I was just listening for a minute, man, and the one point I kept trying to make, is that the cool thing is great for everyone to have their opinion and how they feel, and that's great because that's what this country's founded on. Supposedly, it's freedom of expression. But it's the U.S. Army, the U.S. military is all volunteers. So if you don't want to be part of it, just don't fucking go. Nobody's gonna make you go. If you don't want to be part of it, because I heard someone saying about people going across the seas to die. And look, if you don't want to fight, don't fight. We don't have a draft anymore. You don't have to go.
All right, you go ahead, Shelton. Go ahead. Ain't nobody cutting you off.
I mean, that's it. You don't have to go. I mean, that kind of kills the argument because about people. Why would we go over there to die? You don't have to go anywhere to do anything. You don't have to go. There's no draft. You don't have to go.
There's no draft now.
Yeah, there's no draft. There hasn't been a draft since Vietnam.
Right, there's no draft now, but you still have to register for selective service every male when you're 18.
Yeah, but you don't have to go. Just because you register for selective service doesn't mean they're going to draft you. You don't have to go.
That's fine. Why are you registered for selective service? Just ask.
They need to know their male population, which is
know the number of males that they have in case they have to reinstitute a draft if we go to war with somebody.
Okay, so basically you saying right now because they don't have a draft, nobody's forcing you to go. That wasn't the point that I was making, and I think you just got caught up in a side note. That's what I think.
Okay.
Oh, but let me say this one part, Shelton, because it was to what.
Mute your mic when you're not talking. Mute your mic when you're not talking, please.
Let me say this one part because it was to what you were saying earlier about where black folks go in there into the military, they don't get this. I think the thing is, it was what I was saying about how we go into lower fields based on test scores because of lack of preparation. A lot of times, soldiers, from our communities go in the military and they don't take full advantage of understanding what is out there for them. The same benefits that are accessible to a white soldier, a black soldier can get, such as what's that thing like service connection. I have so many friends, and even when I had no idea what service connection was until I was almost 7 years out before I started making my disability claim.
Shelton, don't ad lib, just let them talk.
Before getting other benefits while being in there, not understanding about promotion boards, going to try to earn points to becoming promotable and things like that. Like we have to get an understanding of what we're going into. We have to read up on things. A lot of times we don't read up on information, even within jobs, regardless of how racist the system is. We have access to everything because this is always my motto. But the one thing I felt in my motto is researching things. I always tell them, I'm going to do whatever the fuck these white boys do since y'all want to act like it's a segregated system. And for the most part, I've done everything I wanted to do that the white motherfuckers done. And even in life after getting out, because once you research, you got understanding, we have access to the same shit, the same way with people who set up for their retirement. We can set up retirements the same way the white folks can do. We can set up medical benefits the same way the white folks do, but we got to make sacrifices to budget things out. Like we ain't got to worry about white folks affecting us. We affect a lot of the issues that we have in our own society. Like these white folks ain't powerful.
All right, go ahead, Shelton.
I agree.
And after that, after Shelton, I got HLD.
As you know, Reg, I just got my 100%, like a couple months ago. After being out damn near 30 years, right? So I feel you. But a lot of things, like you were talking about promotion boards and stuff. Now, I remember when I was in the service, you don't start to learn about that type of stuff until you go to PEPSI. Once you make E4, you make corporal, and they send you the primary leadership development course. That's when they start telling you about promotion boards and getting rank and all that. You don't know about that stuff as an E1, E2, E3. They don't tell you because they figure you don't need to know. So you're right. You have to learn that stuff, but you have to be in a position to learn it because there's E1, E2, and E3. They're not going to tell you because you don't need it.
No, they was telling the white boys that, and the black soldiers wasn't telling.
No, they wasn't telling nobody that until you went to PLDC. When I went to PLDC, that's the first I heard of promotion boards.
Man, I was hearing people going to development course. People were going to promotional boards when I was in there as privates, and you build up your points.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. That's a new shit. I never heard of that.
Yeah. I knew guys that came into the army as enlisted, and straight out of basic training, they was E4
because they had college.
Yeah, and they came out. But if they knew what we know now, they would while they were in college, they would have took ROTC and would have came in as an officer.
Exactly.
But they still bring them in as enlisted, but they bring them in straight out the gate. But then it's all about your recruiter, because your recruiter can tell you, hey, look, don't join this way. As in, like, it's all about, look, the recruiters be thirsty, yo. The recruiters be thirsty for their numbers. Let me say this last part. And I'll be real quick. Because even if you score a certain score on your ASVAB, your recruiter has certain quotas in the Army. We need soldiers and we need support. Soldiers and support. So you might have dreams of coming in the Army and being James Bond. And you probably can score enough to be a James Bond. But your recruiter might feel like, hey, I'm going to put you on military intelligence. You get what I'm saying? And he'll sell you on that. Go ahead.
I scored like in the 95 percentile. So I had to shoot as long as both of my arms and both of your legs. But I saw the $10,000 bonus for the infantry, and I was for that.
Shit like that. There we go.
Yeah, I didn't want to hear shit else. $10,000, when do I get it? When I finish what? Okay, that's what I want. Because, see, I didn't know nobody who had $10,000 back then. I didn't even know nobody who knew nobody who had $10,000.
Poor people with money. Poor people put money in front of poor people who watch you sell they say.
Now, if I knew what I know now,
write it down, Brandon. I got you, Brandon. Just jot it down so you don't lose your point.
It is what it is. I saw it 10,000. I saw infantry. That's where I'm going.
All right, HLD, get your bars off. And please remember the rules of engagement on the panel, sir. Don't do no subliminals neither. Like,
man, you starting something because I'm not like that, Mark.
I don't know. Look, it's a live show, baby. I don't know what I'm getting into.
But not at all, man.
I know if I don't say it, then I'm the bad guy. So I said,
no, man, I'm not like that.
Yeah, I'm saying, if you don't respect nothing else, please show me that much, my brother. All right.
Yes, sir. All right. One thing you guys can agree on is once you sign on that dotted line, your ass belongs to the government, and you know that includes being put in front line, and your life is all on the line. So it's not, it's your choice. You know anybody who signs on that dotted line, you know what's gonna come, and you know what's up, and that's that. You know what I mean? So. Whether you're white, black, or whatever, you know what I mean? Once you sign, yeah, you have your merits and how to raise your E, but regardless of the fact, your ass belongs to the government at that point. And so, that's the decision that you're making once you sign on that dotted line.
Go ahead. You got the clock. Go ahead. Ain't nobody
I'm on the clock. I mean, beyond that, the military system does have a merit system, and it's upon you to make the most of it. It's just like anything else in life, man. You got to work hard and make it happen. As simple as that. Sometimes it is through with your college degree. You could come on in like an officer, but sometimes it is by merit. And that's that. So I ain't got much to say about whether the less educated ones don't make it. Yeah, they can make it. It just depends on what you put into it when you're in there. Simple as that. I think.
Simple as that. Go ahead, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. Okay, I got a few points. I heard Sheldon was talking about how they offered him $10,000 and he went right to the infantry, which is what I believe is the front line. Yes, they knew you was gonna take the money. That's why they offered it to you. They knew that. That's the first, and the infantry is, from what I understand, the first line of defense, right? From the military. I've never been in the military. Okay, which means
I'm with you. I got it. I got the lead, and I'm gonna control the show. Y'all just trust me that I'm gonna be fair, and I'm gonna be a good facilitator. I'm gonna let everybody get a chance to talk. I just can't stand when everybody talking over each other. Go ahead, Brandon.
Which means that they gave you $10,000. They dangle money. Once again, what they do, resources. You take poor people. He admitted, I never seen $10,000. I never knew nobody. That's what they do. That was the point that I was making about how they use poor people to fight rich people wars. Yes. Now, in most countries, the head of the military is who in most countries?
Don't ask no question. Just say
okay. Okay.
Yeah,
You're right.
I don't want the question game,
My
bro.
bad. You're right. From what I understand, in most modern countries, the head of the military is not a civilian or has a military background. Most of the countries. In our country, a politician who's most of the time rich is the head of the military. That's the United States. A person who was elected to office, he didn't serve in the military, he didn't go through the infantry, he didn't go through any of, and he determines whether
I got you. Move forward, Brandon. Move forward. I got
okay,
you.
so my bad. I'm getting hung up because I got a lot of points. You're right, Mark.
Look, we all adults here. Just speed it up. Get your
so you're right. So the point that I'm trying to make is I don't agree with poor people going overseas to fight other people for the interest of rich people for them to continue with this country being the way it is. I would like to see, and then I'm gonna get up out of it. I would like to see if we as a people were organized and we send our people out to war, we can demand something when the war is over because they fighting the war for something. So if we fight the war, then we should benefit in some kind of way, not just a little trinkets, $10,000 here, bullshit ass VA loan that you got to jump through hoops to get, bullshit ass VA Medicare that they admit that most of the troops should be soldiers are neglected, that kind of thing. Sorry for being going and rambling a little bit, Mark. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I just want you to get to it. Like we don't have to belabor the point, sir. And I don't want you to feel like I'm rushing you neither. I just don't want to. I don't want to lose the momentum of the conversation and what we're going at here. So what was your bottom line right there? Because I think I lost you.
My bottom line was to say that once again, reiterate, us as black people in this country, we have no stake in this war. We have none. If Biden mobilizes the troops and we fight actively against Russia as a country, as black people in this country right now, we have no stake in the United States fighting to make sure that Russia does not invade or does not conquer the Ukraine. That has nothing to do with black people here in this country as a whole, I would say.
Okay, now that's a standing point. And I heard you. I disagree with you because I think it's more than just black people. I think it's Americans as a whole. It does affect you because it's going to be your cousin, your niece, your nephew, your son, your daughter going over there to fight for that war. So I does believe it will affect us, bro. And I think it matters whether we do or don't send people, if he sends people, how many people he sends. That same census you were talking about earlier, are they going to enact that? I think it affects us all. I think it's remarkable in a bad way. How about that? Like it's so many things we can't remark on it, but it's remarkable. It's unbelievable. Like wow, here we go fucking again. Like we just got everybody out of the Middle East, and here's another conflict. But Brandon, I'm telling you, it will affect us. Like even if we don't send people there, it sends a message to like they like what they do and what they can do, what they control from that country and that country's resources. We brought up resources, and yeah, if Russia is in charge of that, that gives them more of a stake in Germany as well. It's pipelines. It's pipelines are important. I'm gonna use that word a lot as we continue on this. But Brandon, it does affect us all. Shelton Moore, you still with me, right? Or is Shelton Moore still there?
I'm still here.
Okay, Shelton Moore, thank you for holding on the phone line. Appreciate your patience. Give me your take on everything we're talking about right here.
Yeah, I agree that it does affect us. You know, maybe not directly, but inadvertently it does affect us. Because like you said, it may not be you. Because if you're over 35, you really ain't got nothing to worry about because you can't go anywhere. But your nephew, your niece, your son, your daughter, somebody you know in your family, somebody, your neighbor.
Man, you don't want these skinny jean niggas going to fight your war, Brandon Washington?
So that's probably what they're gonna do. Because they may not think like that. They may not see it the way Brandon sees it. So
of course not. They're gonna be over at the war instead of saying, "Hey." They're gonna be at the war saying, "Hey."
Because it's an opportunity.
Pow.
You don't realize if you ever been in the military, you would understand, and you understand this, Mark, that most people in the military, especially in the enlisted ranks, come from the poorest places you can think of. Am I lying?
Absolutely. White, black, Asian, everything. And most of us do not join the army to go kill shit. We join the army to go see the world, to leave our little town. We want to go to college. We have no options or little to no options. We're not joining the army to be killers. You know what I'm saying? We just like all my friends going to college. Shit, I don't want to be the nigga still hanging around working at the factory.
I joined the army because there was nothing else. Besides going to prison. That was my only other option.
I ain't even got to say it. You said it for me. Go ahead, Sheldon. Continue.
Yeah, that was my only other option. Either to go to jail or go to the military. That's it. That's the options I had. So I chose the best one for me.
With me, it was going to be working at the factory, staying with Mom Dukes, going to the tech, you know, the local cop going to the tech. Yeah. Don't nobody go nowhere from the tech, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, right. I didn't even take the college test like that. I was so focused on graduating, but my case is different. You know what I'm saying? Because I was wilding out, and I knew I was wilding out. You know what I'm saying? And I finally got on track. I told my story on the show several times, man. But I'll retell it again one day. But yeah, man, bro, I went to every high school I could go to in the city, in my county, the next county. I went to alternative school, went to school out of state. I can't get right, nigga. I just can't get right.
And see, that's always been a misconception about blacks joining the military for a very long time. Like I was saying, the military has offered black people probably some of the greatest opportunity of progression within this country. And that's just a fact. And a lot of people just view it as, oh, F whitey and this and that. And it's not about that. You look to take what advantages, like Mark was bringing up. Some people use it to travel the world. Without it, a lot of people would not have seen many of the regions of this country without it. Even me going to places and meeting other people from around the world, from other states, without the military, getting out of LA. If I would have, if I had not gone to the military, matter of fact, it almost happened before either the week or the 2 weeks before. It was very close to me leaving. I would have been dead. Lucky survived this fucking drive-by. But if I would have remained in the city I was from, I'd probably be dead or fucking retaliating on somebody and been incarcerated my damn self. Because at that time, I don't think my mindset, even though I've always been into wanting to learn things, I don't think my mindset being at that age was conditioned to be like, oh, I'm going to college. It just wasn't working like that. Getting out of there, getting into kind of a habit of, whether it's a different condition, a different lifestyle, even on top of what I've always speak about, I dealt with. There's a lot that I've gained from the military. And even in the neighborhood, I've advised a lot of cats. There's been a lot of cats who I've advised to go off to the military. Black men, go off to the military. And you know what happened to most of them who didn't take that advice or adhere to it? Some of them, I'll say half of them are dead. A majority of all of them have been to prison. And some of them were able to, correct what they were, the path that they were heading into. And some of them are homeless, young ass people. But the military could have changed a lot of that as far as the dynamics that they come from.
All right, well, this is breaking news. 1 minute ago, the U.S. Embassy in Kiev tells Americans to shelter in place. This is 1 minute ago. This was reporting from CNN. Vasco Kotovio. CNN's Vasco Kotovio, which is in Moscow, is telling U.S. Embassy in Kiev to all Americans to shelter in place. Do not be outside. You need to stay where you're at. The United States Embassy in Kiev has issued a warning for all Americans in Ukraine to shelter in place due to Russian attacks in a number of major Ukraine cities. There are reports of Russian attacks on targets in a number of major Ukraine cities, including Kiev, Kharkiv. I'm gonna mess this up. How about I just share the screen? I'm gonna mess this. Matter of fact, I'll just copy this right here and put it in the chat. This is from CNN right now, breaking news right now as it's coming to us. And I'll put it on the screen and I'll read it from there. Follow my backup page too, which is Marq Nash Live. Oh man, this is bad. This is bad all the way around. Let me read this and then we'll go back to the panel. Phone lines open. There are reports of Russian attacks on targets in a number of major Ukrainian cities, including Kiev, Kharkiv, Odessa. Somebody help me, man. Y'all gonna leave me out here like this?
Man, that's why I use that. When I can't read a word in that book, I pull that glossary up.
Reggie, help me out. You the most avid reader up here. You the only one that I know that read a dictionary a week. Come on.
Man, you see how retarded I sound with these European words? I tell them European words.
Struggle with me, my brother. Help me out. Come on.
What is that? Kharkiv, Odessa. What is that? Ivano Franciscus. And then Viscus and Mara Poles. I don't know.
No, that Ivano is all together with the Frank one. Ivano Franciscus. Something like that. It's all together.
Man, okay. If we win the war, they better make these motherfuckers speak regular English.
Yeah, that shit gonna be Ivano Frank. That shit gonna be Kiev. That shit gonna be Keith. It's gonna be Keith, Kari, Odessa, Ivano Frank. And the other one's gonna be Maripov. Yep, Maripov, y'all safe. Respectfully. See, and that's why Russians don't like us. They're talking about changing it. Like, look, Russia seen what these white folks did to black culture, Asian culture, Hispanic culture. Our shit is perverted. Respectfully, yo. America is, man, motherfuckers gonna bring the war to our doorstep sooner or later, y'all. Like Brandon Washington, that shit you was talking about, you gonna have to be about that shit. But it's gonna be quicker than you think, though. It ain't gonna be they coming to my house door by door. By the time they come into your house door by door, they got the power of the police, the power of the government, the power of the state. Like you talking about the Russians, what you gonna do when the Russians come to your door? Shit, the police come to your door with the SWAT team, my nigga, it's over. It's the SWAT team. It's just now they got the Russian flag on their shoulder instead of America.
Brandon.
Yes, sir.
Let me say this, Mark. When the Russians come to Dallas, you better run out with the K and say, "Big fish, nigga."
Let me say something. Let me say something right quick on that. And me and Mark talked about this the other day. One thing you don't have to worry about, and I'm telling you don't have to worry about, is anybody coming over here to these shores. That's something you ain't got to worry about.
Shit, they shoot bombs over here. They ain't got to invade. All they got to do is bomb the fuck out of this place.
In the history, let me finish.
No, I think you mischaracterized my agreement. Hold up, don't say Mark.
There has been only one country to ever use a nuclear weapon, and who is that?
America, for now.
The only one has ever done it. And everyone around the world knows before they give this shit up, they'll blow up everything.
Facts.
Ain't nobody coming over here. Ain't nobody coming over
here. Y'all don't think Putin with that shit right now? Putin, no. That nigga don't give a fuck about no OnlyFans. He ain't Adrian Bronner with the flow. This nigga blow this whole shit up.
Well, he threatened everybody in his speech today about that.
Listen, Mark, I don't know what Putin will do. I know what the American white man will do.
Talk it.
I know what he'll do.
Hold on. Brandon Washington up here pom-poms for white Zaddy. He's like, talk it. That's what we gonna do, Zaddy. Brandon Washington, you don't shut the fuck up.
I don't know what that Russian is.
Respectfully. Hey, Brandon, respectfully. Brandon, I didn't mean to tell you shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. Flap your
Indeed,
finger.
love, bro. I'm on it with you.
Flap your finger.
But Shell Moore is correct. That's why I always say they would destroy. One thing about America, they never take the nuclear the option off the table, and we seen them do it twice. So everybody knows what this government is capable of. So once again, what I'm saying is, I just looked up NATO, and like I said, that's something. First of all, that's a military trade agreement that they signed in 1949. So we're in 2022.
Don't tell
Sir,
me that. You just
sir,
learned that tonight right now with your Google?
I didn't know when they started. I knew what it meant. I didn't know exactly when they started it and who was all a part of it. I didn't know exactly every country. So, but I learned every country, and I learned that Ukraine is a proposed member, basically an ally, an associate. So, but what I don't understand, and what I'm trying to understand, is why is it that Russia is invading the Ukraine, and also what is America's military role, and what do they plan on doing?
I could chop in on that.
This ain't that first time invading Ukraine though. Like they already invaded Crimea a while ago. But go ahead, HLD, jump in.
The United States doesn't have any military presence in Ukraine for this because they're not part of NATO. So the only thing that the United States can do is, I don't know if it was Reggie, is aid. That's all we can do. That's all we can do. The only presence that we are around there is to make sure that if Russia does, take over Ukraine, they don't try to overtake the other countries right next to it, which is Poland and all them other countries next to it. You see what I mean? Which are part of NATO. So that's their role. At the bottom line is once Putin decides to just take over the country, that's all that's going to happen. And what we're going to see is one or two things: either Ukraine falls, or we're going to see hundreds and thousands of lives, wasted basically, to try to say something they're not going to be able to stop because Russia's just too damn powerful. So that's all that's going to happen. And the only presence that NATO has is to make sure that Putin doesn't try to take more than what he can, and that's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
So we shouldn't be concerned as So basically, what you're saying is United States is basically do not have a reason to call for war against Russia. So basically, it's a dog and pony show.
No, it's because we don't know if this man's gonna want to take over more than that, like Hitler did back then. You know what I mean? He wanted to take over the whole Europe. You know what I mean? And so that's our presence there, is to make sure that it doesn't. If he does take over Ukraine, it doesn't spill outside of Ukraine.
Wow.
That's
so not to stop. So not to stop.
Slow down. Ukraine has their own government, their own president, their own way of life. They have resources. They want to join NATO for the protection, but they were told by Russia, by joining NATO, we take that as an act of aggression. That means you want the smoke. It's like me and you having a disagreement, and I'm paraphrasing. I'm trying to use some hood news right here, right? I'm gonna try to deliver the news the way, because look, people always think our culture, our people don't like news. No, we like the news. We want to hear it. We want to see the news delivered from a place of where we can relate to it from our voice, and also be heard, right? So yes, we do listen to the news and we watch the news, but we don't want to hear you always talking about it. Shit, y'all can call Anderson Cooper about this right now, but y'all can call Marq Nash Breaking Beats and get your bars off. You get what I'm saying? You can't join the panel over there with their experts and all of that, but you can join the panel here. That's what makes this show remarkable, right? Here's the deal. It affects us all, one way, shape, or another. Signs of aggression. When do you join NATO? Okay, now you join NATO when you need help. Okay, if you join NATO right now, like, yo, we got you surrounded, homie. We can do whatever we want to do. Okay, now what? You calling your cousins and you calling your big bro and you calling all these people. Okay, now you saying you want to smoke because I was just trying to have a conversation with you. Well, you got all your boys with you. Well, yeah, I just brought my boys with me because we just trying to have a conversation. I don't know what you about to do. I just came to talk. But if you go get these people right here, okay, now, like, you see what I'm saying, guys? That's what's going on. So that's why they didn't sign with NATO, because they backed down. They kept look, Ukraine has been acquiescing to Russia for a very long time, and other European countries and even America have sat back, even though we're not considered a quote unquote European country. Y'all know the fucking vibes. Y'all know who y'all allied with. Come on.
Say it, Mark. Say it.
I thought I did just say it. I said, y'all know the vibe. You know who you allied with. You allied with the colonizers, the original colonizers, the European countries. Like, I mean, how about this? I'll say it this way. If the UK starts sending troops over there, France, Italy, Germany, oh, you don't think America's gonna send troops over? Oh, we're gonna be right there with them first. Right there. Look, the leader of Ukraine right now, I think he was a TV star on some Donald Trump shit too. Y'all know that, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was a celebrity who became president. Same time, well, right around the same time, well, a little after Donald Trump. He became president too. Donald Trump could have, like Brandon, when you was talking about Donald Trump won, where did this come from? Look, the shit was escalating then. America has looked weak. Other European countries have looked weak on Russia, inching towards more global domination. And Russia has gotten past a lot of ways. Look, Russia got this shit floating around the country, right around the globe right now. People don't even know that. People talk about this. It's a pod, and when it opens up, it's another pod. And when that open up, another pod come around and go even further. And it's like, and Russia explained, they said, no, we're not, it's not no war shit. These are satellites and stations that we set up to protect and fix other ones. So if our signal go bad, this one opens out and this one can fix the other one. But the US don't know what it is, can't explain it, but it looked like an egg opening up, hatching another egg to go even further around. But these shits have been going around the globe for a minute. Look, over 90%. I ain't gonna say the exact number because I don't want to give out fake news. I'm trying to give you guys, I'm not trying to create news, I'm just trying to report it. Over 90% of the nuclear weapons on this earth are controlled by two countries. Anybody want to guess what they are? You know where I'm going with it, right? United States and Russia. Over 90, it might be 93, 95. It's a crazy number. But over 90% of the world can get destroyed, or this whole world as we know it is over if these two countries can't figure out what the fuck is going on. With that, I digress and I'll open it back up to the panel. Shout out to everybody pulling up.
Got a question.
I prefer you to speak and just make statements.
You show right. I guess it will be rhetorical. And no. I really want to know this. From what I understand, Ukraine was part of the USSR, right? The Soviet Republic, right?
Yes.
Okay. So since they were all together at one time and they were dissolved in 1991, from what I understand, is it that Russia may be trying to put back the countries like you just said they invaded last year? I think Mark, you said that. If they putting back together the Soviet Union, does the United States have a reason to interject itself in something that's going on the European continent?
Russia is today just rebranded USSR. That's all it is. It just doesn't carry the name. That's all. That's all it is. Because they're just taking over the same way they did back then. So it's just rebranded with just saying it's Russia.
So if it's only been dissolved within the last 30 years and we've seen them do this before and they were allowed to do it the first time, what's the difference and what's the problem?
But look, B, when you go back in the history of Russia and these countries, is that these people make up many ethnic groups. You look at people who classify as Russians, they look so different from one another because they especially Soviet Empire, they cover so many different regions as they occupy from World War One, the conquest of who was it, Lenin? Then you have Stalin with what they went about. But certain people over in Russia don't receive the same benefits of Russian prosperity based on certain ethnic backgrounds. They're not all completely Russians. They make up so many different pieces based on what Russia captured. And Russia only captured because some of these regions are rich in resources. And these people are just so much different than each other. They don't relate to one another. And they wanted their sovereignty. And that's what broke it.
Beautiful point, Rich. Beautiful. That sounds like us in this country. That's a beautiful point. Sound like you're describing black people in this country. But you're making a good point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the way it is for people of the world, though. But so they kind of want to break away. But the Russians want to control these regions based on what is underneath that ground. Everything's about a rich resource on that ground. The other thing that changes the whole aspects of everything in this current climate is World War II changed everything. And as many people want to ignore that, America wants to stay out of it. World War II was the turning point for the world, society-wise and everything, because there was so much advancing. They began to go that stupid crazy with the research they put in the nuclear technology, a lot of advancing in space technology, to where now these countries watch each other from up there at all hours of the damn day. They sit there and watch each other. And when something needs to go down, who knows? They probably got weapons that float around up in space that are probably hovering right over a country that could be top secret, and they launch it and just aim straight down and be there. It may not even take 2 hours. They probably got space weapons that just shoot straight down, nuclear war capable weapons, and you tear out a city and you just try to beat a country into submission. But what Russia is doing is trying to recapture lands of people who have no, they don't even speak the same language. That's the other thing. And it just tells you where these were people who were once occupied people. So, I mean, there's many ways of looking at these conflicts, but America will step in there based on the two nuclear powers of the world. And also you got to look at China in there as well.
Yeah, Brandon, you don't think it affects you like, okay, I'm gonna just tell you how it affects you this much. Imagine how powerful America would be if Mexico is no longer Mexico. That's just America too. You know what I'm saying? It's no longer Mexico. That's America. Brazil is no longer Brazil. That's America. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit, especially when it's a neighboring country like that, where you can just walk over and just take over the shit. Like, come on, man. America should not just be going over, just taking over Mexico. Like, it affect those people. It affects the world. It affects the politics. It affects the resources. It affects the money. I don't think we should be putting boots on the ground. Unfortunately, I think it's inevitable. That's what I'm worried about, Brandon. Before I continue, though, let me give the $2 drop to D Bevel the champ. He said Israel has a lot too. It has a lot what? A lot of what? But he said Israel.
He's talking about nuclear weapons. He's talking about nuclear weapons, Mark.
Okay. Well, look. Even if y'all know what he was talking about, I was trying to bait him in the conversation, trying to get him to pull up.
My bad. You asked the question. Sorry.
I asked it to him. Respect. Let me give him the drop.
I'll give you the $2. You give him the $2. All right, pay him the $2. Oh, pay the $2.
Brandon, I play country dumb. Sometimes I ask questions that I know the answer to, but then sometimes I ask questions that I don't know the answer to, and then sometimes I ask questions just to get the person who asked the question to engage more. You never know with your boy Marq Nash. You never know. But
if you change the inflection in your voice, I would have known that you. I would have known that. You probably just should have changed your voice.
You never know, Brandon. You never know. You only tune in when you got smoke with me on this conversation.
No,
you are not D-Ray. D-Ray will pull up just to say, Marq Nash, I'm loving the show. Man, keep breaking them beats. D-Ray, Mark, I don't like what you said about the big fish. I don't like what you said. For Bud Crawford, he a bitch. Respectfully, you never said Bud Crawford is a bitch, but
it never will.
In my mind, that's how you sound though. That's all I hear. All I hear is, Yeah. Marq Nash. Stop showing that picture. Stop showing that picture of Errol Spence kissing Yellow Beezy. Why you keep showing that video, Marq?
Hey, that's your Texas
Marq.
accent. That's funny. Is that your Texas accent, Mark? That's funny.
Bro, what's wrong with this nigga, bro?
Take that down, Marq. No, that's not my Texas accent. That's my Brandon Washington accent.
Okay, all right.
I'm fucking with you.
I take it. But this is what I will say. Like you said, as far as boots on the ground, I don't see a reason why it should be boots on the ground. And also, why if the United States is going to engage in war or even send troops overseas, don't we have to go through Congress to do that? Some more politicians?
Actually, no. You got up to a certain amount of troops you can send. I think it's 100,000 troops for 90 days. Somebody do your Googles on that. But that could have been up or reduced. But I remember that happened like that, like they signed that shit like a long time ago, where a president can send up to X amount of troops overseas for up to 90 days without declaring war. So yes, we can put troops on the ground. We can be involved, and we can do it for, I think, if I'm not mistaken, somebody fact check me on this. Where's Nick Rich at? Where's my girl? Where's my sister at? Nick Rich, where you at? Queen P, where you at? Shout out to the sisters, man, because the ladies be heavy.
You got to think Vietnam.
So
Vietnam wasn't approved by Congress, and I don't think the Iraq War.
But you get up to like 90 days where you can put group troops on the ground and you without declaring war. And Congress approved that a long time ago. And yeah, that's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
So from what I understand,
something else, like you don't gotta call it a war. You can just call it, like Reggie said, a conflict.
So
but people are dying and you sending soldiers over, it's a war, baby.
So basically, once again, did Biden come out and explain to the American people why is he sending troops over there? They just said that Russia was getting ready.
He hasn't sent any troops.
I thought it was troops on their way. I thought he activated.
I haven't seen that.
He sent like 5,000, but it was for supporting roles. They probably the ones who send the weapons and stuff like that.
And medical, they sent niggas like us, combat medics. Send us out there. Send combat medics.
So basically, the United States is basically going to assist and support. Basically, go watch.
Well, we got FSBs in the Army. We used to call it FSBs. It was called Forward Support Battalions, and it's like a makeshift hospital. Brandon Washington. This shit is like a big ass tent. This shit is like as big as a football stadium. Well, not a football stadium, not something as big as that. But imagine like a high school arena, like a high school basketball stadium, like like a high school gym, where you gotta like that's a big space. But in between there needs to be eight aid stations. So you'll have that, but then you'll have another support station set up beyond that. So like we'll do triage. The people we can work on here on the field, we send them here. Then you got the next station right here. You got the little aid stations that might be like the little gyms. But then you'll have a hospital set up that's about the size damn near of a baseball field. Or you either take over the airspace there, or you take over or you insert yourself, you position yourself in their hospital, and you bring in professionals. But also what comes with that is protection. Look, America learned a long time ago in World War I, World War II, World War I. Whoever controls the air controls the war. When you control the airspace,
that was World War II.
World War II. Because you remember they taught us this at some point in AIT and basic training, like, but the war of the air. Yeah, whoever wins that air, man. Like, yeah, that might have been World War II, because yeah, Yeah, there you go. Air warfare in World War II. That's how that shit was over a little quicker than World War I. We didn't have no more world wars since. Because we take over your airspace, we control what comes in and out the country. We can get troops in, we can get troops out. We can get supplies in, supplies out. You can't get nothing in, nothing out. We take over all your airfields. And that's been the game plan for a long time. But the cyber war, that's where Russia is dangerous, where they can just hit a button on the grid and shut down the lights in your country. Let me get this phone call. Where's that? Hey D-Ray, I think you called the wrong number, bro. You called my regular number. I don't think you called the show number. I don't see you on the show. All right, hang up, call back. Shout out to my guy D-Ray. D-Ray pulled a Reggie right there. He called. That nigga said, no, I'm calling you, nigga. I know you. I'm calling your real number. But call one of the show numbers. I'll let you on the air right now. Again, shout out to D-Devil the Champ. All right, 402, what it do? It's my guy D-Ray. Tell him your name again, where you calling from, bro.
D-Ray out of Omaha, man. How y'all do, man? Great panel, man. I mean, for real, bro. Y'all bring in perspectives to this story, things that people have thought about and haven't talked about and talked about when they didn't know what they was talking about. So y'all doing a great job, man. I mean, for real, Marq Nash, salute to you, bro. Especially doing this on the fly, bro. You talk about freestyling, just going off in there and getting a cipher going with the homies, man, and y'all just cooking this thing, man. I mean, you know, we was gonna talk about one thing and then you know, this other thing jump off, bro. But you know the thing, man, that I noticed is with the boxing, bro, was the thing that really broke the tension in the story. You know what I mean? As we going like, man, this is really major. You know, then all of a sudden we got to go, man, well, we need 2 minutes of boxing talk real quick so we can laugh or, you know what I'm saying, or something, man. But I'm just saying, man, like I remember, bro, when they started Nightline, when they had the Iran hostage situation, right? Wow, and then when they started Desert Storm, bro, and they was, you know, you could just see the lights and they was, you know, the U.S. military is almost like, man, we got this down to a video game now. You know, we just sitting here pressing buttons and using drones and, you know, all these new toys we got. And, you know, and then we go off into Afghanistan for 20. And then we sit here, man, and we see Russia do this. And on the fly, Marq Nash, you able to bring up video and, you know, let our community be able to voice its opinion about the world's issues, man. So I salute you for that, bro. I mean, and it's intelligent conversation when we're talking about NATO and Ukraine and membership and my brother HLD talking about the pipeline that they want to be able to run the oil lines down, you know what I mean, so they can, like we know, you know, about the money, you know what I'm saying? So salute everybody, man. Y'all doing a great job, man. I'm going to fall back, bro, but I just wanted to say, man, that you're doing a great job, bro. Everybody subscribe, like, and share this, man, because I'm telling you, I think that tomorrow, bro, when people like, you know, AKA the Sleepy Joe wake up and they going to be like, what happened? And we already going to have it broke down, bro. So I appreciate you for that, man. Don't
hang up. Let me say this.
My brother.
Man, you the best caller ever, bro. Thank you so much, man. Like, every time you call, bro, like, I used to be taken back sometimes because you're always so forthcoming with the flowers and, man, you're so humble and you never shy away from giving somebody their props. I wish Brandon Washington was more like you. I just want to say I hate Brandon Washington. I love him, but I hate him. Like, we need more Brandon Washingtons. We need guys that we can disagree with but still let them speak, and we love them. And look, me and HLD don't agree all the time. Me and girl behind the mic, Queen P, like you pick them. But you know what, man, motherfuckers like you make the show dope, because you'll call in just to say, good job. And I'm listening.
Absolutely, bro.
And I'm paying attention. Man, that's what we do it for, man. That means more than the money.
Got him!
I hit the wrong button. I really hit the wrong button. I meant to hit that button. I was like, yeah, but you got me, bro. You got me, man. Like, look, before I let you go, I just want everybody to know D-Ray is the reason why I created and maintained a phone line for this show. He says, man, I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. You talking about Bud? You talking that good shit? I don't know how to join the panel yet. But when I do, I'm gonna be hell. But in the meantime, man, set up a phone line so I can call in. So, man, you more than welcome to call in anytime. My brother, I love you. I respect you. Salute. Thank you so much for always calling in and never acting like Brandon Washington. Say that again. I'm sorry.
Brother. Hey, I just wanted to say too, man. Hey, and that funny part, man, was when you did the accent and he asked you, was that your Texas accent? Man, I was dying. But then you came back with that was your Brandon accent, or you know what I'm saying, man. I just was like, man,
Hey,
I was over here crying, bro.
Hey, look, me and Brandon got this love-hate relationship back and forth. I think he wants me to be great, but
absolutely.
But really, I am Daniel's son, and he is Terry Silver, and he's just looking at me at the dojo punching wood all day, like dumb nigga, I got him again. He's just punching the wall all day. Yeah.
Stop that, Mark.
No, Brandon, come on, man.
And that's the one thing, though, man.
He said, "Get right, Mark. Get right."
And I'm gonna go right here, bro. But I just wanted to say, but that's the one thing about Brandon, though, bro. Brandon will call in and he will come in on the panel, man. So I salute him for that, bro. You know what I mean?
Brandon's a good dude, man. He's a good dude.
All right, man. Please get back to a great show, bro. Great coverage of this, though.
Thank you so much. He was like, man, get me off this phone, man. My baby mama just walked in the room, nigga. I gotta go. Hey, look, man, we didn't even get on the hip hop topic. Let everybody give me their final thoughts on this this breaking news with the conflict going overseas. I did not expect 2 hours on this. We did not even get into any hip hop talk. If y'all want to stick around. We're gonna get into that. About Pepsi dropped the Super Bowl halftime show. Amazing timing. They paid $50 million for that slot. They no longer want it. Give me your final takes on this Ukraine issue. Let's get into this Pepsi dropping the Super Bowl talk after this. Let me I'm not going in order of importance but I'm just going in whoever wants to speak first. Go ahead. Final thoughts on this. But stick around because we're gonna do this next topic.
Yeah, I'll go first. I'm waiting to see how this thing unfolds, seeing how the world leaders respond, because they did have that United Nations meeting tonight, and the way the Ukrainian don't know what his position is, but the way he spoke at that United Nations meeting tonight, and he spoke to the Russians.
The president.
Yeah. No, not the one you played. Not the one you played. It's another one from a Ukrainian official that was at tonight's United Nations emergency meeting. He was telling them that war criminals, calling the Russian war criminals, they all go to hell. Then he's like almost try to slam his mic. He like pushed that shit away. Like, let's get ready for war, motherfucker.
Wow. And this was their representative.
Yeah. This is tonight.
It was an hour ago, right? Is his name? Is he the Secretary General?
It might be. It was if they're at the United Nations thing. I'll find out his name.
Put Reggie. While everybody give me their final thoughts, please put that link in the chat. Whatever you're talking about with that, please pull that up.
I got you.
Please, I need that. We're gonna play that right now. HLD, Brandon Washington. Whoever want to go first. I'm not picking people by order of importance or who was here first or who been following the show longest or who sent me the most super chats tonight. Man, I don't give a fuck about none of that, man. Look, God pays me back in more ways than you guys know, man. Like when you guys leave comments, you guys pull up on the show, you tell people like, ironically, real quick, while Reggie pulling it up, look, I'm buying airspace. I'm learning. Buying airspace. While Reggie does this, before y'all do your final thoughts. Bro, I was just randomly on Coach Malachi's show today, and I wasn't supposed to be there as long as I was there in the chat because I had other shit going on. I had a good day today. It's my birthday week. My mother-in-law, she was like, yo, I'm coming over, picking up the grandbaby. I'm just about to do stuff. You know, my mother-in-law is super dope. Like, she'll come over here and want to cook dinner. I'm like, no, I want to eat your food. I'm trying to get some pussy. No, I'm joking. Respect. Peace. I mean, she's fine, though. My mama-in-law fine, though, my nigga. Like, I don't know how everybody else got a problem. My mama-in-law fine. You know what I'm saying? And she be kissing me on the cheek. And I feel her tongue a little bit, HOD. Respectfully. Like, I don't even let her kiss me on the cheek no more. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, God damn, Sin. I don't even call her mama-in-law no more. I be calling her, like, what's up, Sin? What it do though? I was like, hey, look, I be talking to my mama-in-law like she in the chat, like, peace, queen. How you doing, gorgeous? Got you some flowers for Valentine's Day. My wife's like, nigga, you ain't buy me no flowers. Like, bitch, you don't like flowers no more. Your mama still like them. She know a real nigga when she see him. I'm joke. Guy, look, this is jokes. These are jokes. Okay, it's a joke. HOD, it's a joke mixed with a little bit of truth, though, respectfully. You know how we do.
Yeah.
Dude's got that onion, nigga. Hey, look, and she still be wearing them old school player bras, like with the cones on them.
Say, Mark, you doing too much
man, you
now.
checking her out now, bro. You even know what she wearing, bro.
Mark.
Okay, we doing the most. Reggie, I'm doing a lot of airtime buying right now. You post that in the private chat right now. Got to put it in the private chat so I can put it on the screen.
Yeah, I'm still looking for it.
Okay.
I gotta find out how to send it.
Okay, hey, look.
I'll get my final thought.
No. Look, I'm having a little fun right now with my mom-in-law right now. I can't do that no more.
Nah, you need to chill out on your mom-in-law fetishes, man.
I'm gonna tell you some crazy shit. I'm gonna tell you some ironic shit. You ready for this? Me and my father-in-law have the same birthday. Yep, my wife married a dude with the exact same birthday as her daddy. So every birthday, I gotta look at that onion booty on my mama-in-law. I'm like, God damn, mama-in-law, like this shit, she got that experience too, you know. She know how to keep a nigga. Hey yo, she know how to keep a nigga for 40 years. My wife be trying to hang out with her friends. I be like, bitch, fuck hanging out with your friends. Go hang out with your mama. Ask your mama what was popping. Ask her what she cooking. Ask her what she put in that gumbo. You know what I'm saying? You need to get your mama sauce. Your friends can't keep no nigga, respectfully. Damn, I shouldn't have said that. We still live?
Yep.
All right, look. Hey, look, let's run damn, where's the extensions of you commercial at? Oh shit, I ain't even got one. Damn. Uncle Kenny's about to be a new sponsor of the show, so I'm gonna be running some Uncle Kenny ads on the show. Shout out to Uncle Kenny Savoy. Y'all know him in the chat as K Savoy. He has officially agreed to be a sponsor of the show, and he said, man, do what you want to do. He said, I ain't holding nothing back, and I ain't gonna hold you back. So Uncle Kenny is about to be one of our official sponsors, and man, we're gonna support him. Somebody save me, please.
I would definitely do that. What I would say about even war and watching war, we forget that civilians die in war. Like, I'm just looking at a video a minute ago while Mark was talking, and it shows Russian cruise missiles blowing up the Ukraine airport and people running from the airport. Those ain't soldiers running from that airport. Those are not soldiers. Those are civilians in that airport trying to get the hell out of their country. So what we got to remember, yes, war, and sometimes I think we become desensitized, but the civilians take the most because you destroy the infrastructure. They said they just destroyed all their air defenses. And also they're targeting their banking system. They're doing cyber. I think they hacked it. So all of this shit that goes down when it comes to war, it ain't just soldiers going out to a battlefield meeting each other and then doing it old school style. They're involving the whole country, which is sad. I think it's just sad that in 2022 that we still have. We're not a sophisticated people as far as on this planet. We're not sophisticated. We still want to dominate the resources. We still want to control who sent a stupid ass pipeline down some part of the land somewhere else, where it goes, who can do this. I told you what it's called, Reg. But I just think it's sad, and it shows the unsophistication of the dominant people who run this planet.
Hey, go ahead, Reg. You gave me a lot of links in the chat. I'm looking for the right one with the guy talking.
It's the last hyperlink on there, the bottom one.
All right, well, why I pull that up? HLD, give me your final thoughts on this, and we're gonna get into this hip hop talk. Damn, Brandon, where Brandon go? I ain't into the show, Brandon. I'm just giving I just want everybody to give me their final thoughts on this Russia going to war shit, because I'm sure as time progresses, we're gonna get more on that. But damn, man, I ain't mean it. I ain't. Damn, that he said what he had to say and hung up. Go ahead, HLD.
Well, I can say, man, I can only pray and hope that this gets, the resolve of this is with the least amount of lives. It's no matter what, war is ugly. Sometimes it's unnecessary, but it's ugly, and a lot of innocent lives get caught in between. Just like the gentleman was just saying, a lot of civilians. So let's just hope that, just pray and hope that it gets resolved in the most least amount of lives lost possible. And let's just hope it doesn't escalate into anything more than what it should be, because having to go to war with Russia it's going to be everybody's business on the planet, and that's not something we want. So let's just pray and hope that this gets resolved in the most efficient way possible. And that's that.
Sorry, go ahead, finish your thought. I'm sorry.
No, that's all I have to say, man. I mean, there's not much else to it. I mean, let's just hope that it gets resolved in the best way possible, with the least amount of lives lost, and that's it.
Stay with me, HLD. We're gonna get into this hip hop talk too, because I got a question. Like, why did Pepsi drop the Super Bowl?
I don't know, man. It's the first of me hearing it, so I want to hear some details from you later.
Stay with me on that. Hey, look, a lot of times people think like the show is just boxing, it's just hip hop, but I'm glad we had this conversation tonight. I'm gonna make this a segment of its own, but I want to do more conversations like this because I follow this stuff. Then, granted, the more I get the audience acclimated to it, and we can separate the audience, the more you guys are really get the full gist of what we're doing over here. But I think you'll be surprised at how many people in the audience, like HLD. I ain't gonna lie, you surprised me tonight. I ain't gonna lie, respect. Like I'm impressed at your perspective, at your acumen, at how astute you are on the knowledge on what's going on and how aware. And even if we might not agree, but even though I agree with you on a lot of your standpoints tonight, but I don't want people to think like this is that type of show. You know what I'm saying? Where we always gotta agree. But I do agree with you on a lot of your points here. But I'm surprised that you even have these points. Like all I know is boxing conversations, maybe some relationship talk. You know what I'm saying? Some hip hop talk. So, like I said before, people think we don't want to talk about the news. No, we just don't like the news as it's presented to us, and we don't have a voice. You feel me?
Absolutely. That's why something even with Reggie, man. I mean, a couple of times I'll be popping in on this thing. He'd be doing his reading and whatnot. And
whoa! Don't
I
pop
do that thing. Yeah.
Never
pause.
Silence.
I never want you popping in on this thing. Reggie, he gonna pop in on your thing, Zaddy.
I want to hear that.
Man, I don't talk in fruit language.
I'm fucking with you. Hey, look, they gonna clown me because I'm the one that said it. I said Zaddy. Hey, look. They gonna project it. But look, Reggie, talk to us about this clip you sent right here, my bro.
Oh yeah, this is the dude from the Ukraine as he gives his closing statements to this. It was about a 2-hour meeting. Matter of fact, it was a lot of people watching that live as they were conducting. I think it was about like 10,000 people or could have been more when I got on there. But he was making the statements to the Russian representative that was at this UN council meeting. He was letting them know about purgatory. There's no purgatory for war criminals. And he said they go straight to hell, speaking of the Russians. And then you watch how he kind of like dropped the mic, like pushed the mic away. Almost like now, let's get ready for war, motherfucker.
Oh, let's see it. But who he got with him? Who got his back though?
Who got his back? All these countries. You just seen Australia put sanctions against Russia, the UK,
so he gave
America.
The final statement after everybody put their sanctions on him. He gave the final statement, and then Russia said, "Well, fuck it. When it's on, it's on."
It's
and
on.
pushed the button. And after they said less than minutes. It was minutes after Putin gave his statement. Bombs went off in Ukraine. Let's see this clip. Look at him take his mask off.
As I said, relinquish your duties as a chair. Call Putin, call Lavrov to stop aggression. And I welcome the decision of some members of this council to meet as soon as possible to consider the necessary decision that would condemn the aggression that you launch on my people. There is no purgatory for war criminals. They go straight to hell, Ambassador. As I said, relinquish your duties as a chair. Call Putin, call Lavrov to stop aggression. And I welcome the decision of some members of this council to meet as soon as possible to consider the necessary decision that would condemn the aggression that you launch on my people. There is no purgatory for war criminals. They go straight to hell, Ambassador.
Ain't no in between. Look at him push this shit. Drop the mic. He said, "Hey, look, Reggie.
As I said,
Reggie, your boy pushed the mic away, but Reggie, in real time, this is what he did. He was like, let me get me a fake mic. I'm gonna get a fake microphone here. Let me give me a fake mic. I'm gonna grab something in the studio that I can't damage. Here we go. As I said, you fucking with me and my people, homie. When it's on, it's on. Ain't no in between for y'all fuck niggas. Oh my God, I'm live. I'm supposed to be saying this. We're supposed to be reporting news. Hold up. Ain't no in between. Ain't no purgatory when you coming at me and my people. It's straight to hell, baby. We when it's on, it's on. Ukraine. Like
that nigga removed his mask like a straight gangster.
Like,
that was the hardest shit.
Reggie, that motherfucker snatched that mask down like this.
You remember how Hulk Hogan used to rip his shirt? That's how that nigga took that mask off. Like nigga is on.
Reggie took the mask off like this. Ukraine, bitch.
Them niggas ready.
Hey, but y'all got my back though, right? I ain't by myself, Emma. You with me, right? Hey, you see us, right?
He like, help! You know, hallway, help!
Get him off me. Get him off me. Hey, look, this shit ain't funny, man. It's sad. It's sad in a major way. Let's move on to something else, man. Let's move on to something else. So in hip hop news, damn, man, I spent 2 hours and 13 minutes on Ukraine. Damn. In hip hop news, if you didn't know, Pepsi is dropping the NFL halftime show. Give me 30 seconds, man. Let's run this outro. I'll be right back. It's your man, Marq Nash. I'm doing the show a different way. 30 seconds. Stay right where you at.
This that squad side.
This is madness.
Side, we back with another one. Back in the lab with your man, Marq Nash. Another great episode of Breaking Beats. He is I am he. having a good conversation here. I got my guy Reggie O with the Killer Show, all the way from Las Vegas by way of South Central. And we got my guy HLD on the MIC. HLD, what up, though? How you feel? What's the deal? Reggie O, what up, though?
What's up?
Talk
¿Qué
to
pasó?
me. Hey, look, man. HLD, where you from for the people who don't know? What part of the earth you roaming the turf?
Let's say la isla del encanto, Puerto Rico.
Hey, okay, Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. That's racist as fuck, ain't it? Like, ain't it? Like, I just assume Puerto Rico, like, y'all just about to party all the time. Like, nigga, we got our struggle too. Racist as fuck. Look at me, a colonizer. I look at going to your native land as touring. I'm like, that's America too. Fuck it. That's my Puerto Rican brothers. But you guys are my Puerto Rican brothers. And I hope you guys know that I am your brother. I am your neighbor. I love you guys. I hope you love yourself. Hey, man, what you think about this shit right here? HLD, take the lead on this shit, man. The Pepsi is dropping the NFL halftime show. This is a $50 million deal right here. Whoever takes over this, I believe Verizon and Amazon are in the lead for the bidding. But I guess when you bid for the halftime show, you got to be like already a sponsor already. Like, this is the crown jewel of sponsorship. Like, you can put your commercials on all day, but this right here is the crown jewel. Why is Pepsi not renewing the deal? Is it because of hip hop and Jay-Z? Is it because Eminem took a knee? Is it because of, hey, look, our contract ran out. We just got other plans for the budget. Or hey, $50 million is too much for one concert. What do you think about this topic, HLD? And what do you think about Pepsi? Like, and ironically of the timing, right, Reggie, HLD, chat? Shout out to everybody in the neighborhood still here pulling up for this backup episode. Why now? Like, isn't it possible? Is it possible? I'm just saying, is it possible? They want to take a stand with a certain community who's not feeling this halftime show. As much as us in the hip-hop community say, hey, this is the best halftime show ever, Pepsi has been feeling the heat. They've been feeling backlash. I got my girl behind the mic. Peace to the queen. She said, drop the link. Peace, sister. You ain't got to ask me what once with your sexy self. Look at her. Look at her, Reggie. Look, y'all don't turn me into y'all. Look at me. I'm up here objectifying the beautiful sisters on the show. That's why they don't even put their emojis up. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I got to compete with her. Got to compete. You know what I'm saying? No, y'all ain't got to compete with nobody. But when we see God's greatness, like, we got to salute, right, Reggie?
Absolutely. And women love that shit.
And you got to shoot your shot.
They love nasty niggas.
Right. Hey, look, HLD. Reggie, HLD, I used to be the dude on the show, be like, leave them alone. They didn't come up here to be on no dating show. Like, leave the sisters alone. But then I had to realize they know where they at. They know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? Now, man, that sound bad, man. They gonna play this clip on the slut walk. Just because I'm a woman and I pull up on an all-male panel doesn't mean I should be objectified and don't mean I want to give you the pussy. But it's gonna be some girls gonna be like, I'm singing like a motherfucker, and I pull up on a panel with all niggas and be like, yeah, I'm trying to give away some pussy. Like, who's taking? Because I showed been on the show.
Sophisticated ladies.
You married? I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk. I'm like, oh shit. We about to make it tonight.
Hey, look, even sophisticated ladies love one night stands.
How many you had? Let me give you the Terrence Crawford face. Hey, look at my Bud Crawford face. How many you had, nigga?
Man, I should be a king of one-nighters. A king.
Nigga, you ain't no one night. You had a one night. I bet you did, because they ain't want to fuck you twice, nigga.
Dude, like, that shit was cool with me.
White t-shirts. I'm tired of these white t-shirts. I can't take. He come to the wedding with a white t-shirt. He go to the funeral with a white t-shirt.
Absolute.
It's a joke. It's a joke, but it's a joke coming from Reggie's own show. He gets the joke. His followers get the joke. I'm not disrespecting the man. It's a joke. Hey, Gorgeous, how you doing?
Shout out, doing good. How are you guys doing?
Thought you were talking to me, Mark.
HLD. Now look, you see the type of energy you bring. You never would do that to Punch Drunk Boxing. You would never do that to Punch Drunk. Look at you over here, Terry Silver. Got me like the Karate Kid punching wood. You are not here to help. You would never do that. HLD, look, respectfully, HLD, you know, I would never do this in real life because I respect you. But for the sake of entertainment value, I need you to hold it. Don't you ever tell me I'm calling you gorgeous. And shout out to Punch, man. Shout out to Punch. Go ahead, girl behind the mic. How you doing? HLD, he played me. He played me, Reggie. It's demon time. HLD, you right on point. You right on point with it. I don't care if it's 20 people watching. I don't care if it's 2,000 people watching. Keep that same energy, bro. I love it. And you my guy. I just had to joke with you back. Go ahead, girl behind the mic. With your red curls.
Thank you. And I'm going to cash in all my compliments, guys. Thank you.
Hold on. Say that again.
I said I'm going to cash in all my compliments. Thank you very much.
Oh, shit. We'll talk about it. Hey, girl behind the mic. And I'll be your freak for the night. Only on the phone. Only on the phone. Bruh. All right. I tried it. Go ahead. I tried. I failed. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to do a little bit more research for the Pepsi. I think it was more so probably speculation, a business move, because I try to think maybe it's the culture, but they had like Cardi B, I thought, well, some Super Bowl. I thought she did a Pepsi commercial. So, you know, so I think it's just a business move more so, I think.
So you don't think it's about Eminem taking a knee, ain't about Snoop wearing the Crip outfit. It's not about the $50 million.
No.
Go ahead.
No, I don't think it's got anything to do with Snoop wearing his outfit and Eminem taking a knee, only because companies like Pepsi and Coca-Cola and so forth, they're driven by profits. They don't care who makes the profit as long as you're going to bring the revenue into the company. So I think it was probably a strategic business move, perhaps. I could be obviously wrong, but I just don't see Pepsi being political. You know, I don't.
Okay. Anybody want to reply to that?
Well, she took it right out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was gonna say. I was gonna say maybe the analytics show that.
I thought you wanted her to put it in your mouth. Like what happened? Like. Go.
But I think it's all about analytics. I mean, it is. I think it's a business move. I mean, exactly. They are driven by profits. You know, they're not driven by political. They're just like MJ. They want to sell their product to everybody. They don't care who it is. So I think it's more of a business move. I don't think it has anything to do with the hip hop or anything like that, because you know it represents something that they're not about or anything like that.
Anybody else want to jump in?
Yeah, my thing is you brought up the other two people bidding, so it looks like they got two other people bidding. You said Verizon and Amazon.
No. You know, Pepsi got first dibs. They dropped it. So now that they dropped it, now it's a bidding war. But Pepsi could have kept it rolling. Pepsi like, I ain't fucking with this nigga shit, respectfully.
Or would it have been that they would have had to renegotiate?
Hold on, Rachel. Let me say this. I have not seen the contract. So put a case on your boy Marq Nash. I have not seen the contract. But from everything I'm reading, Pepsi had like an offer of refusal. They dropped it. It's like they dropped, like that's the story. They dropped it. Not we refuse to resign, or hey, Pepsi loses a bidding war. To be honest and be to be fair to Pepsi, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to make it seem like Pepsi just said, "I fuck this nigga shit," but that's what it looked like because they had an option and they chose to pass. So now NFL is looking for someone. So, and now that they're looking, the people that they're looking at with the biggest bankroll. Because keep in mind, here's another thing, Reggie. Before I let you continue, this was a $50 million thing, and they telling us the artists don't get paid. Reggie, what the fuck is the 50 million, Reggie? I think that's gonna start being a thing that artists are gonna start being involved in too. Certain artists and Pepsi got like, yo, I got to deal with this artist. I don't got to deal with this artist. Or hey, I don't represent this artist. We tried to get this artist, they turned this down. But now I'm paying for a Super Bowl show and they a part of it. Or hey, I don't represent this. You get what I'm saying, Reggie? What is Pepsi getting out of it other than their logo? How many times is that? And if I'm Pepsi, I ain't mad neither. Like, where the fuck is my logo at throughout all of this shit? But go ahead. $50 million. The artists don't get paid. No, I mean, nobody's getting paid other than the dancers now. That's a big deal. It was a big deal for the dancers in the Super Bowl to get paid. But go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
But I think it could be maybe Pepsi wasn't satisfied with something because I don't remember seeing Pepsi anywhere branded during that halftime shit. I seen more Compton than I seen of anything with Pepsi. So maybe Pepsi could have been pissed that nothing branded with them was there. Maybe the dancers could have had Pepsis in their hands, or as they show with some of the party functions, there could have been a Pepsi in their hand. Like in this, you see it, but I think Pepsi should have been what they call it, where some people cover the label to stuff where they don't want to do the what they call product placement type stuff. There should have been more product placement in some of the performance acts that branded Pepsi. And maybe Pepsi could have been pissed off with this, that I'm not going to put no more money if I can't have my product shown on that field while those performers are performing, because Snoop and them stole the show. So it was nothing even related to this being a Pepsi production, except maybe when it came on sponsored by Pepsi, but you lose that after a while.
Pass it around. Anybody else want to add to that?
I mean, I do know that when it comes to the Super Bowl, these commercials are getting more whack and nobody even cares about watching it or anything. So maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's not bringing in the eyeballs that they need. And hey, Reggie made an excellent point. Like you wouldn't have known that it was about Pepsi at all that sponsored this last halftime show. Really, you just watch it, you don't see anything about Pepsi. So maybe they just saw that there's not enough return investment on this thing for them to be spending $50 million. But I don't think it has anything to do with any type of cultural differences or views that they don't want to be perceived as with hip hop.
Why not?
Because everybody drinks Pepsi. It doesn't matter from where you at. You know what I mean? So they don't care. They're driven by profit, just like girl behind the mic just said a few minutes ago. It's all about profit.
Look, everybody wear Nikes, but Nike wasn't out here trying to do those hip hop deals. You know what I'm saying? Everybody watch Netflix, but Netflix don't have to be out here doing certain deals that they're doing, Even when they are doing big deals with black content creators, you'll get people like Monique to say, hey, cultural and racial bias. You didn't offer me what you offered Dave Chappelle, who's a man, or Amy Schumer, who's white. You get what I'm saying? And she'd be like, yo, I got mad years in the game, more than Amy Schumer. I got a fucking Oscar. But some will argue, hey, you didn't get your Oscar for comedy neither. So, like, HLD, you get what I'm saying, my G?
Yeah, I get it, but she ain't no Dave Chappelle.
Say that again. Respectfully, though. Respectfully. But when people feel like they are targeted, disenfranchised, don't have a voice, like, you're going to get that, right?
Yeah, but then what? Let's say that's because it was cold. Then why doesn't Jay-Z's got the 50 million to take it
50 million take what?
to sponsor the halftime show himself. You know what I mean? If they feel that it's because they're being disenfranchised.
Slow down. It is. I did read this though. You have to already be a sponsor. It's almost like the 50 million is like oh, let's say I did ads on my show, right? Like you already got to be giving me ad money on the show for you to be the guy that when I do the intro, for you to be the intro song. You already got to be like, I'm just not gonna let Joe Blow start doing the intro song. You already got to be a member or a moderator. You feel me?
Jay-Z's already got the inside connection with the NFL though, so I mean, I don't. Just saying.
Absolutely. So it's nothing to do with the performance. So
no, not to me.
It's just poor timing with the announcement.
Coincidence. I don't think that they're not.
I announced it now. It just happened. We didn't need that in the news right now. They put that out there like they wanted, like they were standing with some people. They want certain people to know I'm standing with you. The people who are offended by this.
I'm just thinking maybe the analytics show that it bombed.
But no. Let me give you this. Here goes something that's from 2000. This is from October 2001, where it says the NFL Super Bowl halftime sponsorship rights to the market as deal with Pepsi is set to expire. So this deal was set to expire. Exactly. It could be them trying to make it into an issue that it, trying to, cloud it as if it was an issue with the presentation, Snooping and representing this, or Eminem taking the knee, but it was something that was set to happen. But with that performance, maybe the people running these articles are trying to spin it as if it's an attack at hip hop. But it was something from this article from October 2001. It was something set to happen.
Reggie, they had a 5-year deal, if I'm not mistaken. I think their last extension. And I agree with you on that. That's why that is one of the options. Let me take a screenshot. I do have that as one of the options for the survey in the chat. They're just moving on to other things. Almost like HLD said, look, I'm optimistic. Like sometimes people see the title of the show and they assume that the host. I remember Ness told me that a long time ago. He was like, man, people think just because the title is a certain way, I feel that certain way. No, I'm just asking the question. And I agree with him wholeheartedly on that, because a lot of times when I do these shows, people think I feel a certain way, or they think I'm trolling or I'm baiting you. No, I'm just trying to have a conversation. You feel me, HLD? Go behind the mic. Reggie.
Absolutely.
Right.
So that's why that's one of the options. But I still left the race out of it. But I do think some people out there, it's a contingency of people who say the timing of this is Pepsi taking a stand against hip hop and what they do and what they want to set with the knee, with the Snoop wearing what he wear. Because Reggie, they still talking about it. They also talked about 50 million just too much for one show. Like, why the fuck am I paying $50 million for one show? Did we sell 50? Did we sell 50,000 Pepsis that night? You feel me? HLB, go back to what you said. Also, is it Eminem wearing the taking the knee? But also, what happened? Snoop crip walking, wearing the what your cuz call it, Reggie? I said the bandana outfit, but he called it something else.
Oh, I don't remember what he said. Nuh-uh.
Yeah, they got a word for the bandana print over there on the West Coast. Man, you ain't no real West Coast nigga, man. Reggie.
We got so many words for shit.
Yeah, nah. And you don't know none of them. Get your ass up out of here. Now I'm joking. I'm joking.
It's certain people who talk Crip language. It's certain people who talk blood language. I mean, LA fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, so that's what it was, man. So basically, some people just think that's what's going on. Also, it just could, they like HOD said, well, they could just be moving on other things. Maybe they don't see $50 million like we didn't get nothing from that. If anything, people didn't like what happened.
But no, let me read this October article for you, where it says that this is a $2 billion deal that Pepsi signed, because Pepsi's on the right since 2012. Before that, remember, it was that Bridgestone Tire Company that held the deal. So Pepsi attained the show rights in 2012 as part of a more significant marketing deal valued at over $2 billion. So the NFL made a ton of money. So this is according to the Wall Street Journal. Before that, auto parts manufacturer Bridgestone held the rights and paid up to $10 million annually. Pepsi could still renew its deal with the league, says, but the NFL may also choose to carve out the halftime show, says, and sells the assets separately. Says the NFL declined to comment on it. Pepsi will remain the sponsor of the February game in Los Angeles with performance. They got Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, Mary J. Kendrick Lamar. So
Reggie.
yeah, this is something they knew already.
Right, Reggie. But what you're looking at is something that I saw as well. That's the story. Like they had an option to renew. Also, like it's $50 million for the halftime show alone. But that's what you pay us for that. But you already got to be a sponsor. You already got to be locked in.
Right. And you know where they fucked up at, Mark?
Which one?
Where Pepsi fucked up at is that they signed
Crawford face. Let me put that Crawford face on.
Yeah, this is where they fucked up at, because they try to hedge a deal as they seen back in 2012 the growth of the NFL. So they was like, Bridgestone only paying 10, I'm gonna get them with this 50 or however much they raised it, and I'm gonna own the rights to it for a whole decade. And then they didn't expect the NFL to go through this major hit with the boycotts of the NFL, viewership going down, and then also with the pandemic and stuff affecting things. So it's like, man, we got to save some of this money. We didn't overprice ourselves thinking, the NFL is going to have this type of dramatic growth, and it didn't.
Shit like that. Well, look, I got everybody here. Anybody got anything else on that before I move on? I kind of want to let you guys get your bars off. Did I open the phone lines? Did I ever say the phone lines were open? Or no?
No, you didn't.
Okay, the phone lines are open if you guys want to talk about this. Other than that, man, I'm gonna let y'all get y'all bars off. And before I end this tonight, I got a new game. I got a couple new games here, but finally I got a new game that is interactive for the panel and the chat. I noticed in our last game night, and I felt bad. I timed out Philip H, the all-time great, because he was in the chat giving out answers to and it be money on the board, yo. It's money on the board. So I got 3 of y'all here. Answer 5 questions, you win $25. Who want to play?
Let's go.
Cash App, PayPal, or Zelle. That's what I got. Who want to play? Girl behind the mic, you want to play?
I'm gonna try my best.
Do you want to play though? Do you want to win the 25? Because I'm gonna give you 25 regardless. Because just because I owe you 25.
Nah,
just because how beautiful you look. Nah, I'm joking. I'm fucking with you. Look, that's what they said to me when we played the last game night, and that's what made me feel sad. It was like, Marq Nash, you only giving away money because you got some girls on the panel now. If one of us won, a London Blood said, if one of us won, you want to give away no money. So let me announce the money early on, because Nick Rich never accepted her winnings. So random pop-up game night. But this game night is gonna be dope. It's 2 ways this game is gonna go. One, we're gonna play this warm-up round right here, and it's just an icebreaker round. There's no right or wrong answer. You just say something about yourself. All right, it's an icebreaker round. Then we're gonna get a little deeper. Then we're gonna get to the trivia. All right. So I'm gonna ask you guys each one question for an icebreaker round, and the chat can answer along too. There's no right or wrong answer with this. Only way
I'm not down with it, man. I'm not down with you going deeper of anything, bro.
That's what. Yeah. Okay,
pause.
You got me right there. Hey, look, you won that one right there. You got me. see. Who's calling in the neighborhood? 862. What it do? What's your name? Where you from, neighbor? 862. What's your name? Where you from, neighbor?
Hey, how you doing? This is Ahmed, calling from New Jersey.
What's your name, bro?
Oh, Ahmed.
Ahmed. Oh, Ahmed from the chat.
Yeah.
Hey, Ahmed, welcome back.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
Talk to me, man. What's on your mind?
No. Well, just a small little point is that, College Park is Atlanta. That's all. That's my point. Because I used to be.
Yo, I gotta look. Let me write that down. I gotta make this a timestamp. So you disagree? College Park is Atlanta.
College Park is Atlanta.
240. Okay, 240. Yo.
All right, Mark.
So you don't like the you ain't feeling shorty on her song, telling all of y'all ain't from Atlanta. If y'all, she said, "What hospital bed you shake?" Like she talking like ghetto. She said, "The North is not Atlanta.
Yeah. So that's,
South is not Atlanta."
We want to claim our Atlanta in College Park.
Hey, look, low key, respectfully.
I mean, we got the airport. All right.
Hey, look, respectfully. That video is shot at the Cobb County Atlanta Braves Stadium. The Braves Stadium is not Atlanta to me, bro. That's Cobb County. You know what I'm saying? That's Northwest.
Yeah,
that's Marietta to me.
All the time.
Yeah, that shit Marietta to me. Where they got the Atlanta Braves, the new Atlanta Braves Stadium. That shit Cobb County. That's Marietta to me. But I get
it. Yeah. It could be Marietta. I mean, personally, I lived in up over 400. So
all right, so you ain't from Atlanta anyway. So this don't affect you.
No.
I live in Atlanta. What you mad for?
No, I live in College Park. And I used to work in
College Park is not Atlanta though. That's 30349. That look, I know that for a fact because me just being a home. Well, I wasn't a homeowner then, but I was living in an apartment. How y'all say apartments? And I was living in apartments, and I remember using my Riverdale zip code trying to get cheaper car insurance because once my area code switched to 30349. That shit said College Park.
It changes.
And it changed my rates because College Park, they steal cars. They got chop shops.
Right.
Like Young John said, College Park, where they chop cars. Yeah, bro, they steal your car in College Park, bro. They'll come steal your car and switch the steering wheel out.
Yeah.
In your driveway. Bro, you got to block your old school car in with another car with a good alarm system. You better have a camera too.
But College Park is still, it's still OG.
Oh, I ain't say. Look, you can die anywhere, my brother. You can die in Omaha, respectfully. Like you can die anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't about that, but it's not Atlanta. So, and I get where she's coming from. Like some people want to claim their city, and I get it. It's all good. But let's not claim the bad things. Let's start claiming the good things.
But it was just like I was like, oh my God, come on, College Park is Atlanta.
Absolutely. All right, well, stop giggling and kikiing with me on the mic. You making me feel uncomfortable. Respect.
All right, thank you, my brother.
Get the fuck off here, nigga. No, Joe. Hey, no. Hey, seriously. Hey, before I let you go, I got a question for you. Hello?
Uh-huh.
Hey, look. Did you hear about the trans? Yo, did you? So you are in Georgia, correct? College Park, nigga.
No, I'm not in Georgia. I'm in.
Hold up, nigga. You doing all that caping and capping for Gobby Road and College Park, Old Natty, and you ain't even here, nigga. Man, hold this.
No, because I live there.
Okay. Respect.
I live there. I live in College Park.
I live in
Atlanta. I was Atlanta all the way.
All right, before I let you go. All right, well, look. Fuck all that bullshit. Look, let's get to this real shit. Look. Atlanta just gave a trans woman $1.8 million. $1.8 million. Have you heard about this story?
No.
Okay, panel, I want y'all to stay here because I'm gonna bring y'all back to this too. I want y'all to take on this. Atlanta, a transgender woman gets awarded by a judge $1.8 million because they locked her up for trafficking cocaine. She was jaywalking.
Okay.
She was jaywalking. They stopped her for trafficking cocaine, and they cut open a stress ball she had. The stress ball was tested for cocaine. Long story less long, she did 6 months in jail. It was not cocaine in that stress ball. It's just stress ball powder. The city and the county, whatever. They paid a $1.8 million.
And the county is wrong. You know, they got to pay up. I mean, you know, that's all it is. Because they're wrong, they're wrong. You know, I mean, they've been wronging people for some time now, right? So if they're wrong, they're wrong. It's just restitution. I mean, restitution. We're trying to do it in a manner that is palatable to the human. I mean, like, basically, how else can I pay you for the wrong that I've done to you? I'll just pay you. All right, you can live your life and do some wonderful things in your life. But you know, it's the best that we have, restitution. So no, I mean, if it's been educated and that it, you know, I mean, you know, it's what they owe. I mean,
for sure.
But who can say what the right amount is? It's almost never enough.
Hey, look, put me in jail for 6 months for some shit I didn't do. Oh yeah, $1.8 million ain't even enough.
I mean, it's
look, man, join the panel, man. Get involved. Don't just be a phone or a chat warrior. Join the conversation, man. You know your boy Marq Nash gonna protect you over here. We ain't gonna let nobody bully you on this panel, man. We love you. We support you. Plug anything you want to plug, promote. Hey, look, Nick Castellano is a car salesman in Chicago. Did you know Nick Castellano would give you 25% off if you just mention my show? I did not know that. Oh my God, I got a new sponsor. Let's do it.
Yeah, I've seen Nick. He called in earlier.
That shit crazy. Let's do it. Let's go to Chicago, buy us a new vehicle, drive it all the way home. Hey, look, we got to ask him what he's selling, though. He might be selling hearses. Like, you want to drive home in a school bus? Like, we sell school buses, 18-wheeler, hearses, and 4-wheelers. Like,
yeah.
Like, what is he selling?
I mean, if you got a Castellano calling your show, you're doing it all right.
Yeah, all right. So he all right. He
all right. You know what I mean?
Man, he a real one, and so are you. Thank you so much, bro. God bless you, bro.
No, I appreciate it, man.
And look, and I'm gonna tell you some real shit before I let you go. If you ain't heard it all day, right. I'm about to tell you something, and it ain't no joke. It's all real shit. You ready for this? Love you, bro. And guess what? So does the neighborhood in Breaking Beats, bro. We love you, man. God bless. I love you, bro. Look, without y'all, man, I'm just a dude sitting in the room talking to myself. So thank you, man, for your time. Thank you for your energy. If I can help you on your journey in any way, I'm only an email away, all right?
Equally.
All right, well, shit. Well, email me then. Start the email chain. Let's get it popping. Let me do what I can do. All right? God bless.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
I mean, you know, it's all, conversation, you know.
All right,
are...
Well, look, I start the conversation every night.
Fun, man. You kept us. Come on. It's like 3:00 in the morning. It's like,
don't remind. Hey, look, get off my phone. Don't remind people what time it is. I want the show is supposed to escape you away from reality. Get out of here. Get off my phone. Get off my phone. Hey, look, let's look. But yo, Reggie, $1.8 million. Here you go, right here. Girl behind the mic, take the lead on this. Trans woman awarded $1.8 million. The story goes like this. She was in jail. It's actually $1.5 million. Black trans woman who spent 6 months in jail on false charges awarded $1.5 million. A federal judge has awarded a black transgender woman from Atlanta $1.5 million after she spent 6 months in jail on fake cocaine charges. Sorry for the peeking in the mic. I just had to do the vocal inflection for the people who told me to do that. In October 2015, Juzima Goldrange was walking with friends in Atlanta. Police stopped and questioned the group, accused Goldrange and the group of jaywalking, a crime she said she did not commit, and was arrested. During the arrest, an officer searched Goldrange's purse and found a stress ball. He cut it open, tested it for cocaine. Defense attorneys said that despite the fact that the test was negative, the officer charged Goldrange with trafficking cocaine. During the arrest, Goldrange attorney said that one of the officers used the anti-trans slur, violating its own policy. After the subsequent arrest and the test by the GBI, which is the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, also came negative back, Goldrange was released from jail 6 months later, and the charges against her were dismissed. Let's react to this. $1.5 million. This happened in 2019. We are in 2022. I don't look, man. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all, and this some real nigga shit. I don't care how you feel about trans people, transgender men, transgender women. That's not what this show is about. You live your life however you want to live your life. I'm not here for that kind of conversation. What I am going to speak on is this: the injustice that this trans individual had to deal with. And according to the victim, because this person is a victim, said the cops started treating me basically different once they realized I was a trans woman. They start fucking with me. They picking on me. They trumped up charges. Reggie, girl behind the mic, HLD. Look, I don't care how you feel about this. $1.5 million. God damn. We paying that in Atlanta as taxpayers. Just because you fucking with somebody and you don't put up cocaine charges on them. Trafficking cocaine. This is powder in a stress ball. Before I pass the mic to the panel, I just want to tell my wife, I told my wife, I said, look, because of this individual right here, I keep a stress ball in my pocket at all times. I'm waiting for a cop to accuse me of selling cocaine. I'm going to cash out on y'all motherfuckers. Let's pass the mic around. Y'all tell me what y'all think of this story. Girl behind the mic, you take the lead. I would love to hear what you think.
So first of all, who is her lawyer? I mean, pay her for her pain. I'm wondering more so. I'm more so curious about the police officer. Like he or she.
Let me put. Look, while you talking, I'm gonna put him on the screen. Go ahead, keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
Yeah. So I mean, after you know what I mean, you can't cry over spilt milk. She's already done 6 months. I don't even like. I'm so nosy. I want to know if they put her like in the women's facility or the men's facility. What happened? So it's a lot going on in the amount of 6 months, and so I think she deserves that plus more because that police officer was crooked. But it doesn't surprise me. So here we go again.
$1.5 million for a stress ball. That's crazy, right? Like that's girl behind the mic. How much do you lose in 6 months? Somebody just imagine if you're not like I'm married. You're married, right? But imagine just being taken out of your home. You're not married. Like Reggie, what happens if you're gone out of your house for 6 months? Let me pass the mic to Reggie. You get what I'm saying, bro? Like, what happens to your rent, your apartment, your mortgage, your car note? Do you have a car note? Your health insurance, your job? You're just gone, Reggie. You're just taken away from civilization because you got a stress ball. Imagine how stressed you got to be walking around with a stress ball. Like, nigga, I be stressed all the time. I don't walk around with no stress ball, Reggie.
Man, I think about the impact of being gone on my kids. That's why I even tripped on a cop trying to write me a false ticket for being on a cell phone. Like, man, you ain't about to make me pay no damn falsified, like even a $400 ticket. Like hell no. That's $400 that can go to my kids. You ain't about to trump up no bullshit up on me because you think you have the rights to do that shit and the courts to believe you and all that type of crap. So I'll take offense when any time a cop does anything. I had a cop pull that crap with me, and ultimately it got thrown out. But to sit 6 months in jail behind something made up, man, hell, they better pay up. But it's cold blooded. But to sit inside of a jail ain't nothing that you it's just you sit in the cell and your time is just in there. You got nothing to worry about. You can get killed up in the jail. So it ain't cool, but the effects it have on your kids for you being gone like that. 6 months is a significant time to be away from a family, especially if you got young kids, because some cop out here doing a bunch of bullshit because he or she feels that they can. Like, that ain't cool.
And look, like I said before, man, I don't care how you feel about gay people, transgender people. Look, nobody should spend 6 months in jail for jaywalking and cops lying on you, yo. Nobody. HOD, go ahead. You got the floor.
There's truly not an amount that I mean, I'm lucky that she got that amount. I really am. That's a lot of money for your 6 months. But regardless of that, of the way the system is, they normally don't pay shit. But the disruption that it does on a person and their lives, it's beyond normal comprehension, especially if you're innocent. You know what I mean? You got to go through the bureaucracy of the system, which is written to put you in, but the rules to get you out are just they're like a pamphlet.
All right, let's run this article and we'll end it right here. I believe I got this. Yeah, man, this is crazy. Like, this was big news here in Atlanta. Some people, I think these stories are important to let people know, like, yo, you can't just be fucking with people for no reason, yo. I don't care if you agree with their lifestyle choices or not. Leave people the fuck alone, respectfully. You know what I'm saying? And I think we all can agree to that, right? We got a mature panel here.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, we ain't gotta agree with somebody's lifestyle choices, but 6 months in jail, you know what you took from this person? And like, I don't know who said it. Was it Reggie, girl behind the mic, or HLD? But what was the prison conditions? Did you have this person in the male jail, in the female jail? Even then, like, bullying and awkwardness and damage is gonna be taken on both sides, whether she was in the female jail or in the male jail. Don't think, yeah, you can experience some trauma. And I think because and this shit it kept getting tested. Like, it kept coming up negative for cocaine. And they not only did you didn't charge it with possession, you charged it with trafficking. Y'all get what I'm saying?
Run above and beyond.
Right, bro. Y'all just went too far. Yes, man. Not possession. Once you charge somebody with a certain thing, then you can make bail on a certain thing. Trafficking charges, like, the judge has sentencing guidelines. They got bail guidelines. You know what I'm saying, Reg? Girl behind the mic, HOD. Y'all feel me? Yep. Once you charge them with trafficking, that's different from possession. But it ain't even that. It ain't possession, ain't even trafficking. I'm dispassionate about this person the same way I was to be passionate about if it was my daughter, my son, your daughter, your son, your cousin, your mama, your aunt. Like, people get so caught up in their own insecurities that they can they'll ignore injustice if it don't suit them. You get what I'm saying? It don't suit your narrative. But let me do this real quick because this was big news.
Jury ruled in favor of a transgender woman.
And I'm showing this because somebody asked me who was her lawyer. So I believe the lawyer is going to speak right here. So that's why we're doing this. And after that, we can move forward.
Falsely arrested. This happened in 2015, downtown Atlanta. The jury awarded Jazima Goldring $1.5 million
Slow
against the
down.
Atlanta police officer
2015. Motherfucker been fighting for these M's. Only got 1.5. Lawyer gonna get what they get. Might walk away with. Hey, Red, girl behind the mic. HLD, what you think this individual gets after the lawyer gets this cut? If it's 1.5, the lawyer getting what? At this
50.
point,
It should be
like
20% should be the most, I believe, in lawsuit.
hell no.
I believe, or less, 20 or 10. Let me research.
It's a civil lawsuit, so I think if he ends up, it's not the same as for like, you know, like other lawsuits for injuries or something like that. This would be a civil lawsuit, so I think he's entitled to 50% of it, or he can charge up to 50%.
The lawyer.
The lawyer, yeah.
50%. But what if the case went to another lawyer before it got to the lawyer? Because keep in mind, like in Georgia, I do know this because of my own legal things that I've had. Because I sued people before, y'all. I sued.
Man, that lawyer talking about 50%. That tranny better plant that stress ball on the lawyer.
All right, and with that said, this episode is over. Reggie, anybody else got anything else before we?
So it says 10. It's about 10 to 40% that lawyers typically get on those types of settlements. What I was gonna
also includes medical bills.
I'm pretty sure. I think it's the entire compensation package. Now you were saying, what if another lawyer had it?
I end up only getting 20% one time. Maybe I had a fucked up lawyer. You know what I'm saying? But my lawyer passed the case off.
Yeah, you gotta.
So my lawyer might have took like 30%.
That's what I was gonna say.
The case off because now the cases went to litigation. You got to make sure when you hire. Look, people don't know this. When you get in a car accident, whoever you hire as your lawyer for that car accident, make sure they have litigation. Don't just hire them because they're on the billboard or you hear them on your favorite radio station. No, those people don't have a litigation team. So if your case, like if you got to get injections, if you got to go to therapy, like physical therapy, like, okay, your case is probably going to go to litigation. You got to make sure your lawyer has a litigating team. If not, they're going to outsource it, and that's going to come out your settlement. And you already signed off for that in most states. When you sign up with that initial lawyer, they got that in the paper now. Like, if we got to outsource, that come out your cut. Don't come out our cut. So let's say halfway through, if you didn't know that, you're going through your case. As you're going through your case, okay, now we get to the point of litigation where you be like, well, fuck it, I don't want to add nobody else to the case. I don't want to take more. Well, we got to drop you then. And now you're held with the bag of all the doctors that they don't send you to. So you're left in a situation where I got to ride with this lawyer and whatever we're doing. Because if not, they can drop me and now I'm stuck with the bag. Or you got to hire another lawyer. You get what I'm saying? Like the process can take years. That's why when I saw somebody in and every case is different. Because my case and certain cases that I'm referring to are dealing with physical injuries and car accident. These are things that can affect your wages, your living. You lost your home. You lost your job. You lost your kids. You lost, like, you took a lot of losses in 6 months sitting in jail for a false crime. Especially if you think it was triggered because of your sexual orientation or your gender preference. I'm just trying to be respectful. How am I doing? I don't know. This is political Nash. I'm doing all right. Okay, crickets. Okay, look, where Brad Pitt? Somebody cue Brad Pitt. Somebody cue Brad Pitt. All right, well, that's all I got for this one, man. Anybody got any final thoughts on this? And if not, we can go into this new game because I do want to chop it up with y'all on this new game night. Final thoughts, everybody. Give me your final thoughts.
No, that's all I got, man. That's messed up. That person had to spend the 6 months in jail off of something being planted on them. Anybody,
it wasn't planted. Keep in mind, no. I just don't want to misquote you. No, this person had a stress ball. Imagine you got your stress ball. They cut your stress ball open. Nigga, fuck your stress ball. And I'm putting you in jail. And I'm going to say your stress ball had cocaine in it. This person is already dealing with issues for being transgender. You get what I'm saying? You know, transgender individuals deal with all kinds of things. But for the motherfucker to say your stress ball to deal with the transgender issue that you might be, it's cocaine in this bitch. You fuck possession, you trafficking, you Nino Brown. Oh my God, Reggie, that's crazy, right?
Yeah, what happened to the cop though? That they
Oh, that's what I posted. I need the picture of the cop. Let me put the picture of the cop up. Yo, keep cooking. Go ahead. Let me get the picture of the cop up.
Yeah, there should be some type of reprimand for that cop that would do something like that, to go beyond the scope of his job. Because this is what I was talking about with one of the OG cats. Because we do a lot of the I'm saying me, but I'll be on a lot of the like the OG cats who do podcasting on here as well, and they speak about a lot of LA and Compton related stuff. But they were speaking about the kid Crip Mac.
What happened to him? What happened to him? People don't know.
Oh, he in jail. He didn't end up getting violated, and about the cops, setting him up and violating him on parole. But the thing was, where they speaking about, it's nothing somebody was on the panel saying there's nothing they can do. This is what they. I'm like, no, it's not. That ain't the case. A lot of people forget that a lot of these cops are employees. They ain't born out of police pussy. They're regular people born out of pussies like the rest of us who go and apply for jobs. Some of them let that shit go to their head, and some of them go unsupervised. And a lot of these guys are out here doing work, patrolling areas, unsupervised and alone. And especially at night, ain't no telling what happens. You get them brought up into a culture that becomes bad. Sometimes law enforcement agencies become infested with poor culture. That's like any culture in a company. A company can go through its ups and downs based on what kind of management they got in there that allows foul culture, women to be sexually harassed, racial discriminations, things like that, until that culture is changed. So within law enforcement, you have where cities are constantly going through settlements based on a poor culture, a bad hiring class, and infiltrated law enforcement force. And those things got to be cleaned up. And that's the same thing I was saying with them. Just because the police come in, bring 100 cops on the scene, they do this and they arrest you, don't mean that those cops are right. And I always tell people, used to always tell people that, especially when I was in LA, man, stop tripping with these goddamn cops and doing this and that, to acting like, so because some people think that the damn law enforcement agent is this the say it all end all. Like, no, you gotta go speak to a judge. And hopefully you ain't did shit. You ain't, because you get a lot of people who be guilty of shit or act like they innocent or something. But as long as you can defend yourself, you ain't done nothing, your person is to sit in front of the judge. And a lot of LA district attorneys, they drop a lot of cases because of some of the foul work being conducted by cops. But lucky this person had a lawyer that did their due diligence to investigate this cop. But hopefully that cop is off the force.
Go ahead. Pass it around real quick. I'm getting the picture right here because I'm finding the where I got the story from. Got to pull it.
And those cops took reverse psychology to a whole new level. They're like, oh, you want to say you're a woman because you say so? Well, we're gonna say this powder's cocaine because we say so. Like, damn, man, they crazy, man. But that's how they. But it's not even a transgender type of issue, as that happens with many other people in many other type of innocent cases. So it's not strictly, maybe the thing that triggered them was that, but planning evidence or making up false reports, that's all they got to do to make your life impossible. If you got an asshole cop, and most of the times they get away with it.
Hey, look, I do not have it right here, but I got the article to the story, but it's not in the original description of the blog. I'll add that to it. Look, y'all already know how I'm about to do it right now. If y'all don't know, this is my new style. When I end the show, if you saw it, you saw it. If you didn't, you missed it, bitch. Girl behind the mic, you got anything you want to add? But I'll put the link in the description, and so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Go ahead, girl behind the mic. Got anything you want to add to this one?
Yeah, no, just I mean, great points on that part. I'll just add to the fact that people do need to do their research when you are approached by lawyers, or if you do approach lawyers. And yes, if another lawyer gets the case of they sharing, there's so many things that they do in the back scenes where it can reduce your settlement. And then not all lawyers have integrity, so you still got to do your research because there's lawyers out here that are spending people's settlement monies. So just do your due diligence. That's all I gotta say. But it worked out for this lady here. So
Yo, I had a lawyer try to bait and switch me, yo. I agreed on a certain amount. The settlement check, we agreed on that. The company sent the check. And you know what the lawyer tried to tell me? It's like, yo, what the lawyers, what the doctors are asking for a higher settlement than we anticipated. So you might have to take about $1,000 less. I said, nah. I did like this. Respectful. I said, well, send the check back to Progressive then. Send it back. Well, we can't send it back then. Well, send me all that I agreed to, because I agreed to this amount. I didn't agree for $1,000. She was like, well, this is still a good amount, and you can still have a good Christmas for your family. I said, I was going to have a good Christmas for my family regardless. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like I'm paraphrasing talking to y'all with the passion. But I was just trying to be respectful. I was like, well, man, my Christmas is already taken care of. Like, what are you talking about? But that's what I was thinking. I said it that way in my mind. I was like, bitch, what you think? I need this like that where like I'm going to just take whatever? Nah, I agreed on this. We said this was cool. We took the check. And then you telling me I got to take less. The first time you called me about that bullshit, I told you no. We went up a couple grand. Now you trying to, and we agreed. Now you bring me down a grand. And then you know what the bitch tried to tell me respectfully? You know what she said? Well, some of these cases, like with soft tissue injuries and stuff, they haven't been going well in court. I said, that ain't my problem. Look, my job is to go there and tell the truth. Your job is to win. I text back. I said, well, I hope we win. When she texts me that, I text back, well, I hope we win. Let her know, like, we going all the way. I'm gonna tell you what changed everything. I had y'all ever heard of this app called Marco Polo? Comes on your phone.
No.
Okay, Marco Polo. This motherfucking Marco Polo kept the fucking video from years ago when I was on the phone with my sister right after the accident. And you got the girl on the recording admitting to rear-ending me. And yeah, that whole shit was crazy. Y'all.
Pause.
What it was a car accident. Man, let's move on to the game now. Hey, look, y'all give me 10 seconds. It's your man Marq Nash breaking beats. We break down business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, anything else you and I feel like talking about. About to get into this little quick impromptu game night. Stay right where you're at. Thank you, HOD, for bringing it home. Thank you. Yeah. What up, though? What's popping? What's happening? What's going on? You're back in the lab with your man Marq Nash, your favorite neighbor. Hey, look, man, I got an idea for this new way we're gonna do this game night, because sometimes when we do this game night, the game night gets a little discombobulated and everybody can't get their bars off. And sometimes people want to play and be a part of the game, right? But like they can't join the panel. They might be at work. They already know I'm an asshole when it comes to bad mic etiquette. So they were like, I just stay in the chat or I'll call in. I don't want to stop your flow, young brother. I respect what you're doing, young man. And I respect the OGs and the young folks too. So look, I got this idea for this game. This is an icebreaker, right? And these are different games. These are some fun games. One of these is an icebreaker. This one right here is called I Wish I Didn't Know. All right. So we got a couple games here. Y'all know we do the boxing trivia, sports trivia, lyrically correct. This game right here, you don't have to know hip hop, you don't have to know boxing. You get what I'm saying, Reg? Girl behind the mic, HLD. Y'all been around for my game nights, right?
I just saw you the other night with one. That was the first time, but yeah.
Oh, that's your first game night. Okay, we've been doing game night since May of last year. Yeah, we've been doing these game nights, and we give away money. And we give away little prizes. Sometimes it might just be a gift card. But yeah, man, shout out to Jules Gaming Lounge. Because he took my game to another level. He took the game from me, kept giving me props, but he took it to another level. So then we got to bring it back home. So he might have gave y'all $50 to $100. I ain't got it like that. Slow down. Let's do 25. All right. So we can have a couple winners. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? So and I like to do the game night late like this, where like, okay, everybody else left. These are the people that's really fucking with you, trying to play and trying to win some money. Because they need it. Or they just want to have a good time. So look, this game right here, though, you don't have to know boxing, you don't have to know sports, random shit. These are random trivia, but also this other game right here. Matter of fact, what my camera at? Let me just cut the camera. So I got 2 new games here. And this one game right here, it's called I Wish I Didn't Know That. Can y'all see the screen?
Yes.
This game is crazy. It's like some weird fun facts in history.
It's got a Karen on the.
Yo, I wish I didn't
Let's
know.
start.
This game is super fun. This other game is more like a couples game, but y'all know we have men, women, we have people all over the country, all over the world. This game right here is like a very fun game. It's a question for couples, but I'm gonna just ask it for the chat. So this game right here is super fun. So which one y'all want to do first? We got Girl Behind the Mic, we got HLD, we got Reggie, and we got the chat. What y'all want to do first? Let's play both of these real quick, and I'm gonna give y'all a sample of the game because this one has like 500 questions. I think this one probably has like 300 to 400 questions. So we're not gonna get through even half of these tonight. We're not even gonna put a dent in these, but we're gonna sample both of these games and we're gonna have fun. Ladies first. Girl Behind the Mic. What do you want to do?
They both look good, so I'm gonna go with. I wish I didn't know.
All right. So you want to start with this one? All right, let's play. See the other game, no money. See, look at her. She's smart. How did you know this is the money game? This is the game where we can pick a winner or loser. The other game is more like a conversation game. So it's no winner or loser. It's all about you. It's more of a conversation game. You learn about the people that you're there with. All right. But this game right here, we can pick a winner or a loser. So y'all want to just get a game of test, or y'all trying to put y'all say Marq Nash, cash me out right now? Who ready? What y'all want to do? Y'all want to play, test it out, or
test it out?
All right, she want to test it. Reggie, what you want to do?
Yeah, let's play this shit.
Okay, that's HLD. You down? All right,
Yeah, man, we'll go around of it. Why not?
All right, so look, I don't even know how long this can go or how many questions we're gonna do because it's a lot of fucking. It's like 500 questions in each of these boxes. All right, so let's just play it. Let's try it out. Let me turn the music. Is the music too loud, y'all? How the music sound? I'll turn it down a notch. All right, cockroaches. Here we go. Just let me know whenever y'all ready to answer, and the chat can answer as well. These are all multiple choices. All right, multiple choice answers. Cockroaches are pretty amazing. Which of these facts are true? They can lift 100 times their body weight. They can live 9 days without their heads. C. They can hold their breath for over an hour. D. The fastest cockroach clocked at 7 miles per hour. Who wants to answer?
I'll go.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Reggie.
They can hold their breath.
Oh, who else want to answer?
And they could live 9 days without their head.
Who else want it? Girl behind the mic, give me a guess.
D.
Which was
the fastest cucaracha.
Okay. All right. The answer is actually HLD.
Okay.
They can live for 9 days without.
Oh my god!
Crazy.
Ew.
So yeah, so make sure you when you kill a roach, you kill them all the way, because they will still be out here pushing their eggs.
You gotta hear that pop.
Yeah.
No, he had roaches.
In Puerto Rico, man, we got them flying roaches, bro.
Hey, look.
Fuck that. I will become an immigrant instantly.
Hey, look, let me ask y'all something. This is crazy. Y'all know most of us like out here are not vegans. We all eat meat for the most part. Some people are vegan, right? But let me ask y'all this. How many animals are killed annually to stuff your face? Is it A, 1.5 billion? Is it B, 800 million? C, 72 billion? Or is it D, 23 billion? Girl behind the mic, you got the floor first.
Wait, repeat the question one more time. Sorry.
Okay. How many animals are killed annually to stuff our faces? Is it 1.5 billion, 800 million, 72 billion, 23 billion?
A, the billion one.
It's a couple billion up here. Is
A. What was number A? I mean, letter A.
A, 1.5 billion.
Yes.
B, 800 million. C, 72 billion. Or D, 23 billion.
72 billion.
It's not your turn, HLD.
1.5 billion.
Okay, so girl behind the mic said A. HLD, go ahead.
72 billion.
C, 72 billion. Reggie Owens, what you got?
I'm gonna go 800 million.
Okay. The answer again is HLD.
Oh wow.
72 billion.
Wow.
And
that
they
much?
said animals?
Animals. How
Wow.
many animals are killed annually to stuff your face? And here we go. Can y'all see these? Right. Let me make sure I do this.
Almost like 3 times the population of the world. If it's still at 8 billion.
It must be including bugs and shit in that too.
Y'all eating crickets, nigga? That count. They niggas eat crickets. They put them in packs, Reggie. You know that?
Yeah, that's what they including. They including.
That's some California shit. Y'all be eating crickets in California.
If you just think about the fishing industry alone, it's probably the majority right there.
Oh yeah, it is a lot of fish. You're right.
Shrimp, fish. Yep. Okay, here we go. Man, I saw this one. I don't know where this card is at, but this is the card that made me buy this game. I don't even know all the options for this, but I'm looking for that card. This one blew my mind. But I know the answer, so I'll give you guys some fake. What is this one? Okay, that's goofy. Okay, here we go. Again, this game is called, and guys can buy this game at home. It's called I Wish I Didn't Know. Fun game. Let's go. Here we go. Next question. Who got that last question right? HLD. All right, so shout out HLD. You up 2-0. I don't even know how to pronounce this word. I can't even read that. Sorry. I got to pick another question. Oh, this is crazy. All right, here we go. Between 1973 and 2011, which of the following accounted for more than half of the 46 deaths caused by melon-related poisoning? So basically, between 1973 and 2011, melons were killing people. 46 people died. Which melon killed the most people? Y'all ready? Is it watermelon, cantaloupe, honeydew, or horned melon? Girl behind the mic, go first.
Watermelon.
HLD.
Damn, I'm between 2.
3.
I'm good. Cantaloupe.
Reggie Owens.
I'm gonna go cantaloupe too for that salmonella shit.
Absolutely. HLD is up 3. Reggie Owens is on the board. Girl behind the mic. You ain't got none, bro. You ain't got none but a beautiful avatar. Respectfully. All right. Out of the 5 people, okay, out of the 5 people does this, I'm reading this wrong. Okay, here we go. Okay, one out of the 5 people does this at least 5 times a day. Pick their nose, smell their armpits, floss their teeth, or pick a wedgie. Girl behind the mic. 1 out of 5 people does this at least 5 times a day. Pick their nose, smell their armpits, floss their teeth, or pick a wedgie. 1 out of 5.
I'm gonna go with what I do. Pick a wedgie.
Oh, that motherfucker got that down.
Going deep in that ass.
That motherfucker got that down.
If you need a personal assistance, I'm available.
Thank you, HLD. I'll consider you for the position.
Oh shit! Okay.
God damn.
Go ahead, HLD.
I got the best hands in the game, baby. Be nice and smooth. You won't feel a thing.
Hey, that's how you shoot your shot. HLD, that's how you shoot your shot. That segment was called Shoot Your Shot. Shout out the girl behind the mic, HLD, for participating. But we do got to get an answer for this game. 1 out of 5 people does this at least 5 times a day. HLD, what is your answer? Is it pick their nose, smell their armpits, floss their teeth, or pick a wedgie?
Well, if I was her personal assistant, it'll be more than 5 times a day. But I'm gonna say pick your nose.
Okay. HLD said pick their nose. Reggie O, what you got?
He stole my answer. Same thing.
All right. Okay. So HLD, Reggie O, both of you guys are correct. The answer is pick your nose. 1 out of 5 people pick their nose every day. How about that? Last question. We can try the other game out, see how y'all feel about this game now. All right. Last question right here. Let's see. I don't know how to say this neither. Wow. Whoa. I gotta do this one. I don't even know how to say it, but we're gonna try to say it. Y'all ready?
Ready.
Okay. Hey, girl behind the mic, you was like, what did this nigga just read? Reggie, HLD, you know me, my G, right? Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Reggie, y'all ready? Google this, man. But look, don't cheat, man. Look, this ain't gonna be the game, man. I gotta find a way where people can do the game where you gotta be cam on, or we do the drawing, because people can cheat with these. Because as I'm telling the story, as it get to you, you can cheat. But this shit is interesting. These are gonna be fun facts. Even if we don't do them as like a game night, I gotta use some of these. It's 365 days in a year, right? I gotta use these cards. Oh my god, this is hilarious. These gonna be Nash facts. Y'all ready for Nash facts? You know, Reggie. Reggie, you ready for this shit?
Let's go.
All right, here we go. All right, let's go. Fuck it, let's go. How old was Shingao Takuda, the world's oldest porn star, when he started performing? Was he A, 52? Was he B, 70? Was he C, 75? Or was he D, 104? HLD, you go first this time. Go.
I'm gonna say 104.
All right, Reggie, go.
I gotta go with 70. I gotta go with 70.
Girl behind the mic, what you got?
75.
Okay, okay, and again, how old was Shingao, which is SHIGEO TOKUDA, which I'm pronouncing this Shingao Katudo, the world's oldest porn star when he started performing. The question was A, 52, B, 70, C, 75, D, 104. We going into sudden death with Reggie O versus HLD. Reggie, you and HLD are tied. with the final question and the time score. The answer is 70. B70. HLD, you got the question. You got it wrong on this one, but because you got it wrong, Reggie has now tied you. This was your first question getting wrong. Reggie has now tied you with 4 correct answers. Girl behind the mic, you are out of this bonus round, and that's how the game would go. You get what I'm saying? But that's how the game goes. What y'all think of the game? Pretty cool, right? Pretty fun game. Weird questions, right?
Fun game. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're gonna give away some money with that. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna give away a couple dollars. You know what I'm saying? To support and give back to the people. And look, I got 500 of those weird ass shits. Look, don't judge me. Hey, look, some days we have slow content on boxing. All right. And sometimes, man, I just want to just have fun sometimes on the show instead of just always just like, damn, man, we always got to be so angry. Like, okay, look, people been donating to me. Let me donate back to the audience and let's make it interactive. Let's have fun. You know what I'm saying? I grew up on game shows as a kid, and I never saw myself represented as a game show, probably to what, Nick Cannon, maybe Steve Harvey, some shit like that. Bill Cosby did the game. So I like games. So we're gonna have some games and we're gonna have some fun with it. But this other game, before I let y'all go, how deep y'all want to go with this one? This right here, we got 3 decks of cards. And I'll give you an example. I'm gonna show you the back of the box. Pause. Damn, I said back of the box. Ugh, they're gonna kill me for that one. All right, so you got 3 levels of these questions, right? This is a super fun game that you guys can play with your couples and your friends and your family at the crib. So you got deep icebreakers. You got level 2, let's get deep, and then we can get real deep. Now, do you see the question as far as real deep? Can y'all see that or no? Let me see. Let me bring it right there. All right, so yeah. So I'll try it out. We'll try it out. We all adults here. Y'all want to start with the deeper ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thick ass deck too. Hey, look. Hey, look. They know what y'all came for. Look, when you buy the cards, this is the icebreaker shit. It's barely nothing here. This is the sauce. And yeah, this can go either way. So let's have some fun with this. And we always play this game camera off. Like, you always camera off. You don't have to do it. You don't have to show us unless you want to show it. All right, let's try it. Let's see how it go. And this is for the chat. This is for the panel. Anybody can play this game. He said, "Good, Mark." He said, "Hey, that's some good question." Hey, yeah, man. He said, "Marq Nash Game Night Nationals." Hey, look, man, I love y'all, man. I hope y'all love yourself, man. Sometimes, man, you just want to get a break and have some fun, man. You don't want to be on YouTube just arguing. Sometimes you want to play a game. Shit, fuck it. Win a couple dollars in the process. Sometimes it ain't gonna be for no dollars. Sometimes we're just having fun, cracking some jokes, and learning about each other and learning about life. These are a lot of questions, bro. This card deck right here probably got, I think, about 500 or 600 cards as well. So I'm gonna just grab out a random couple and let's start right here. And I'm gonna change this up the way I deliver it to fit the chat, to fit whoever's here. All right. And this is fun. Who was your role model growing up and why? This is deeper. Like, is this deep as we get? This is bullshit. Okay, yeah, that's what they got for me right here. I felt like that could be an icebreaker. That ain't that deep. Who was a role model for you growing up and why? HLD, start off first. And I'm also in the chat. Same question for you. Who was your role model growing up and why?
For me, that'll be my grandfather. One, because he was probably the man that had the strongest faith in God than any other person I've ever known. But beyond that, he taught me the meaning of hard work and family. I mean, nothing else really mattered. He didn't have a pot to piss in, but he had 10 children, and from that, we have a mega family, and it's just a beautiful thing. What he taught me was integrity, faith in God and family. So that's and hard work. So he's the man that I look forward, that I grew up as my idol.
All right, cool. Hey, girl behind the mic, got a different question for you. Yeah, we got so many questions. Everybody don't get to answer the same question. Here we go. You ready, girl behind the mic?
I'm ready.
If you were to die today with no chance to communicate with anyone, what would you most regret not having told someone, and why haven't you told them? Interesting, right? Good question, right?
Wow. That is such a
Think
good
about it. Think
question.
about it. Take your time. That's a good question. If you were to die, and same thing for the chat. Look, this is just for girl behind the mic, but the chat and girl behind the mic, while you think about it, the chat, think about this. And I want you guys to answer this in the chat. If you were to die today with no chance to communicate with anyone, what would you most regret not having told someone, and why haven't you told them yet? Girl behind the mic.
It would be my best friend, just to tell her how much I love her and how much I appreciate her. And I've always appreciated her, even though I was mean to her before. But that's what I would do. And you know what? That means I have to do it because I've never done it, you know? So, yeah, that was a highlight right there. But it'll be my best friend, my childhood best friend.
And but why though? Then you got to focus on
Um,
why. Why haven't you?
yeah, absolutely. Now that I'm in a healthier mind frame, a sober mind frame, I've realized that she was sent into my life for a reason. We met in the fourth grade, fourth or fifth grade. And she's always been like a mother figure to me. So she was a person in the time of chaos in my life that distracted me from it. Like when I used to go spend the nights at her house, I'd escape what I had going on in their house. Her place was like a place of refuge. So always growing, and she always cared. No matter how I treated her, she's got a big height, and no matter how I tried to turn my back on her, she always like she's one person in my life that never gave up on me. If I were me, I'd have given up on myself a long time ago because it was really dark and nasty spots in my life. But she's just that one person that never did. So it would be for that. Yeah, definitely.
Good answer. Good answer. Hey, Reggio. Do you consider Reggio? You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. How you rock? How you liking this game so far? So it's a conversational game. There's no right or wrong answer. Just a conversation.
Oh no, it's good.
All right. Well, I got a question for you. You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Man, both of these are good, man. I don't even know which one to ask for you. Matter of fact, let's play this game with you real quick, Reg. Heads or tails? I know which heads is gonna be left, tails is gonna be on the right. You want left or right, Reggie?
Left.
Left. Question on the left is this: do you consider yourself to be a more emotional or logical pleasure? Emotional or logical, and why?
Logical as hell, because I tend to not. I ain't emotional. I don't do all that crying shit. I'm so against crying, reacting off of emotions, whether it's something I agree with or not. I think, and I don't know. I've been taught that men think logically, so I try to apply logic to a lot of things. And sometimes, even if I'm wrong, I don't. When I'm thinking, I'm applying logic, I don't react to where I'm crying about the shit. So I try not to be emotional about shit.
HLD. But hold on, Reggie. But why though? But why? I do need the why.
Why? Because I think people who think emotionally, their decision making becomes poor. And I've learned from example of how emotional people go about things. Even if they think they're leaders, emotional leaders often lead things to this, lead things to disaster. They bring about destruction.
Girl behind the mic, jump in. You said men can cry too. It's cute. Talk to me. You think it's cute when men cry?
Man, that crying shit is weak.
I ain't
Well,
talking to you, nigga. I'm talking.
well, men can have emotions too, and I think it shows transparency, and I think that's just But I know I'm not trying to minimize anybody's manhood, but I
No,
think it's
it's
just
okay, girl behind the mic. I love you.
yeah,
You're
I
my
think it's just
baby. Am I
transparency
cute? Am
and
I cute right now? Hold on, hold on. Girl behind the mic. Don't ever leave my show. Fuck them on the channel.
forget them, all of them. One channel on YouTube.
Don't share that content, please. Am I cute now?
Yeah, it's it's being
Okay, well, shit. I
transparent with your emotions.
go ahead, go ahead. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. I had to do full cam on for that. I couldn't resist the opportunity.
No, I just think it's, even though my husband has never cried yet, maybe not in my presence, but I just think it's
Got that bad. That's why. Respectful. You got that bad. You need to.
it shows transparency. Everyone has emotions and you always need an outlet. So a healthy outlet is the option. That's why we have tears to cry that out.
You need to put it on them with that Cardi B song, man. Put that WAP on. Stop putting that BAP on him. Maybe he'll cry for you.
Right.
Of course,
we don't went too far.
Of course, a woman will want to see a dude cry because then she knows she got him by his nuts.
Right, Reggie. That's what it is. Like they want that control. Like, and you can tell by girl behind the mic. You listen to her talking of she's a lioness. She'll eat you alive, my G. You will be prey for her. And respectfully, man, she know what she's doing.
Alive and whole.
Huh?
Alive and whole. Not in baby bites. Just a whole whop one time. Alive and a whole.
Golly. Whew. Hey, look. What is the scariest memory you have, HLD?
Damn, scariest memory.
What's the question? I just pulled it right up. Want to pass?
Yeah, man, I can't even think of one.
I'll give you another question. Because this is so basic. Like, I'm just reading them as I see them. I'm gonna try to find the ones with a lot of words on it, because if it's a lot of words on, that means it's going somewhere. And I'm reading it in real time, y'all. I promise y'all. I'm just grabbing the card. I'm cutting the deck. Okay. How has your relationship with your siblings evolved through your life through today? Wow. I can talk about that right there. Wow. Do you have any siblings, HOD?
Yeah, I do.
How has your relationship with your siblings evolved throughout your life through today?
We've definitely grown apart. We think differently with different styles of life. So she's my sister. She's on a different path of life than I am.
Nigga, I'm right there. Hey, look, I'm an ass, so I'm right there with you, man. My sister, man, bro. Damn, man, break my heart, HLD. I just had to liven it up because you sounded so sad. Don't make it sad. But
no, man, I like that, man.
We're gonna bash our older sister night party tonight.
It's a late night talk now. That's what it is. Man, it's just
the cool thing about this show, I'm about to make the video private. So this whole little game night shit is gonna be members only. So nobody gonna see this but members.
No, it's all good.
The whole shit gonna be private. Everything else gonna be in segments. So go ahead, rant. Go ahead. If they saw
I mean, we just it's kind of like when you're growing up with friends from when you're growing up. People live different lives, and you don't click anymore like that. And unfortunately, that type of a relationship between me and my sister has grown apart because we think different, and she's on a different weird ass way of living her life, and I don't click with her ways. So so in that respect,
let's move forward. Because I don't want to make it too sad.
No, go ahead, man.
You know what I'm saying? Because that sounds like a serious.
You're about to cry. I'm about to cry.
I joke about this shit, but look, my birthday coming up, and my sister and I, man, our relationship has been kind of rocky on certain kinds of communication since last summer, and my mother's birthday / retirement party, and that was in June. But I was just like, man, like I didn't appreciate her energy, the way she was talking. And I'm like, yo, I'm not no little kid. Like, yeah, I'm your younger brother, but I'm not your little brother. Like, I'm married, I got a family, I got a business, I got employees. People depend on me. Like, I'm a good person. I show love, I give love, I show respect, I give respect. You can't talk to me like this, my nigga. Not you. I love you to death. You my sister, but you can't talk to me like this. But more importantly, I'm trying to save you because people love me so much. People want to have a conversation with you. They don't give a fuck about you being my sister. I am who I am. And they feel like you need some straightening. They need to talk to you. And sometimes you got to save people from themselves. And my sister ain't the only one. I don't spend this with cousins, friends, and family. Like, y'all know how I go. Like, when you got the bag, people want to protect the bag. You get what I'm saying, Reg? You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you got a couple dollars and people gonna like, yo, you want me to go holler at them? I go say it, nigga. I'll be like, nah, you good. But when it's your sister and your wife, come on, Reg. My wife is like, yo, she violating, yo. Can I talk to her? You want me to talk to her? Or like, you know what I'm saying? Without so many words, because my wife ain't that type. She ain't got that type of energy where she's like aggressive and trying to, you know what I'm saying? My wife ain't that type of person, but she was like, you shouldn't be stressed out like this. Just give yourself some space and give her some space and y'all get back together. You know what I'm saying? That's how my wife moves. But sometimes my wife be like, man, just go talk to her. I was like, if I talk to her, man, we're going to be arguing and yelling. And it's my sister, man. I ain't about to get violent with her, but damn, man, like, I just need to give you your space, give me my space, and shit, we're gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be all right. We've been through worse. That's what I always think about. Whenever me and my sister or my family, we disagreeing about shit as far as business, family, properties, or who's gonna take their picture first at the wedding, or who's in charge of the funeral and who get what prop. Like, my G, like this, like that shit be bugging me. I'm like, yo, we broke. Y'all act like we some Weinsteins and some like Jeff Bezos family. Like, y'all niggas arguing over the blender. Nigga, please. All right, well, let's move forward, man. But yeah, but that's why I like this game, because it started a conversation, right? Let's run through these real quick. I got a couple of these spared out. Girl behind the mic, what do you consider cheating?
Oh, that's a good one.
That sound right there.
I'm just kidding.
Stop. Stop. That sound is cheating. If you are my lady and you just did that in front of niggas, you just flirted with them. Reggie, HLD.
I'm about to shoot my shot again, man.
Yeah, man, bust it off, Kim Pimp. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. HLD. Go off that sound effect.
Baby, I'll be like your licorice. You could all you want.
Reggie, she did the Reggie. I said, what is cheating? She did the whole spaghetti noodle slurp sound. She said,
I mean, if it's in the metaverse, I don't know. You know, I'm just
damn. Hey, look, I feel like I just cheated on my wife right now. Like I owe her an apology in the morning.
I thought I needed to stand up when I heard her do that.
Spaghetti noodles on this motherfucker. She was like, "What is cheating?" God damn, what's the timestamp for this? I gotta write that down. 3:48. I need to write that down. God damn. Go ahead, girl behind the mic.
No, I just think cheating is violating your trust and loyalty. You know, I think penetration, I guess, is cheating. Anything that violates your trust and I guess your love energy between each other as a couple, that would be considered cheating.
Stop.
I guess.
That's conscience, though, Queen. Like, your conscience might not feel like you did nothing wrong. Like,
I
my
see what you're
conscience
saying.
might think like, I'm eating lunch with this woman in the break room at my job. I'm cheating on my wife. I tell her that. In return, she sucks her co-worker's dick in the parking lot. She don't feel like she cheating because she didn't give him the pussy. And she didn't swallow. Yeah, I gave him some head, but I didn't fuck him. I didn't cheat. I didn't plan on leaving you and starting a new life. That's cheating. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's all about your. But on the flip side, the man can feel the same way. Like, okay, yeah, she feel like she cheating because she just having a good conversation with this dude in the break room. But just to make sure she's not cheating, she tells you at lunch, like, or over dinner, be like, hey, baby, yeah. Oh, you seen this show? Yeah, I was just talking to Kevin at work. Who's Kevin? You know, the nigga I work with. You know what I'm saying? You know, we both work in the same office. Yeah, I do this, he do that. Okay, Kevin. Okay, yeah, okay. Is he gay? No. He not gay. Is he married? No. He's single. Oh, okay, watch Kevin. You get what I'm saying? That's how niggas move, or brothers and people, or some people in couples move. Let's move forward. So, I feel like you telling me about that conversation with that you might be cheating. So in return, it can go somewhere else. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right. No, it makes sense. And for me, I think it's just like emotional connection. Like if I was to develop a emotional connection with someone and take it further, I guess, even just the emotional connection, but taking it further, that's what I mean, listen, just going out of your loyalty as a couple, I guess, is cheating. Now, the older I have grown as a woman, I have come to realize one thing, that things do happen, right? And I've come to understand that depending on the circumstances, if like my husband came and told me something, I'd have to see what we got going on, right? For me, there's a difference between like a serial cheater and somebody that perhaps got caught up in the moment. And it's crazy. I say this because way before I got married, I was that girl that was like, you cheat on me one time, that's it, I'm done. But I think just realizing and growing and evolving in relationships and seeing all this temptation out here, just kidding. But and just evolving
It's
in the
true. It's
relation.
true.
Yeah, so it's like, I've come to an understanding, which I have surprised myself because I swear I was that girl. Like, you cheat on me one time, that's it, I'm out. But now being married, being in it, and just the
Like,
love we
fuck
have
it,
for
I'm gonna
each
cheat
other.
too, nigga. I'm gonna cheat too.
Well,
Fuck.
I mean, it's like there's some things that you
Let Trey
have to.
Songz pull up right now. Let Trey Songz pull up right now, nigga. That's why we got the front row seats, nigga. I didn't wear this shit for you. You seen what I looked like naked. I wore this shit for Trey Songz on the first row, nigga. You remember, girl behind the mic? You the reason why we got this saying on the show called "fuck me seats." I bought the seats
Oh,
at the show
yeah.
because I want you to see me and fuck me. It's called "See Me Fuck."
Right, as a concept.
Yeah. You was like, I ain't going to see Drake in the nosebleeds.
Mm-mm.
When I go see Drake, I need to be right there in fuck me range. He need to
And
see me and want to fuck me.
VIP signatures or some autographs or something. I'm just
Oh
saying.
shit, you on backstage?
Backstage passes. I'm just saying. Selfie for the IG.
Damn, HLD, what you gonna do?
Shit, I ain't buying no $3,000 tickets.
I swear to God. Hey, I swear to God, the world lucky I ain't no motherfucking singer. Man, there'll be so many entanglements in people marriages. Goddamn.
Reggie, look, God know our heart. You will be you will be Magic Johnson with a good voice.
Man, I'll be running through a bunch of them.
Respectfully.
No, minus the Magic Johnson
You'll be a
shit.
5-time champion. But you're gonna be sick like a motherfucker. Respectfully.
Shit, I wouldn't mind going
I
out
shouldn't
that
have
way.
said that. Why did I say that? Damn, man. Why did I say that? I went too far. Golly, man. I always go too far.
But no, you ain't went far enough. That's why I said it's unfortunate that Michael Jackson and Prince turned out the way they was.
Oh,
with all
shit.
these women buying front row fuck 'em seats.
She was like, my ass looked better hanging out than his. They was competing with Prince. Okay, hey, look, hey. First time, last time. This was not on this card, but this is a game that I wanted to start a long time ago on the show. I call it first time, last time. Girl behind the mic, first time, last time, as much as you can remember that you cried at the movies. Or you cried at the movie. First time, last time. And I got this already saved. Bro, I've been trying to do this one for the longest. Pause. But first time, last time that you cried at the movie or at a movie.
Well, last time was when I was crying. I wasn't at the movies, but I was watching the Women of the Movement. That's one those episodes with Emmett Till's story. That's when I cried. I haven't been to the movies in a long time.
Oh my God, that Emmett Till story was so hard to watch. But please elaborate further. Go ahead. What part about it made you cry? And like what was it? Because it was a 3-part, right? It was three.
Yeah, it was a 3-part. It was a 3-part. Just and you know what's crazy is we majority of people know the story, but just watching the dramatization, the reality, like watching it surreal on TV, living in it vicariously through the TV. When he got snatched out of the bed, I broke down. I lost it. I didn't want to watch some more, but I had to,
Because you know where it goes from there.
Yeah, and it's just like my mind frame was like just in that moment, like how I understand why they were hopeless. I'm yelling at them like, do something, Yankee, and fight against them, but you have to remind the time period as well. So I had a lot of mixed emotions with that whole entire thing.
Oh man, damn man, you hit me with that one. That was the last time you said you cried, right?
Yes.
Do you remember the first time you cried watching a movie?
No. I cry a lot. I see someone else crying in the movies, I cry right alongside.
Brandon Washington, we talk about that too. And we joke about it, but it's a running joke between us two because men are ashamed sometimes to admit that they cry. And he was like, Mark, I cry all the time. I be like, bro, I cry too, bro. But it's a running joke. But I respect him, and that's why he always have a voice here. Even though he out here repping that guppy gang, that little fish, what big fish in a little pond, little drunk fish, kiss you fish. Y'all know how we do. I had to do it. Go ahead. HLD, Reggie Owens. First time, last time. Do you remember the first girl you kissed and the last girl you kissed, Reggie?
Don't get caught up, Reggie.
Oh no, I ain't. But the first,
right, like that's only Errol Spence fans. They be like, I kissed Yellow Beezy.
Nah, nigga, I was doing that shit at a young age, man.
What, kissing Yellow Beezy?
Get the fuck out of here, man.
That's what I just said, and that's what I put on the screen. Maybe you missed that. Maybe you missed it.
No, I wasn't paying attention. I'm thinking about the girls.
Man, you better keep an eye on that screen. You don't know what I'm gonna put on that screen while you talking. But go ahead.
I used to give one of the homies little fine ass cousins with his kids. Well, I used to tell her she couldn't come to my yard unless she gave me a kiss.
Nigga, you was the original Harvey Weinstein.
Man,
I ain't gonna put you on my movie set.
But that shit started advancing into other shit. Shit used to be bad, man. But
damn,
no, that's
Reggie, how big was your yard? Pause. HLD, what the hell was going on in Reggie's yard? HLD, was that shit like the Playboy Mansion?
Man, we got yards in the LA in the area I come from, but man, I might have been like 6 or 7 years old. We was doing that shit. That's why I'm like, I'll be watching my kids.
You have a little backyard pool
or
something, like a little inflatable pool? Like what kind of what's going on in your yard?
No,
was it fenced in?
No, it was like around like a den. Then we had this like patio on the other side of the den, like a little outside patio area with a barbecue, like a built-in barbecue pit over on the other side. So it'd be like you walk around the whole other side of the house and it'd be blocked off. So as long as nobody in the den, they can't see back there. So I used to take her back there.
Oh Lord.
And like for her to come in my yard, like
straight up Cosby action. I don't want to hear no more, Reggie. Reggie, you might
we nasty kids, man.
One day. You can still run for office, Reggie. I don't want you to say too much more on this.
Oh man, I'm gonna be a fresher breath air when I run for president or some shit. They can't bring no old videos out because I'm gonna own up to all that shit. This is what America needs, you old hidden motherfuckers.
You gonna own up to it. You gonna cancel yourself before you get canceled, right?
I ain't gonna get canceled. I'm gonna make the world wake up to stop hiding shit. Yeah, I sent them a pic of my shit, and she loved it, and it got me the pussy.
Oh Lord. Hey, HLD, did you want to answer this one, or first and last time girl you kissed, first and last time you cried, or do you want to go for you want me to grab another one out the deck?
I don't know, man. I'll do all three of them. I don't know. But the first time and last time I cried at the movie was 1982, man. So when E.T. came out and when he died.
Hold on, E.T. died at the end of the movie?
In the middle, then he was revived.
No, E.T. didn't die. He went home.
No, he died and then he came back to life.
I don't believe that, HOD. I don't accept that.
Yes.
Mandela effect.
That. Respectfully.
Yes.
I'm gonna give you the Terrence Crawford face. You bullshitting, right?
No, man.
No. Don't tell me that.
Shit, I was a kid. I didn't even know I didn't understand why I was tearing up, man. I didn't understand it.
Hold on, E.T. died for real and came
He
back.
died, but then he came back to life.
Yeah, that's why they had to ride him on the bikes and shit.
They had to hurry up and get him home.
Yeah.
I thought they was trying to get him to a phone.
Well, phone home is just he says he needs to.
Shit again, man. Y'all making me sad, yo. I used to date a little ET looking bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like she had a family that her eyes were definitely spaced too far apart, and the way she used to get dome, I was like, this bitch is from another planet. So I used to call her ET, and she used to be like, why you call me that? I'm like, cause you special. You know what I'm saying? You an extraterrestrial.
Yeah, she was giving you that coochie, so you didn't say shit.
And your throat is too deep. Respectful.
Man, I remember the homie had one of them. One of the older dudes in our neighborhood had one of them big ass fingers. You know, the tip of your finger. This nigga shit was like round like a golf ball. When we was kids, nigga, we thought that nigga had magical powers where he could phone home. So niggas used to do that. We used to be scared that nigga had magical powers with his finger after watching that ET shit. And that nigga used to do that shit. Wave his fingers at us. He do some crazy shit, man. We run up in the house and shit.
We crazy, different generation, man.
Hey, look, girl behind the mic. Give an example of a time you may have been too critical or too harsh towards yourself in a decision you had to make.
Oh man, I'm always critical on myself. That's the problem. One of the harshest times I was critical on myself, probably when I walked away from my career. I really criticized that decision I had made, so got over it. But yeah, probably that.
Hey, Reg, if you had to write a memoir about your life, what would it be called?
Yeah, I don't know. Shit. The real life of Reggie Owens.
Boy, boo. That shit basic as fuck. Come on, Reggie. That's the same with all your YouTube channels.
Man, you know what? You know what's crazy about you asking that shit? Because I was doing this presentation shit today. I was leading this class thing, and it was like certain scenarios we bring up, and I brought that shit up that the hardest thing. It's hard for me to look on the inside of myself. Like when I was doing all that police shit, this is what I was telling them. When I had to do the like going through all that police examination process, like the hiring process with the police departments, and all these departments will come up with these questions about what's your strength and weakness, and I could never come up with that shit. Like to be on some honest shit, like to write it out, I could never come up with it. So it'll be like I say, my book could be some basic shit.
HOD, when was the first time you realized, like, yo, this is my first love? Who was that first love? And when did you know you had met your first love?
Damn, man.
Hold on, slow down. Before you do that, pause. I know it ain't me, motherfucker. So look, let me say this, man. Hey, look, I like this new game right here. I'm loving this game. Some of these questions are so basic that I'm skipping, but some of these are like, these are good questions just to have a good conversation with you guys. And in the process, we are learning things about each other. So I would love one day where everybody can answer the question. But right now, I like the idea that, damn, some people get to answer that question. But I do want you guys to know that, look, if you want to answer that question that I asked for somebody else, that's cool too. You can say, hey man, let me answer that one. But I like right now that we got so many questions that you don't even know what question I'm about to ask you. So HLD, talk to us. Tell us about your first love and what was her name. You can give us a fake name. Well, fuck it. You can say you can give us a real name, fake name. It ain't like your HLD is on your birth certificate, so fuck it. You can say Christina Stewart. Don't nobody know what she is.
Man, I don't know. When first
He
time
said
you're
he
in love is probably when I had a crush,
knows.
man. Not a crush, like I thought I was in love with a second grade girl, man. Back
Me too. Look, Natasha Battle for me.
her name was Kimberly. But yeah, that was second grade. But I mean, if you're talking about like real life, or real like an adult, I don't know.
No, that's good though. Talk to us about second grade. Second grade Kimberly. Talk to us about it. How did you? How was she your first love? What was special about it?
She was a beautiful girl, I guess. She was beautiful blonde hair and
colonizer. Go ahead.
Yeah, but
I said it out loud. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nah, she was just a cute girl, and but nothing beyond that. I mean, that's all it was. I used to write her letters. I was gonna buy her a house when we grow up. Stuff like that.
Sucker.
Yeah.
Look, I gave the girl all my Valentine's Day candy. I changed. Look, I went in the bathroom, erased all my name off of everybody's card, and put her name to me and my name to her. Like, right, I almost missed the bus home just trying to do that in the bathroom real quick. And I gave her all my candy. If people wrote it in ink or if their parents wrote it, I either kept those or threw them away. But she got all my candy except for about 5 or 6 pieces of my favorites. And I gave her all my Valentine's Day candy. This was like 2nd and 3rd grade HLD. Her name was Tasha. She probably somewhere taking it to the face right now. Respectfully.
Good old sucker days, like Reggie said.
Man, my crush was a nigga. It was an elementary teacher. I don't know if I was in the 1st or 2nd grade, and I used to look at her titties. Man, you know how you got them little ass desks in school, and I used to call her over, acting like I know some shit on the classwork we doing for her to, and they'll always wait for her to be in the row in front of me on that other row, like she helping the students. So I'll call her because it was one day she helped somebody, and I seen her lean over the desk to help them. And I see down her blouse. I've been looking at the skin of her titties, but it was titties to me. It was all the time. I'll be calling her over there, acting like I didn't know some shit, just to look through her shirt, and then go home with them fantasies, shooting nothing but motherfucking blanks and skin rubbed off, thinking about this lady, man. Her name was Miss Collins. I still remember her as. That's over 30-something years ago and shit. Mrs. Collins, fine, caramel complected, tall ass lady.
Girl behind the mic, the same question. Your first time falling in love, who was it, and what age was it, and when did you know you loved this person, even if it was puppy love?
The first time that I fell in love was when I was in my early 30s, and I fell in love with my husband.
Yeah, after who she had lust for. So who was you lusting
Right,
for?
everybody, you're right. Everybody else was lust and artificial stuff and superficial stuff.
See anything like that before?
Hell, I ain't never even heard of it.
I want to hear that.
Silence.
Girl behind the mic, I need that story time for real. Let's go. Give it to me, man. Give me that real one. I'm talking about you 30 years old.
Yeah.
You know you ain't bust that pack open when you were 30.
Well, I mean,
You better stop that damn cap over here.
Silence.
I like that.
Respectfully, of
Right,
course.
respectfully, of course. But
Queen,
yeah,
please, Queen, Mother Goddess, Earth. You know what I'm saying? Mother Earth, Goddess. Please, Queen. Respectfully, girl behind the mic, don't play with me.
fell in love, right?
And look, let's have this a good conversation because I'm about look, as soon as I end it, this shit about to be private. So if y'all saw this, you saw it. If you didn't, y'all gonna be like, oh, I remember this segment. When y'all see
who was the first person to put it on you to have you tripping, sprung?
Even without sex, it's just, look, it don't have to be the sex. It could just be like,
no, it gotta be with girl behind the mic because she don't come with some boring. I was 40 when I fell in love shit.
Right.
Oral sex is not real sex.
Oh, right. What you say, dude?
Or oral sex is not real sex. So.
Same shit that I got caught up with in my earlier story. Yeah, I told the truth. Girl behind the mic trying to get me to look. That's why we got to do that members only, man. Because when it's members only, you know, people who there, they like, they want this shit. But damn, girl behind the mic, don't tell the truth. Want me to change your avatar, son, or change your name?
No, I'm trying to think who had me out here acting a fool, just mesmerized.
I would have had your.
I mean, like, I guess, but this is all just lust. It wasn't like I knew what time it was. It was one guy, perhaps, if I could think of the earliest, because the history is, let's just go.
Damn. She was like, man, shit. They got like, don't look. I ain't got no arrows. Look, good night. Yes. Go ahead, tell your story.
Yeah, I mean, I loved a couple of people before,
lucky folks.
Yeah, I loved a couple of people before, but one I would say that really could have probably had me losing it all and probably like getting out of everything that I ever believed in and wanting to have like 100 kids for the village was like this fine Senegalese, darkest as the darkest of night with no stars man with locks. That one, he would have had me selling everything, just everything. So
what happened? Yeah. Why y'all fall off?
Well, at that time, I thought I'd found religion, and he was Muslim, and so we had so many like
cultural.
Yeah, but see, I was willing to convert.
You want bacon on your cheeseburger?
Look, I was willing to convert. I mean, that's how good that was. I was like, I'll convert. Damn. What you want me to do? I worried all. Just show my eyes. What you want me to do? You know.
She was little hey Reggie, HLD, she was a little Mo with the shit, nigga.
You know,
dignitized.
I'm trying to tell you, it was strong.
Like, I cover up my hair, like I'm cool. What's
everything? Like what?
She gonna be in all black with her eyes
like,
showing.
Fuck this crochet. She was like, fuck this red crochet.
Right. Cover it all up.
Just some glasses in her eyes.
Right. Just cover it all up. What do we do?
So
but the thing was,
what happened though?
It was one of those that was never meant to be a relationship, and we were not even in a relationship, really, quiet as it's kept. So
really, even with all of that, how was y'all not?
Just I don't know. I probably because I was also still stuck, caught up in between dipping and dabbling, like abusing alcohol, and I don't know what his point and part was, but he was living a different life. It was one of those guys that had to be home by 5 a.m. and they'll disappear on Thursday, Friday, Saturdays, tell you they're going to work out of town, but I knew what time it was. I knew what we had going on. So, yeah.
Okay.
So it was one of those.
Wow. Look, let me keep it right here with girl behind the mic right here, because I like this energy. What are your strengths as a couple? Like if somebody was to be in a couple with you or a woman like you, what are your strengths?
I'm definitely a team player. Number one.
You quit on that nigga, but go ahead.
Yeah, that
I'm just saying respectfully.
And I'm definitely a team player. I'm very supportive. Let me see. I'm goal oriented in a team atmosphere. What else? Let me see it. I guess I'm a good
You like
cheerleader.
it rough.
Huh?
You like it rough.
I like whatever it is. I like it rough, soft, whatever. You know, I mean, but I'm
Reggie,
easy.
girl
I'm
behind
easy
the
to
mic.
get
Girl
along with.
behind the mic. Ain't nobody gonna shoot their shot. I just want to hear you talk behind this beat. Keep talking. Just say I like it rough and I like
I like it rough. I like it soft. I like it whatever. Whatever rocks your boat will rock my boat.
Queen. That's why her name is Queen behind the mic. No more girl behind the mic. Her name is Queen behind the mic. Going for it. Give her
Yeah.
a crown, goddamn it. But go
Please,
ahead,
thank
please,
you.
please, sister, please.
Oh, diamonds.
Lord, forgive me for using your name in vain.
Yeah.
But God
So
would say it too right now. He was like, "Yeah, I did. I made that one. I made that one too."
yeah, probably just a team player, good team player with the umbrella of everything else that comes below it. That'll be my
Cool.
strength.
Okay, let's pass this around. I don't care about none of y'all niggas in y'all relationship. Let me ask y'all a different question. About y'all. I don't care about y'all strengths as a couple. Reggie, I'm about to call you HLD behind the mic. What do you think the most important part of a family is, HLD?
Most important thing in a family
The
is
most important
loyalty.
part of a family.
Of a family,
Speak. I'll turn your mic up. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I I think it's loyalty to one another. Uh, and with that brings in the respect and everything else in between. But loyalty is family. I think I saw a quote the other day, and I think it said, uh, "Loyalty is, a blood makes you, uh, related, but loyalty makes you family." And when I saw that, like, I think that's exactly how it should be. I mean, it's just loyalty to one another. Also, the love, and obviously, love comes with that. But um, kind of like the same thing with other relationships. If things break apart without the trust and all that stuff, then no matter how much you love each other, you guys break apart. So I think loyalty is important to one another.
Go on. Go on. Reggie Owens. How and when do you use your intuition? Girl behind the mic. I can't wait for you to hear this next question, because my question for you I'm gonna ask to everyone. But actually I'm gonna let Reggie answer, and I'm gonna let him pass, and then we're gonna end with you on this one, Reggie. But it's a different question though. But Reggie, start with this one. How do you and when do you use your intuition?
Man, when I sense some foul shit going on, I think I
Speak up. Say
kind
it
of
again.
when I can sense something, if it's a relationship, seeing something, sensing something foul, like um and just knowing it, you can just sense that something ain't authentic, it ain't real. I don't know. I can't. That's a hard question to answer as well. But I
It's no
like the
right
one
or
that
wrong
you.
answer either.
But I like the one you asked HLD. I want to answer that one with
Go for
family.
it.
Time is the most important thing to family. Spending time,
What was the
which
question again? I moved it back in the deck. I'm sorry.
but what's the most important thing? Something about family. The
Okay,
most
yeah,
important
yeah.
things
Yeah,
of
what is the
family.
most important part of a family? There we go.
Yeah, time spent together, communicating and learning. That's why I be doing homework with their ass.
Love it. I respect it, bro.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
Girl behind the mic. Where's this one? Where's that question? Where is it? Put this one
But
back.
I agree with Reggie real quick, because if it smells bad, it's because it must be bad, bro. So yeah.
What happened? What happened? What were you talking about
No,
smelling?
with the intuition thing.
Intuition.
Damn, where's the dream? Look, I had a question right here about dreams. Let me find that card again. While I do. Oh, here we go. Girl behind the mic. You ready?
I'm ready.
It's a question. I bet you are, Sexy Red. That's what I feel funny even calling you that after they called Jack Thriller that all night during the music Soul Child battle. But look, have you noticed any patterns or things in your dreams recently? And what are they?
So I've had a dream with the same theme of being back at that same old career job company that I left. It's kind of nightmarish to me. I wake up pissed off.
It's a reoccurring
Um,
nightmare.
yeah, because it's kind of nightmarish to me. I don't even want to even think about that company. So those were the latest like reoccurring themes that I've had.
Okay. HLD Reggie, y'all want to both? Have you guys have noticed any themes or patterns in your dreams recently?
No,
Nah,
man, I don't think no.
All right. Reggie, same answer. No.
winning the lottery. That's my dream.
All right. You keep having a real reoccurring dream of you winning the lottery. Like
Hell
what?
yeah.
Really?
And you haven't played, Reggie?
No, I do play.
Okay.
Okay, so you actually been dreaming about it too. Oh, Reggie, you gonna win one day, bro. I promise you, bro. You play the lottery enough where you dream about it, girl. Behind the mic, he might win, right?
You just might win. You just
And
might
he
win. That's
lives in Las Vegas.
mm,
Oh my God.
yeah.
Hey Reggie, do you place bets for people? Like if I send cash up you or send you money, would you place the bet for us? Or do you?
No, that's why I always say, man, I don't like going to the casinos. Like when I go play the lottery, I drive to the state
Man, I
line to go
heard you
buy
on
a
the
ticket.
live chat, bro, saying, "Man, I need to go to the casino and cash in these."
Man, I be hating going to the motherfuckers.
But you said it on live, nigga. You'll do it.
No, I ain't say that shit. I don't even when I be wanting to make a bet, like for a fight or some shit, I don't go. When I be thinking I'm gonna go, then I be like, damn, I don't feel like walking through this long ass casino. And I'll be like, fuck, I'm gonna take a 30-minute drive instead and go sightsee or some shit.
Fair enough.
Only time I go to the strip is if somebody come out here. If somebody come out here, I roll to the strip.
Fair enough. Girl behind the mic. What is the sexiest thing you find attractive about the opposite sex?
Definitely intellect.
Go ahead, because I keep talking, trying to make you bust in there
Mhm.
right now. If you
No,
let me, go ahead. I pull out my thesaurus and dictionary right now.
Intellect. A
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Bust one.
say it, Mark. Say it. And I love an even tempered man, a sound person, even tempered, intellectual. Don't have to be what's that guy? I forget that guy, the Dr. Something that writes the books that's always saying the big words, but just really sound and knowledgeable and just I guess even tempered. I can't do snapping and raising voices and all of that. That no. So just intellect, smart, funny, humor, intellect, funny, down to earth, and even tempered.
All right, fellas, same question. HLD or Reggie, same for the chat too. What is the sexiest thing you find attractive about the opposite sex?
Man, outside of like her like sexual shit about her.
No.
Outside of
Sexiest, Reggie, don't split the hairs. The sexiest thing, the most sexy thing you find attractive about the opposite sex. Ain't no
Man,
outside of nothing.
I'm gonna say some nasty shit.
Say
It
what you
depend
want
on
to
what
say.
man, it depend on what she wearing. She wearing some tight shit. I'm looking at the pussy print. I'm looking at ass, but also more of the way in which she
Reggie.
But I understand.
but
But
more
I understand.
the way in which she may dress, like present herself. I think presentation of a woman is everything. Like the way she puts herself together, she styles herself, the type of conversation she may carry. That shit is attractive to me, and it just adds on to what is already physically attractive to her. Shit is a super turn on when she got other substance to go with her. Otherwise, she's just gonna be a quick fuck, and I'm gonna try to get her out the house. But if she got someone go along with it, I'm gonna try to lay in it, get one off, and try to sleep in that shit.
Oh, I got. Oh man, this is crazy right here. Some of these get real deep. HOD, you want to answer that same question, or you want to go to the deck? Because I
Nah,
got
we
one
could
more.
go. We'll go with that one. A sophisticated woman who has a lot of intellect, but then who's a freak and knows how to own it and knows how to play with it the right way, and she not ashamed of it. And let's get it. I like that.
All right, cool. Girl behind the mic, you ready? Look, I love this game right here. Like, man, I'm having a blast. I don't know what y'all got going on. I'm sorry if I'm bothering, from holding anybody up. And they was like, man, I don't want to hang up, but I gotta go. I'll ask two more and I can end it. All right, that's fair enough because I know everybody got different lives, but I'm having a blast, and I know what I got going on. What does? Ooh, that's a good one. No, I'm saying if you're friend. No, I want to ask that one. Yo, this is crazy right here. What's the first thing? No, not that one. No, not that one. Some of these did good, and they so good. I want to save these for another game night. Like, oh my God, these are good questions. And these aren't questions you want to ask one person and pass off. These are questions you want to ask, and you want everybody to answer. You guys, y'all feel what I'm saying? So we can end it here after this, because I'm really enjoying this, but I don't want to ruin it. I want people to look forward to more of these. I'm gonna start calling this know your neighbors. When you dealing in business or banking, to tell you nowadays you got to know your customer. Like, you can't just say, hey, the cartel was laundering money here. I didn't know. Like, that's why the banks are how they are now. I learned that due to what I'm doing either via YouTube now, do my independent contract that I got with my company, also with my wife and her independent. Yo, you got to know your business. You got to know who your customer is, right? Because the company, like the U.S. government, don't let you get away with it. So let's have some fun with it with the show right here. Let's get to know each other as neighbors and have some fun with this. Like, this is interesting to me. So let's go. Girl behind the mic, you ready?
Ready.
Every time she say that, like, why do I get a little tingle? Okay, anyway, that's hey, look,
A little
whatever.
vibration.
I know. Look,
But I understand.
y'all get it, and some niggas somewhere. Hey, look, my wife probably watching. She gonna be like,
You act like a little bitch right now.
or she might be like, all right, look, shout out to Miss Nash, Mrs. Nash. Here we go. Girl behind the mic, Reggio, HLD. Would you rather have a professional and tolerable yet unexcited personal life, or have a happy personal life, but your okay? How about this? I'm gonna simplify this because the way these are read, I just simplify them. Would you rather have Jeff Bezos money, right? Like you got that type of account, but your personal life is fucked up. Like, you're divorced, your kids don't fuck with you, everything is personal life is fucked up. Or would you rather be like, look, every time I go to Thanksgiving, Christmas, everybody give me my favorite food, I get all my favorite gifts, everybody love me, I'm a good person, but you got Marq Nash money. Which is a girl behind the mic, $800 a year. That's what she told me I had. Every time we do our example, she's like, "You got $800 a year, nigga." I'm like, "I'm better than that, but okay." So, Jeff Bezos, this is a bad one. Let's go to another one. I don't even want to put y'all in that situation. Jeff Bezos and Marq Nash. Let's go to another question. Here we go. Oh, girl behind the mic. Here we go. What is the nicest thing anyone has ever said to you? Like, oh my God, that is so nice. A stranger too. It got to be a stranger. The nicest thing a stranger has ever said to you. Other than they want to fuck, and they're I'll leave my wife, my kids, my whole family for your thick African ass right now, motherfucker. Like, god damn, like that don't count, girl behind the mic. No lust involved.
Oh, dang it.
Yep. Respectfully.
Shut the fuck.
Yeah. You know how the rest go. Yeah. Respectfully, you can't. It can't be lust. What is the nicest things anyone who's a stranger has ever said to you?
And I get confused about this, but a lot of strangers, when I meet them and we talk, they always say, "You are so nice." So I don't know, is it like my face looks mean or what? I don't understand. But they usually always say, "You are so nice. You're so sweet." And I'm like, "What? Do I look mean or something?" I mean, what? So this is the only latest thing I could think about since I can't put no lust in it.
All right. HLD, same question. Do you want to answer that question, or can I go to the deck? I got a question on the deck that I would love to ask HLD.
Just go ahead, get the deck.
If you could use a voodoo doll and hurt anyone you choose, other than Marq Nash, who would it be? Look, that old boy was like, Mark, that's a long card, bro. Some of these cards are really long. Pause. Like, yeah, but these are the cards. Yeah. But look, some of these cards are really long. Like that one about if you would rather, like, look at all these words on this card. It's a lot of words, bro. I didn't make this up, dude. I look, y'all think look, I'm investing in myself. I spent $20 for these games. You know what I'm saying? And I bought another game. I'm buying other games. I'm investing into the show. But we do couple game nights here in Atlanta and with my family and my friends. But yes, bro, this is a long question. I changed it to make it fit the show, but yeah, I ain't capping. Go ahead, HLD. If you had a voodoo doll, who would it be and why?
Damn, man, I'm not the type of person, even though I may be pissed at somebody trying to do harm at anybody, but just for the sake of the game, there was somebody on the chat earlier, so maybe a couple of pokes at that, shut them up. But I'm not the type of person to hurt nobody.
I'll give Al Hammond a voodoo doll, and I'll make him do a press conference and take a 2022 picture.
Man,
I'm gonna do an Al Hammond voodoo doll just so we can get a 2022 picture. There we go. Go ahead, Reggie.
Man, I got a NBA roster of voodoo dolls I'll put out for people. Christopher Columbus, Adolf Hitler, Donald Trump.
Okay, Donald Trump. Hold up. We got one alive. There we go. One alive. Donald Trump.
Yeah, the motherfuckers who did, they'll be dug up and brought back to life so they can feel that suffering. So I got Christopher Columbus.
Hold up, Reggie. What you'll just have Adolf Hitler out here sucking Jew dick or some shit.
Man, I had that motherfucker.
You'll make his corpse do like real perverted shit, like on camera. Like, this is what you got to do now with this voodoo doll power I got. Like, why are you bringing Adolf Hitler from the grave, Reggie?
Man, to fuck him up. He went out too easy. He got to suffer.
Yo, conspiracy theory girl behind the mic. You ready for this one?
Ready.
Oh my God. Every time you do that, oh my God. You got to stop doing that to me. You know I'm a married man. And I can't afford you. Look, I'm gonna get a PBC deal, and I'm gonna try to buy you all with some EBT and WIC vouchers. You know my style. Look, I'm broke, nigga, man. I'm out here trying to get it. Hey, look, respectfully, respect to your husband. Peace to that king, the white king or Asian king, whatever he is. He's racial ambiguous. I already know.
Oh, my king is a Negro.
Whatever he is, I got in my mind. I got to make him less. So I joke. No. All right, look, let's keep it moving. But seriously though, look, it's a conspiracy theory that Adolf Hitler did not commit suicide. Reggie, HLD, girl behind the mic. Did y'all ever hear this story?
True. He went to South America.
That's what I heard.
A lot of the Nazis escaped and found refuge in Argentina. Put a case on it. Did y'all ever hear this story?
Yeah.
You know, yesterday I was at Kohl's and I see this girl with an accent, and I'm just saying she could be the offspring of these Germans that went over there. And I'm listening to her accent. I think she's gonna say she's from Germany or some shit. She says she's from Mexico. I almost said, "What the fuck?" And I'm thinking in my mind, yeah, your parents probably left Hitler Germany and shit. But yeah, a lot of them German Nazis did go down there. You see a lot of that in the way in which some people from Mexico look and shit.
Absolutely. I mean,
But you know, the scientists came to America, right?
Yeah, I mean, they went all over the world though, but most
They
of them, yeah,
did,
you're right.
but majority of the scientists that were experimenting on people came to America. I think it's Operation Paperclip.
Absolutely. And they found refuge here.
Mm-hmm.
And they helped work on the Apollo missions. What's his name? Alice Van. Come on, man. I'm gonna pull his name up.
You talking about Van Bruin and shit? Bernard Van Bruin, Van Braun or something.
Van Braun.
Oh man, are we about to go into the conspiracy section? Because y'all know I love a good conspiracy.
I don't know. Reggie don't like conspiracies.
Man,
No, I don't. But no, Van Braun was the one over that
Reggie
V2
love
rocket program.
Yo, Reggie.
No, I ain't like conspiracies.
Reggie love conspiracy, man. You ain't watch his show. He do that. He look. Reggie is like Fox News on my channel. Like he'll act like he don't fuck with some shit, but if you go check out his channel, he be doing that shit.
They say Fox News.
Yo, respectfully though, yeah, it's Reggie Facts. Like that's why I got my own shit now called Nash Facts, based off of Reggie Facts. But Nash Facts flow off your tongue, get rhymes. Nash Facts is gonna blow up because I'm gonna lean into it, Reggie. But Reggie Facts be on point sometimes too, though. Respectfully, come on,
99.9% of the time.
Until you share your screen on the stream, though, then the percentage are likely to drop. But look, man, yo, man, have y'all seen? Look, the game over. Did anybody win? And if so, send me your cash app. The winner, whoever got 5 in a row. For the other game, I think I still owe Nick Rich $25, but she ain't sent me her cash app, so that's why I was like, shit, we got money for another game. Fuck it. But I think we ended at a tie right here on purpose. HOD and Reggie are tied, so both of y'all got to pull up for the next game night.
But you ended it in a tie, so you didn't have to pay out. Niggas.
Oh, y'all want to do a tiebreaker real quick?
No,
man.
I would love to do a tiebreaker.
Nah.
Look, both of y'all pick a number 1 through 5. I got 5 cards right here. Matter of fact, I got 5 cards. Girl behind the mic, pick a number 1 through 5. Cause she lost. So let
3.
3. So 1, 2, 3. All right, pick the third card. A diet heavy in red meat and dairy can cause this awful side effect: jaundice, a white tongue, anal leakage, fat deposits around the nipples. Reggie, answer now. Go. ABC.
Fat deposits.
HOD, go.
Fat deposits.
Both of y'all are wrong. It's anal leakage.
Interesting.
A diet heavy in red meat and diet dairy can cause this awful sign. You got anal leakage, nigga. Get off the cow, get off the milk. That's why you got to keep wiping. Like you got when you don't just go potty, you got to go pee and wipe. I
haven't experienced.
Look. The game is called I Wish I Didn't Know That. So Reggie, you still think I'm trying to just steal y'all $25? Look, man, let's give away this money. Y'all ready?
And no. I'm ready to close out. I'm about to get off.
I want to give it away. I want to give it away. Let's pick one more of these weird ass answers. Girl behind the mic, pick a number 1 through 5 again.
2.
All right, so I'm gonna go 1, 2. I'm gonna flip over the third card. Third card says this: Most men didn't start doing this until the 1800s. HLD, wearing underwear, chewing before swallowing, brushing their teeth, taking baths. 5.
Underwear.
8. Reggie, answer. Most
Brushing
men
their
didn't
teeth.
start.
Easy. Brushing their teeth.
The answer is wearing underwear. HLD. You are the winner.
God damn it.
Easy.
Most men did not start doing this until 1800. So HLD, put your Cash App in the private chat, and I'll send you your $25 now.
Oh man, you put that back into the collection of the Marq Nash, bro. That's all you got to do.
But look, I love doing these games. I love game nights. I love talking to people. And look, these are some new games. You don't have to know hip hop. Some of this shit we never gonna know. I found this one right here. It was telling me that 80% of single women admitted to doing this on Valentine's Day. Girl behind the mic, you just take a guess. Is it eating a whole box of chocolates, sending themselves flowers, dedicating songs to themselves on the radio, or writing anonymous love letters?
Eating a box of chocolates.
Reggie.
The anonymous love letters.
HLD.
Send themselves flowers.
HLD, how do you HLD? HLD. I'm quitting this game. I'm quitting this game. HLD got all the answers except for one, bro. You got every answer right, except for like 1 or 2. Yes, 80% of single women have admitted to sending themselves flowers on Valentine's Day. I never.
Yeah, they're in the office. They get flowers. They get the attention. Ooh, somebody sent me flowers, and everybody, so they get that attention too. And so yeah, they do that.
Lonely hoes better knock them damn walls y'all keep putting up.
Girl, what we here doing? Go around the mic. Let me ask you this: in 2009, what part of Africa is your family originally from? Because you might know this. You might be cheap.
Zimbabwe.
Okay, now what part of the continent is that? Is that north, east, south, east, west? For us
South.
dumb Americans, so that's south of the continent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, your family has been long and gone since 2009, and you don't know shit about this Nigerian trivia, right?
No, I shouldn't.
All right, like jump right in. You ready? Just for you only, and then we'll pass it around. You get first dibs because you are our native from the continent. Yo, it'd be so dope talking to you, man. I be wishing you sometimes you'll just I watch your show on your YouTube when you be breaking news about shit that's going on in the continent. I always wondered, I ask you off air. I don't know if this is awkward right now, but I wish you why you don't do more of that, or is you just stepped away from it? I think you spoke about it one time briefly.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, man, I stepped away from that because of this, but you got a delivery, yo. When you passionate about that shit, like you was talking about the motherfucking single. What's the dude that was cheating on his wife?
Stunner.
You went off, yo. You went fucking off, yo. Reggie, I sat there and watched that whole shit in a whole nother language.
Yeah.
Oh, you be talking in your language?
Yeah, I was talking in my language because I was talking to the couple that was they're in the United Kingdom, but it was for the community, talking about what was happening. So I was speaking in Shana.
And why was that
let me hear you go off on it.
Are they like reality stars? Who are they?
They're like air quote. Well, he was like an artist. He is like an artist. And so she
say it in your language. Reggie said he want to hear it.
Yeah, I want to hear you go off, like cuss somebody out.
Like, because he was on some bullshit. Go ahead, because this next question is going to be right there on it.
I can't. You guys, I don't even barely cuss in English. So
then say the rough, soft, and all that.
Okay, so you was riding with the girl, right, over the dude, right?
Yes, I was.
And that dude is on the internet saying, yo, she was like, you making me crazy. You make me want to kill myself. Of course I want to kill myself because look how you treat me. He was like, y'all see why I want to leave this crazy bitch, right? Y'all see what she doing, right? The bitch out here wilding. She on internet, and you can hear her family saying, "Cut the camera off! Don't do this on Facebook! Don't do this on Facebook!" I ain't trying to be disrespectful. I'm just trying to add some comedic context to it. But the family was like, "Don't do this on Facebook. You're bullshitting." Okay, I don't went Jamaican and African at the same time. Regardless, you get what I'm saying. Girl behind the mic, they want to hear you. Tell them in your you know, like straight from the continent what you said to that nigga, because you went off on that nigga and you went off on like women. You was talking about education. You was talking about what women need to do. Like, I turned on Google Translate for that shit.
Yes.
I was locked in, yo. I was like, this my girl. Like, what is she talking about? And
she
I
say,
didn't
"Welcome to Jam Rock."
Nah, that's Jamaican. That's Jamaican. See,
That Jamaican.
They don't even know. Tell them this. Tell them Penn and Teller.
Shut the fuck up.
Penn and Teller. Respectfully. Reggie, I would never say that in real life. It's only for entertainment. The girl behind the mic, he said he wanted to hear you because I guess they never heard you speak your home language. But this question right here is, in 2009, a goat in this is weird. In 2009, a goat was arrested in Nigeria for what? Eating a birthday cake, disrupting a soccer game, driving a car without a license, or attempted robbery. So this has nothing to do with what we were talking about, and that's the last question right there. Because now I feel like I don't disrespect the whole continent, and I'm about to get canceled, respectfully or disrespectfully. So we're gonna end it right there. But everybody give me their take on this. But girl behind the mic, I would love for you to tell us that story for the people who don't know, because I start following their story, and that's an old video. I've been watching all kind of old videos on them, keeping up to date and seeing what happened. But go ahead. Queen behind the mic.
All right. About the story or about the goat?
Whatever you want to do. Give me matter of fact, give me your everybody give me their guess on this. Is it what did in 2009 in Nigeria, what did they arrest the goat for? Eating a birthday cake, disrupting a soccer game, driving a car without a license, or attempted robbery?
Soccer game.
He said soccer game. Reggie?
Attempted. Wait, give me the other ones.
In 2009, a goat was arrested in Nigeria. Was it for eating a birthday cake, disrupting a soccer game, driving a car with no license, or attempted robbery?
Oh, soccer game.
Okay, 2 soccer games. Girl behind the mic, what say you?
Attempted robbery.
See, she already know. She already know.
Is it really?
Hell yeah! In Zimbabwe, they probably got the goats with the ski mask too. Like, she already know.
I did.
How did you know? How did you know? Yo, look at this shit. I can't. Reggie.
Wow.
Girl behind the mic. Queen P. HOD.
Shout out to Queen P.
Yeah, I said soccer because it made the most sense. So they love soccer over there.
How did the goat do the attempted robbery in 2009? See, look, I'm gonna just start taking pictures of these flashcards, and y'all just do your own research for your own fun facts. But this gonna be, oh my God, can y'all see this? Yes.
Maybe they got a video so Reggie could put it up for us, man.
All right, before we go, girl behind the mic, tell us this crazy story. What the fuck was happening in Zimbabwe with this dude and his girl that made news all over the world?
And that made me come out and do the reaction. So what happened was, okay, this is a young and starving artist. He was just emerging, but his wife, that girl, she has a life in the United Kingdom. Like most people go out to the West to make money. So she's out making money in the West for her husband, who's back home in Zimbabwe, but going through the funds and, you know, treating girlfriends and all this other stuff. So that's why her situation was very touching for me as well. Just I felt, because she was really hurt. She was crying. But at the same token, most people know about such relationships. Like dealing with people, if you're in the diaspora, dealing with people back home and stuff like that is real tricky. But he was getting over on her. So that's all I was trying to say.
Now, what did you say exactly? But you start bringing up education. Why did you bring up education in that? Were you talking about like when you start talking about the women needing education and things like that? Because you did bring that up.
Well, so the thing is, I mean, of course, we could be a little bit behind times. We're not as advanced as the West. And my whole entire thing was when I was saying to the
Why
girl,
did you say that?
like,
Slow down. Why
oh,
did you say slow down? Why are they not as advanced as the West?
well, and that's why I
And
hesitantly
what ways
use
do you speak of when you say that?
right, and I hesitantly use advanced, but women's roles have been a certain way for a long time. Women are like second class citizens. Even though she was out in the United Kingdom making all the money, trying to hold her house down, her quandary probably traditionally was just that she didn't want to leave her marriage. But her guy was super trifling because he's out here just banging all kinds of chicks. And what she's doing is she's buying like Range Rovers, luxury cars, sending them over
Oh,
there. Yeah, she's
slow down. So she was the big breadwinner.
she is. She has a big company. Today, she has a big company. She's doing well for herself in the United Kingdom. And so she was, yeah, the breadwinner, sending him cars, sending him luxury cars. So his name is Stunner. So he's stunning on her monies and everything like that. And you think he would be okay or do right by her, but he's out here using all of that and everything she's getting him to go pick up on other women. Um, and so that's just where my heart broke. But in my culture, the millennials and Generation Zs are coming up. But in my culture, it's atypical for women to tolerate that, to put up to that. That's your husband. You don't have to leave him. You're going to stay with him. He could go have affairs with 6 million women. Most of these women stay with their husbands just as a cultural thing or traditional thing. But what most people have to understand though, traditionally majority of the women have been pretty much bought for, paid for. So when the man pays dowry, it's like the contract. I have given your family 50,000 US dollars. You are now mine. So he could go upside your dome. He could beat you up night and day. He could do whatever he wants. He's your husband. The police, majority of them, men, will probably high five him. You know,
I mean,
write a report,
but
high
what does she
five.
do though? She got to shut the fuck up, respectfully, right? No, 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 I shouldn't say. I shouldn't. I
Hey,
shouldn't.
that's your culture.
I shouldn't say that.
That's the culture in Africa.
So
Like, look,
in the
I don't
culture
want
that I
beans
grew up
tonight,
in,
bitch. I want rice.
listen, in the culture. And what's sad is people made fun. Growing up, they made fun of this. I mean, in hindsight, I'm like, okay, that's not really a funny situation, domestic abuse. But they made fun of this, that some women know when it's time for a beating, their husband will be like, all right, come here. It's now time. And they'll go on their knees to their husband and get beat. Like there
And what
is
if
no
your
911. There is no domestic violence
Really? In
hotline.
Zimbabwe?
what if your father or brother that be like, man, you ain't hitting my motherfucking daughter or sister?
So that would be appropriate, but fathers and brothers have already spent the dowry. So if you go and give
Oh
the
shit!
wife's parent,
You
because the
telling her to act
dowry,
right? You
yes,
fucking up the family money.
yes. So the dowry is given to the woman's family. It's supposed to be a token of appreciation. Thank you so much for raising her, for grooming her, for marriage, and here's your money. Whatever the so the thing is, whatever the wife's family asks for, and the dowry system goes according to the woman's like. Listen, I still don't know how they figure it out by now, but I've heard stuff. So if the woman is a virgin, like at the honeymoon, they require a sheet. They want to see a blood stain on the sheet. This is the husband's relatives because all of these are fees that are added to the dowry if she's a virgin, if she's well educated, if she was educated abroad, what does she, she a Christian, her beliefs, the life, the family she comes from. All of these are contributing factors where people could pay 50,000 US dollars, 80,000 US dollars, 20,000 US dollars. And this is all contingent on the wife's family. They're the ones that tell the husband, we want this. Sometimes if they live in the rural area, they'll say, well, we want they'll do this so hard. They'll say we want 300 brown cows and 2 white bulls. So now you gotta go purchase that amount.
Slow down. Now you know I can't let that slide. Now, the virgin daughter is worth what?
Priceless. So they'll set the price really high.
You just put a number on it. You said
so. I mean, it could go up to 80,000. There is no limit.
But hold up, but the cow, you say the numbers of the livestock. You said how many cows?
Oh, so they could add. So depending on the living arrangement, most people they have city living or suburban living, and some have like land out in the village where they keep their livestock like cows and goats and stuff like that. So the wife's family, they can request for $20,000 cash, and then 10 brown cows and 2 white bulls, or 2 black bulls and 5 white cows.
What are 10 bulls like?
It's part of it. Cows. So cows have always been the ancient practice before money. Livestock was the thing. The more livestock your family had, the wealthier you were. So the dowry system used to always be livestock, but because we came into the monetary system and people were getting advanced and they working in the city, families are now requesting for cash and livestock, or you would find a family that just requests for nothing but cash. Some families request for brand new cars. I want a Mercedes Benz for the wife's mother, and a Range Rover for the wife's father.
Wow. So, but why the significance in the color of the cow? Brown cows, white bulls, brown bulls.
Exactly.
Like, what is the meaning of a white cow or a white bull? And like, why is that more valuable? And what do you use it for? For like the meat? Do you use it for breeding? Do they use it for like the skin and the coat, of it? Like, what's the significance of the color of the cows and the bulls?
So that's a very good answer. And every cow has a significant, like, traditional meaning. I don't know it all because this is what the chiefs and the elders know. But what I do know is an example. So one of the examples is, because I was kind of in a predicament like that, where when we meet people, if I meet a man, if I was single, if I meet a man or a man meets me, majority of people, we introduce ourselves by always asking where you're from, like your village, like your where you're from is where your father is from. So I would identify myself from where my father's village is, and then I would identify with my totem so that we don't mingle totem to totem. It is against culture, but what's weird is totems. So totems will be your spirit animals. So it is the bird, the fish, the lion, tigers, baboons, all kinds of animals, a different totem groups, so kind of like tribes. But way before all of this not civilization, but colonialization, I should say, way before all of that, people had to stick to their totem. So my dad is a bird and I'm a bird. So I would stick into the tribe and marry into the tribe. But that has now since changed. So when you meet people, the first thing you want to know is you're not dating somebody to marry somebody from your tribe. They have to identify themselves. So if I'm a bird and I meet a lion or an elephant, then we're fine. But if I meet another bird, we are the same totem. So now one of the traditional rituals before anything in monies and dowry is they'll have to do a ritual to cut the totem relationship. And that is when they would order a certain number of white cows. That's all I know. It's a certain number of white cows to cut the totem ties. And then that will then allow you to start with the traditional marriage. And then y'all could think about the white wedding after that. So it's deep.
White wedding sound like gonna be dirt all around that shit.
That what, Reg?
He said white wedding sound like it's gonna be nothing but dirt all around the place.
Oh man, God. This dude
Yeah.
right there, Reg.
That's why they want them brown cows and shit.
Y'all got jokes.
Yeah.
But
I never heard of that. Yo, but seriously, like this is educational for me. Go ahead, HOD.
My man, I gotta go night.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Look, don't we all? You got anything you want to say before you go?
Nah, man, it was a good night, man. I haven't been on a long night with you guys for a minute, so I'm glad I came on at the right time with the new game show. So I like that.
Hey, look, man, we got to change the pace up, man. We can't argue about the same fighters every night, every week. Like, come on, bro. Sometimes we need to change the pace, and but we still like the community. But we ain't got to argue about boxing and the same rappers and the same Jay-Z or Nas, Biggie or Tupac, Spence or Crawford, Wilder. Or, did he cheat? Did he get robbed? Like, come on, bro. Like, we got to change it up sometimes, right?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, man. I'll see you on the next one. All right, bro.
All right, guys. Hey, God bless everybody on the panel.
Man,
Ciao.
thank you for participating, and thanks for giving the money back to the show. Thanks for giving your earnings back to the show. God bless. Shout out to HOD. Hey, look, Reggie, girl behind the mic. Thank you for sharing that. Reggie, I never knew some of these things that she said tonight.
Man, Africa is fucked up for that.
Damn,
I
you
couldn't
ain't gotta say it like that. Like, damn,
Man.
that's your hot take.
Yeah, man, I couldn't allow no shit like that. A dowry, because even in that slave book I'm reading, and I'm hearing that word dowry and
speak up just a
all
little
this
bit,
stuff.
Reggie.
Like,
If you can you change your mic? Oh no, that's me. Go ahead. You good. Go ahead.
yeah, like in the slave book and hearing about dowries and selling off, and that, I mean, it's like, what state is a family in that you would sell your daughter off to some dude and then he has the right to beat her? Like, that shit ain't cool, man. That shit ain't cool.
Oh, let me drop the link for Derek. I think Brandon Washington want to join real quick before we go. But go ahead, Reg. Yeah, girl behind the mic. But when you look at it, like when you're a part of it, like you don't look at it like it's a bad thing. It's culture. It's like it's part of my duties, part of my culture, and it's not considered a bad thing. Like it's just a way of life. It's like almost like us. Like, hey, look, some of us look at eating bacon or eating a cheeseburger like it's just eating a burger. It's bacon and cheese and a burger. But some people like, yo, you eating a beef? You eating cow? Or some people might be like, yo, you eating pork? Like it's a cultural thing.
But look, let me ask girl behind the mic. Is this kind of gives reasoning? You know how a lot of people are critical when they see women of African descent buying the Europeanized culture. Could it be something that Europeanized or Western civilization, you know, they kind of outlaw, you know, certain treatment towards women? Could that be a reason behind them accepting more Westernized type culture, breaking away from that? Because it seems like women become, you know, viewed as tools. Well, we criticize for looking at women as objects, and it's really like women are looked at as objects and treated like objects over there.
Definitely. So that is a very interesting question. I think that the tradition came before the influences, like the Western or colonial influences. So the dowry system has been there for a very long time. It's just the methods have changed. Yes, now this dowry system done in a healthy, loving relationship, it helps the family out. But definitely, if it's done in an unhealthy environment, some of its downfall is that women may feel trapped because here it is. If he's putting the hands on me, I'm in an unhealthy marriage and he's just cheating. I cannot get divorced. I can't automatically just go and get divorced because the part of it is you have to give a refund. You got to give the money back.
Whoa.
So your family would have already spent it. If you give somebody $50,000 US, the US dollar per to Zimbabwean dollar is higher. So they probably have bought a house, probably built a house,
right. And she ain't a virgin no more.
And she's no longer a virgin anymore. So in an unhealthy environment, she's now forced to stay most times.
I can't give you all the money back.
Right. They would have to it out. If she really leaves and flees, and that's the other thing, when the wife, when she leaves and flees, now you gotta run back home. And most times your parents, especially like let's say your mom, she's been through this. Her husband was trafficking, he did all of this stuff too. So she doesn't understand. She's like, no, go back to your husband. We don't want you here. So it can be unhealthy in a sense, but it has reduced the numbers of divorces in the healthier homes, because what happens is men grow up being groomed to a saving structure. You're saving your money for your bridal dowry. You're saving your money so they know from their first job, from whatever they're doing, they're going to be paying towards or paying for their dowry. And unfortunately, as well, people may say grooming is good or bad, but women are also raised to be domesticated. And when I was 10, 11, got to learn how to cook, iron, clean, because the sarcastic remarks in the household was, because I'm the oldest girl child. So they'll say, we don't want our daughter to be returned, because that's what most parents would fear, is once the dowry has been paid for, you're taken in by these people and you're like lazy, a slob, and you're just not domesticated. The husband can say, I don't want her. He could say, I don't want her. I want my money back. So most families make sure that the women do their part raising the young girls for domestication, and the men do their part raising the man to really save and watch their monies and prepare for marriage.
I got a question. Does
Mhm.
the system have a checks and balance that a man or a husband has to, does he has to meet a certain criteria where he can say, like, is it a court for this? That's what I'm saying. Like, is it a dowry court? Like, you know how we got child support court here in
Mhm.
America? You got to go to court to get a fishing license, hunting license. Or you ain't got to go to court, but it's a procedure to change your name, to get married, to get divorced. Like, so we get married, get divorced. Like, okay, we can get divorced, but is it a part of the court system that sets up the dowry reimbursement? Like, okay, this family, yeah, we don't spend the money. Okay, well, you got to sell the house because y'all lost in court. She was not a virgin, or hey, she was out here cheating on this man. He don't paid y'all off. Yeah, she was a virgin. He married her, but she been out here cheating. Is documented. Like, how does the dowry reimbursement go? Or is it a system set up for that?
All right, so it's a good question. So there's two steps to getting married. The first is the traditional marriage, which is done among the families with the traditions. It's like very tedious. It's a long process, and that includes the dowry. That's the traditional marriage. So, in not rare, but in some circumstances, people could stop right there after they finish their traditional, which is the meeting of the husband's families, the discussing of the monies, and the woman being introduced to the husband's family and all this other stuff. So you could stop at the traditional marriage. You're married, with the dowry paid. That's among the people. There's no court. You don't go before a magistrate or a judge. It's kind of like a loyalty thing, I guess. And so if you
What
don't
we
go
call courthouse wedding right here, almost. Shit.
yeah, so there's no like documentation in terms of like legal wise. So
It's not even what we call here. We don't
no.
even, we call that what they call it what's it called, Reggie? Like when you just been with somebody for a long time.
Common law.
Common law. There we go. Thank you, Brandon.
What's a commonwealth? Yeah, be right.
call
And
that
you
common
can have multiple wives too, right? The husband.
So listen.
Hold on, girl behind the mic. I want to add before you get
Okay.
into that because that's deep. That I
Okay.
know I know where this is going, but I want to say this.
I don't even know where it's going. Shit, you better than me.
I do. I know where it's going.
The show
Reggie,
been
this,
going all kind of places.
But this is beautiful though. What I want to say is this is how you produce culture. This is how you produce healthy families and healthy people with healthy characters. Yes, there's always gonna be people that perverted and do certain things that they shouldn't. But Reg, the reason why you looking at this, because you looking at it from Western eyes. You're not looking at it from a culture and people trying to keep certain things intact, which makes them who they are. Think about it, Reg. You raising a daughter. and
too.
you
Me
groom.
too.
Yeah, you too. My bad, Mark. Y'all
Absolutely.
raising daughters, and y'all are raising y'all daughters into being women who are productive, knowing that the more you put into her, the more value, not just monetarily, but in her too, in her character, by sending her abroad to study. That makes her more valuable to a man. By teaching her these things, by being college educated. Look at what you're getting. And then you have a man of a certain caliber who has to show himself worthy first by money. You got to show that you put in the work. So he got to be a certain kind of man. Just think if you keep building that and building that, what kind of people you end up having. So the way you was looking at it, Reg, is kind of off because you got to remember the same way they grooming you grooming your daughter, they grooming you got on the man side, they grooming this man, and he got to
Man,
have
hey,
certain character. Hold
let,
on,
let
you
'em
made
finish,
it
bro.
sound just fucked up because they may beat their women. I know that when I was coming up, I saw women get their ass kicked all the time, and they wasn't even married to the man, and nobody paid nothing for them. They
And
whooped that
that
ass.
and still don't mean it's right though. We all
Right.
agree to
So
that.
the point that I'm trying to make is that goes on to society, and that's a character flaw in a man wanting to put his hands on a woman. That don't necessarily mean. And also, when I was coming up, before they had 911, when you had to call an operator and tell them to call the police routinely came on domestic situations and they left. Everybody okay? Yeah, everybody okay? Anybody want to go to jail? Nope. Okay, and that was that. And people handled it amongst themselves.
Right. And then they
So
beat your ass again, beat the kids too. Call the 911.
so the point that I'm trying to make is because we as black people who grew up here in America, we don't have no culture except what white people tell us our culture is. We don't have nothing where we do you know how beautiful that is to be raising people like me raising my son and telling my son, hey man, if you are a lazy man, you can't have a wife. And whatever wife you do have, she's not gonna be obsessing because you didn't put in the work to even put yourself in position to have this kind of woman. And you got to know what kind of families these people coming from. These people might be doctors and lawyers. That's beautiful. Man, we should practice that in our.
Everybody ain't hey look, bro, respectfully. Everybody ain't no doctor and no lawyer though.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm
I'm
saying
just
just
saying
the build on.
it's
I
less
wasn't
of
saying
that though. It's
right, but
less
what
of
I'm
that,
saying,
and it's more of I work at the grocery store, nigga.
indeed, but at least you getting a certain character of people. You see what I'm saying? That's all I mean by that.
But look, B. Let
And
me
you
say
still
this.
hold up, respectfully though. Hold up, before I pass it, you still
Go
get
ahead.
character of people like she said, nigga. Your mama married you off for a Benz.
No,
Fuck
no, no,
that.
no, 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 no.
Hold
That's
on,
not
hold
what
on,
she
hold on.
said.
Let me say this. Let me say this. I thought I was. Well, matter of fact, if you wasn't done, I want you to finish your speak piece.
Oh, okay.
But
See,
I
I didn't
want
get
you to
that
finish your
out of that.
piece out.
What I
But I
got
don't
out
want
of
when I
that.
start you to rebuttal once
Okay,
it's
I ain't
my
gonna say
turn.
nothing. I'm gonna put my phone on mute, bro, like we do.
No, yeah. That's it though.
Um,
But I don't want you to rebuttal as soon as I
I
speak
won't.
my piece. If just because now I thought of that.
No, I won't. I won't do that.
Respectfully, it's all good. Go ahead. I love this
But
topic though, and I hate that we started this topic so late.
I
But
do
what's the
too.
topic?
But the point that I was trying to make was she was just using the material things that the money bring as though anybody else would. So if you gave me $50,000 or $100,000 for my daughter, um, that I groomed and I probably put $100,000 or $300,000 into her, then yeah, I might buy a car. Then yeah, I might buy a house. Then yeah, I might buy. So that's what she meant by that, not just selling them off just for
Don't
yeah,
tell me
baby.
what she means. She's still here, respectfully.
Oh well, no, well that's what I gathered. I say that you right.
There you go. You get what I'm
Let
That's
me
saying?
what I
let me
gathered.
let me give a rebuttal to this shit, man.
Damn, man, I ain't
Come
even
on,
get
Red.
mine off. But go ahead,
I'm
Reg.
done. I'm done.
All right, so I'm not basing this off American standard, man. That standard they got over there is a fucked up standard. That a woman that you raise a daughter to prep her to go serve some other dude. I don't raise my daughter to prepare her to be nobody's wife. I prepare her to be independent, educated, bright, and know how to guide herself through life. I don't want because I see a lot of elder people who are raised in that kind of culture to where they just there to serve a husband and that motherfucker die and they lost in this world without a clue of how to go about it without him. And then pretty soon they mope and die. The thing is to raise her, to learn how to guide herself through life, to become a part of the society and independent in the society if she has to. If her marriage fails, she doesn't have to be man dependent. But now for her thing is to find someone who loves her, not to find someone that, oh, for you to take my daughter, I need the benefit off of her. You ain't got to give me 2 bits of shit. Love my daughter, treat her right. She treats you right. Y'all love each other. Y'all have an understanding based on how you want. Now, there's so many of these cultures that arranges marriage. And hearing this shit, this give me more of a thought into, because I have an Ethiopian homegirl, and I remember her talking about how her marriage to the person she ended up marrying was some shit set up by their families, and that she ain't happy in that shit. And it's like it's crazy thinking that there are societies that create these dynamics, and a lot of these dudes from these type of societies are very insecure. They're the type that beat on their women, not out of her doing something, but based off of insecurity. They see her talking to a man, she'll get her ass whooped for that. They can't have certain conversations. So the society is they raise men with very weak characteristics about themselves. A lot of suckified shit in them. They don't speak to women to groom themselves. It can be based off of his profession, the amount of wealth he carries. So you just basically hoeing off your daughter is what a lot of those parents over there doing. I can't buy that as culture. I think it's bullshit. And it's coming from it really comes from poor societies that have to go about doing that. Only in poor tribal societies you see that. But go ahead.
Can I respond, y'all?
Before you do that, let me do this. Let me say this. I appreciate everybody's time and energy here. I know everybody's time is valuable. I got a cash app over here. I got a couple of these cash apps. So I'm sorry for the people. I'm looking at the time on these cash apps. They sent these shits hours ago, but I got a new phone. Bro, they sent these shits on the last 2 episodes.
Man, read them people cash app, man.
Bro, like, and look, and they send the cash app because they be like, yo, I don't want YouTube to get no money. I want you to get all of it. And then my dumb ass don't even do it. Look, I told y'all my mama sent me a cash app on the live one time. My mama sent me $25 last week. And I was like, damn, mama. Like, she's like, yeah, I was enjoying the show. I didn't even know y'all talk like that, baby. I was like, mama, please don't watch the show. Don't watch the show. But shout out to Kenny Savoy, Uncle Kenny. Shout out to Uncle Kenny for the donation. Damn, Uncle Kenny. Sorry I missed your donation. Y'all know Uncle Kenny. That's K Savoy in the chat.
10, a 10, a 10, a fucking 10.
Purdo came through. This is like at 1:11 a.m. Like, that's how far back I'm going, y'all. Shout out to Puro. Y'all know Puro in the chat, right? Shout out to my guy Puro. Puro dropped the dub on your boy.
We call this here a little twin. Wow. Nigga.
And I know where that comes from. That comes from me helping Puro get his but he just said great for the content. But I get it though. Yeah. But yeah, man, at the end of the day, man, this has been a crazy episode, man. But I appreciate everybody. Let me do this other one. This is Gary Cobb. Shout out to Gary Cobb.
A 10, a 10, a 10, a fucking 10.
And this is another one from this is Furlough with the Furgo. I don't know if you know what that means, but thank you.
I got 5 on it.
Shout out to everybody. Thank you so much for your time, energy, and donations. Man, we got to end this show, man. Everybody give me their final thoughts, and let's close this one out.
Oh, wait, you forgot KP from KC wanted to say something.
Oh, go ahead, KP. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna keep it simple. My thoughts was this. She's speaking about African patriarchy. We've never had that in this country. That's why it seems so foreign to you guys. The dowry system works. For people to look at it and say it doesn't work and to think of it opposite of that, look at what we have in African American culture versus what they have there. I seen this in my family when my cousin married a girl from Laos. We're African American. He married a girl from Laos. Her whole family came from Laos and gave them $20,000 to start their marriage. Black people typically don't get a damn thing but a box or something at a marriage. because we have no wealth. Just think about what that does over time by continuing to train the boys to be providers and the women to continue to rule the houses. For us to think of it a different way, it just shows how much we've been Americanized and not to think of the true culture that we once had. And that's it.
But I don't, man, that culture. I mean, we look at it because a lot of us break away. We view everything in America as some white adoption that we have taken. Every culture, when you span the earth, everybody's going to adopt different systems. I like being American. I don't want to be any of the other shit, and it's not a rejection of Africa. I'm still part of that bloodline. I have different functions in the way in which I live life. I don't believe in some of the spiritual worships they believe in or whatnot, and I don't reject them as my people. But living in that lifestyle of somebody gonna decide who I marry. I'm gonna get a woman that we haven't developed a relationship, but she's supposed to just have my kids and be with me, and I haven't learned anything about her. She just brought to me because of who my family is. My family paid for her. Hell no. I want a chick that I can either have to spit game with. I get options of trying to find a chick. I like dealing with some of the chicks we get to fuck around with. You get to choose between you gonna end up with you a hoe, you gonna end up with you a sophisticated lady, but you have options. Yeah, there's some flawed shit with American women.
That's why I don't want to hear the complaints about the community then.
Yeah, that's silly, Reg. Come on, Reg.
No, man, listen, but no.
That's why I don't want to hear the complaints. That's why I don't want to hear the complaints.
No, but that's why you choose your option. I think it's silly that you think you're gonna get a woman that you pay $100 for, you get the whoop on her and all this other shit. She doesn't have a say so. These type of women don't have any real contributions to society. They live in countries where women can't even drive. These women can barely go to school. These women can't work in jobs. That shit.
And all women can do whatever the hell they want in America, right? Yeah. And it gets us where, Reggie?
You missing a point, though. I think those are two different.
It gets you to where you messing with lower class women. You still
we got lower class women than we've ever had before.
Whoa. Slow down.
You think that?
I agree.
Hold on. No. Like, no, you can't say that, bro. When
I seen a chick jump through a window for a red dressing yesterday.
That's clout, though. That's YouTube. That's Instagram. What we talking about is but that woman is allowed to drive a car. She's allowed to go to school. If she want to become a doctor, she can have independent economic, independent freedom far as her education. What she wants to be a nurse. She wants to be a wife.
Does that make the people better though, Mark?
It don't make the people better, bro.
Yes, it do.
No.
We need more doctors. We need more lawyers.
Hey, we're gonna have to do another show on this, y'all.
They don't all have to.
You ain't lying.
Man, let's get.
We're gonna have to do another show on this,
y'all. You know what? You're right. You know what? Let's park it right here. We got to do another show. Does the dowry system dehumanize women by treating them as property? That's gonna be the topic.
Let's get Tim.
No, man. Do it this. Can it be this, Mark? I'm gonna donate the cash out today. Can it be this, Mark?
I can't deal with all the yelling over each other. I promise y'all. Like, that's my one pet peeve. Slow down, everybody. Not at one time. Slow down. Say what you had to say, KP. Go ahead.
African patriarchy versus African American gynocracy. That's the topic.
Put it in the private chat so I can copy and paste it and put it in the clipboard. Because that's not how we got here. Because that's a whole nother topic. So,
but that's the way we view it.
Hold on, slow down, Brandon. You talking over me, respectfully.
I'm sorry,
KP, you ain't got to apologize. Just try to limit it. Yeah, just try to limit it just a little bit. So I can copy and paste it, KP. KP, there we go. Got it. Thank you. Brandon, please say what you had to say. I just want to make sure KP heard me and he did. And he's helping me with this.
My bad, Mark. This how you know you
trying to stay on point, bro.
This how you know you got a fire subject. This how you know you got a fire subject when we start getting passionate and everybody wanting to jump in. That's how you know you got a fire subject. I just want to say that.
I would do this over Spencer and Crawford 5 days a week.
I don't think so. Not the panel you got on here now.
I guarantee you.
Maybe not the panel you got on here now.
No. A girl behind the mic she would never reduce herself to arguing about an imaginary fight. Girl behind the mic. Do you believe in the tooth fairy and Santa Claus is gonna save your life?
No.
Nope. All right, so that's how she feel about Spence versus Crawford happening.
So, but I want to say this: what the way we're judging what she's saying and talking about a dowry system, we can only judge it based on our experience, which is the experience that we have as Black people in America. Now, what I will say is we don't have no goddamn culture. Our women get to do whatever the hell they want, marry whoever the hell they want. And like Reggie said, he want to walk up to a chick, spit some game, GAME to her, see if he can get her to do. If she a hoe, she a hoe. If she a this, she a that. That's not the type of culture and not the type of women that I want to be around. If we think we gonna get free and all this oppression that we up under, having them kind of women and that degenerate behavior, I believe we're gonna forever be up under white oppression and white supremacy.
But y'all put too much of this white oppression shit. Everything ain't white oppression, bro. Everything ain't white oppression. And I think we think too many Black people in America give too much power to white folks. Way too much. I mean, we come into this new age with people labeling white people supreme. And that's some of the illest shit that people have allowed in their vocabulary and sticking in their brains.
Reggie, can I book you for my the Myth of White Supremacy show? Are you down for that?
Hell yeah.
Do you believe white supremacy is a myth?
No, I believe the most they have is like to look up the word supreme.
Slow down. Let me set the table for you, Reggie. I believe oppression is real, of all colors and all races.
Absolutely.
But when you can't call somebody supreme if you need somebody else to do your work for you. You can't call somebody supreme if they create it. I think you take away your power, and I think you create a new dynamic of racism when you keep pumping. Look, me and you agree on it, but I think we have a different way of interpreting it to the people. And I would love to do a full show on this sober, wide awake, no coffee, no trees, no wine, Look, I'm gonna do my laps like Errol Spence Jr. training for a fight. I'm gonna work hard on this topic, so we all can get our bars off. But go ahead, Reg. But
you going live tomorrow, right? Let's cover this topic. I think this shit is deep right here.
What's tomorrow? Thursday.
Tomorrow's Friday. Today Thursday.
It's Thursday now. So look, I might do a pop-up. Look, whenever I get my baby to sleep tomorrow, this will be our topic. I'll do a pop-up tomorrow, but I can't give you a time until I do my responsibilities around the house with my family.
Well, let's finish it out tonight. I'm up. Let's finish it out.
All right. Well, we'll never be finished, but we can revisit.
Check your cash app, Mark.
We'll definitely be able to refinish it with a fresh mind, fresh heart, and also like keep in mind, man, we've been touching on all kind of topics all night long, and it's okay. And I respect everybody for their time and energy.
But can I say this?
But this is a great one because we got girl behind the mic.
That's right.
I gotta get back up with it. Girl behind the mic. I need your email. Email me in a private chat.
Okay.
Girl behind the mic, so we can do this on a.
Reg, do you think we have control or a measure of control over our women versus the rest of the people here? Hell no. But go ahead.
But no, look, Brandon. But Brandon, look.
Control. What is control, Brandon?
Yeah, you can't control a woman. You find a woman who was raised by a family. Now, if that woman comes from a fucked up structure and she's brought out into society, you have to weigh that woman out before you fuck with her. A lot of times we get with women because we see how attractive they look. And this is the other thing where men are flawed, because we will treat a woman who has been right to us, loyal to us, and we'll treat her like shit to fuck with a girl who has such an appeal from a physical standpoint. And some dudes will allow that woman to walk all over them because they're so fucking dumbfounded by the way she looks, what she may have done to them in bed, but she can play all around the streets and be unloyal as fuck. And we treat a good woman who may seem to be boring to us, but it's not for us to control. We have options of seeing how well that woman is groomed, what we play with. And a lot of times when you're young, you ain't looking to settle for anything. You want to play around, and some women want to experience that shit. Some women want to play around. Everybody ain't just approaching life into becoming wives off the top. You got to experience shit in life.
Can I? Okay, girl behind the mic. Do you think you from both places? Do you think us as black males
Brandon,
here?
after this,
We call this.
Brandon, after this, I really gotta go, or either I'm gonna have to lead y'all to it, and somebody, Reggie, gonna have to text me.
Yeah, let's do that.
I'm gonna have to pull a fucking Kyle up here, and you know I hate that.
Go
shit.
ahead, pull a cow, cuz get on, man. We got it.
I hate that shit, but I hate to cut the conversation, man, when y'all cooking like this, because I know
this is good, man.
Yeah,
girl behind the. I'm sorry, but girl behind the mic. Do you from
Brandon
coming from
said,
both?
"Fuck you, Marq Nash."
Nah, I just want to
Reggie, you got my number, right?
Yeah, I got you.
I'm trusting you, Reggie. You in charge, man. I'm
got
gonna
you.
still be listening, but I gotta step away. I gotta get something to eat, bro. It's just 6 in the morning. I still haven't eaten. And I still
Go ahead and get your salami sandwich, man. Go on, go
on. But girl behind the mic.
Who said that?
JP.
You said that. Oh, I definitely need. Hey, look, you the last one I need to leave up here. KP, hold up before I let everybody
check your cash app, bro.
No, I don't give a fuck what you sent, nigga.
you ain't shit.
And you gone right now, cause I ain't getting no cash app from you. You send it to Errol Spence, nigga. Send it to the big fish.
But girl behind the mic, do you think?
But for real though, real quick though, I think you really did send it to the wrong person though. If you didn't send it to MarqNash, it went to the wrong person, homie.
Yes, I did. I just seen your face.
Yeah. The last one I got was from Alejandro.
The picture kind of looked like it's green with your hand on your face.
Yep, I didn't get it, but I'll check it. But y'all, man, but thank you though. Thank you so much. And but I gotta go ahead and get something to eat. I'll be right back before I fade to black. I'm gonna crash right here in the studio, but I'm gonna still be listening to y'all, man. Please, okay, I got you, man. Thank you so much, bro. Bro, God bless, man. Thank you so much. You, Powell, right? KP.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's
man,
me,
bro. Shout out to KP. Sent us 5 cents. Sent us 1, 2, 3, 4 nickel. No, I'm joking. No. But nah.
Can I just get one rib?
No, yeah, that nigga said, let me get one rib. But nah, for real though. Thank you.
Bro. I got 5 on it.
Thank you for so much for supporting the content, putting your time and your energy, and actually contributing to the content. All I ask you guys is this: you disrespect this lady without my presence here, it's over for life, my G. Like I can't express that enough. The women get disrespected everywhere they go, but the women got to be respected here. The chat is one thing. I get it. Once you in that chat and you going back and forth with motherfucker, when you going back and forth in that chat, you at chat. On this panel, I'm gonna ask the guys to have some control, some sense of purpose, some sense of space, know where you at, know who you talking to, and digress. Key word is digress. You gotta digress. We ain't gonna be up here calling no bees, no hoes, no, none of that. But I know who I'm dealing with here, so we don't have to worry about that. But at the end of the day, I promise you, that's your last day on the show, bro. I can't take it. Women have helped grow this show more than anything else, and they need a safe space. But brothers need a safe space too. Boxing fans need a safe space. So I'm gonna ask you guys to respect yourself, respect this platform, respect each other. Please do not talk over each other. And if you get booted out, hey, look, that's my key. That you ain't coming. Don't be texting me, calling me, nigga. You out. That's perfect. I'm glad you clicked off. Now it's 3, now it's 4, now it's 1, and then the show is over. But damn, man, I'm pulling a cow, man. I can't believe I'm doing this, yo. Fuck it.
Be like cow.
Hey, look, fuck it, man. Sometimes the conversation is bigger than yourself. And shit, I looked over and Kyle's show is over anyway. So yeah, man. Girl behind the mic, you got my I'm gonna email you. These motherfuckers making you mad, Queen behind the mic. Let me know. I'm blocking them. I'm kicking them all off.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got a sexier voice than all these other niggas anyway. So I kick off 20 of them just to keep.
Bro, go eat, bro. Go eat.
Niggas, don't you ever tell me to go. He fucking up already. Go ahead, Reggie, girl behind the mic. What y'all want to talk about? You goofy ass.
That convo we was having with them.
Yeah, watch them fish niggas, man. You gotta watch them fish boys. Errol Spence fish.
Why you doing us like that, bro? You are something else, boy.
Nah. Why do you like what? Why do you like what? I ain't do you like this,
bro.
I ain't do you like
go
that,
eat, bro.
I ain't do you like
Mark,
this.
this dude.
All right. I'm done. Look, they like anything to get off Errol Spence. But go ahead, man. Thank y'all for your time and energy. I love y'all. Hope y'all love yourself. It's your man Marq Nash. Another great episode of Breaking Beats, where we break down business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, anything else you and I feel like talking about. I see you on the next one. Peace.
Okay, girl behind the mic. I had a question for you. Now Red said he believes we have a measure of control over our women, Black Americans here. Do you believe that when you came here? Do you believe that we have a certain measure of control over our women, or do you believe our women are out of control?
I cannot answer that. I don't have that experience. But I've seen my friends flourish in relationships, and so I cannot answer the entire question. But I've seen my personal born Black American female friends. They're in successful marriages, so that's why I can't answer it, because I don't have an example to equate it to.
Okay, because this is the point. This is what I think Reg is. What I think the disconnect with Reg is, I believe, is Reg's looking at a dowry as that's like you trying to sell your child, and it's not like that. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
So absolutely, I can elaborate a little bit more on that. So the dowry system, in our culture, the way from where the point of view that I understand it is that it is to, especially for the man, because I know, like, I think it's the Indian culture, or one of somewhere in India or Pakistan, where the woman is the one that pays dowry to the man. But in our culture, the dowry system was put in place for ages, to where it is a rite of passage. The soon-to-be husband is thanking the woman's family for raising her, a sound woman that he wants to make his wife, and then he's also showing the woman's family that I got it from here. I could take care of her from here. So here's whether if it's a dowry in the form of livestock, or whether if it's in monetary, or both money and livestock. But he's proven to them that your daughter will be taken care of from this point forward as well. So it serves as a twofold: one, where the man is thanking the family for raising her and preparing her for marriage, and then also proving to the family that he will be there to take care of her from that point forward.
Now, Reg, what's wrong with that? What basically she's saying is you ensuring that somebody's trying to raise a virtuous, like you will want a virtuous woman, right, Reg?
Yeah, but I will want a woman who is independent, allowed to go about society, to do her own thing. In these societies, these women don't have the ability to go out and do things. You have many countries that are still pushing these countries to allowing women to do certain things. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in controlling a woman. A lot of these dudes, when you see them from these countries, a lot of these dudes are super insecure ass people. A lot of times you bring them into Western worlds, you begin to see a lot of trick shit that happens with these dudes. They expect one thing from a wife that they don't give back to her as well. Catch these dudes. You can turn one of these hoes on some of these dudes who's supposed to be, they want virtuous women. It's supposed to be something reciprocated, and you don't see that from a lot of them. You see total opposite. So a lot of people don't live by what they say, because these women are put to sort of a programming way in which they have to function in their lives, and to me it ain't cool, especially if I got a daughter. I don't want her operating in no society like that.
I think the difference between your thought, Reggie, and mine and Brandon's is that you're looking at it from an individual standpoint, and we're looking at it from a black culture standpoint, meaning that the whole culture would be better with patriarchy being led by the men. She said that basically they went back to the father's lineage. In African American communities in America, everybody go back to damn grandma's house. Tell me if that's not true.
What's wrong with that? If grandfather should be in the house with grandma?
No, the problem is this. You carry no lineage that way. Property rights was 10. They usually went from the father to the mother and on down. Everybody calls it grandma's house now in black culture because grandpa died before her, most likely. So it's almost like his history is almost erased in black culture. They carry on the culture and traditions of the fathers in African culture. That's what she's telling us.
But see, y'all bring up that and y'all bring about how it brings about this. But when we look at African culture, or we look at African societies, where African societies at today?
They're being stolen from by the West.
Right, being manipulated just like every country having their resources stolen. Red, you can't see. You looking at Africa. You got to remember, Africa is a continent, Reg. Just like that's saying, look at where America at. Look do you mean North America, South America, and look at the countries that's on. So you looking at it. You saying Africa as a whole because she's specifically talking about her culture in the country that she comes from in Africa. He's not talking about.
No, go ahead. I'll cut you off. No, go.
Y'all hear the music in the background now? Can y'all hear the music?
Yeah. So what we're saying, we're thinking about how we would be here if we had some of that type of culture where we would honor and respect each other as families and as people. Think about it. If a dude want to marry your daughter, hopefully you get to see that. You don't want him to come ask you to marry your daughter. You don't want certain things to be put in place. Would you hope that your daughter would be a virtuous virgin on her wedding day? Would you want to make sure that a man has the resources to take care of your daughter? Wouldn't you want all those things in place?
Yeah, and I will also want my daughter to have the resources to take care of her goddamn self. And that's the thing in the society and that's the flaw in societies like that, to where if a woman get into where relationships go bad, that's for one thing. Relationships do go bad. Now, do you want a man that's gonna mistreat her because they stuck together because their love for each other has died, and therefore she's so dependent she can't go about doing anything? She can't go in this society because many of those societies don't give opportunities for women to get ahead. That's why I say a lot of these societies deal with men who are very insecure with women moving forward. And you even see that in American society as women kind of start moving up, kind of corporate structures and things like that, to where you deal with a lot of men who are insecure of a woman making more money or being able to take care of herself, where there's a reliance on it. Nah, but let me say this, B. But people don't see the other side of what happens, because we look at it from one perspective. I look at things from a full scope, like holistically. When you deal with women in these societies and they have put nothing aside for themselves, they have accumulated nothing for themselves, and their husbands die off, how do they function in a society that doesn't give a woman a chance? That shit ain't cool. Go ahead.
Let me go real quick. Brad.
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead,
I think the thing that you're missing is the environment has changed in America. So now what you're seeing is women are being put in positions where they have to pay. You just read a story the other day where Mary J. Blige was complaining about paying her ex-husband money. See, the paradigm has switched to so that the same money that we used to pay out for divorces is now being paid out by the women for equality. So now that they got the equality, they got to deal with the consequences of said equality as well. I'm not saying I'm for divorce, this or that, and the third. But what I'm saying is that the society will continue to go downhill because there's no order anymore. So it's out of balance. in any event that, let's just say that my wife divorced me, she will get to have the opportunity to take certain things from me. But usually men don't come out and cry about what they have to pay during alimony and divorce settlements, unless it's astronomically to where they got to do something different. See, that story hit the news because Mary J. Blige said she had to go on tour to be able to pay the alimony. And people were complaining about it and saying, why is this man taking money from his wife? Well, that's what happens when you get equality.
Red, you brought up something great. You talked about how if in those societies the man dies and what happens to the woman. Girl behind the mic, can you explain that to us? Like what happens in those circumstances?
So when the husband that passes away,
Yes, ma'am.
right? Okay. So here's the thing. Most people, so I can only speak for my culture. Maybe 3 years ago, I haven't looked at the latest, but about 3 years ago, I think we were at like about 90% educated people, adults in our country. The former president had like 6 or 7 earned degrees. So what happens to because times have shifted. Majority families no longer live in the villages, they live in the suburbs, they live in the city. So most women do have an education. So they and most women are being educated overseas as well. So they kind of get a little bit of the Western culture of independency. But when they're in the home, if the husband does pass, the women could still maintain a career, or sometimes the man may leave behind a business or whatever it is he had going on, but they still have the support of the man's family. And especially if there are children involved, then it's all hands on deck from man's family and the woman's family in a normal, healthy family structure. So the woman will always have support. She won't be out completely in the cold. In terms of like family and or perhaps her own career.
Quick question: what are the careers that women can go into out there?
So we do have a lot of women are professional women. We have doctors, nurses, nurse practitioners, anywhere from even a few police women. But I do understand what you're saying. It's still a country that's still, what's the word, misogynistic, I guess, like where or is it sexist is the word, where yes, majority of like CEOs, like super top executive positions definitely are ran by men, but women will still, they're not completely out. They're not completely, closed out. Like majority women, like my mom, even like her sisters, they do businesses. They'd start doing these little hustles where they go into other countries, whether it's like buying cars, selling, and stuff like that. So people find resources. But yeah, in the corporate structure, professional, they still may be men at the top of most of these positions, but they are professional women as well.
Also, go ahead, Rich. No, go ahead, Rich.
No, I was just gonna say that's good to hear right there.
I had a question about y'all's rites of passage, because we don't have those. What kind of rites of passage y'all have when y'all get to be teenagers, stuff like that?
Okay, so I can speak for myself. I don't know what like the young boys do. I know that the young boys, I have an older brother. I know they're groomed to fill in the shoes of a husband or a father, a provider, by the males around them. My dad, his brothers, if there's grandfathers. For myself, I actually always had believe it or not, my mom was not hands-on with me. And I guess that's part of the culture, but it was mainly like my dad's sisters, and it was mainly my mom's sisters that really like were around me in terms of like cooking and cleaning and all this other stuff. And when I was about probably 12 or 13, I went to like a relative's house. She was teaching me about my feminine body, very weird. completely in the nude, but it was like things that she was pointing out that I had to do as a woman in the culture as it pertains like to my private parts, and that was part of the passage, I guess, in the women's on my women's side. I guess boys go do something else, but that's what happened with my experiences. I mean, everything I learned as a youngster growing up was like geared towards the pleasures of a future partner, in a sense. So from cooking, cleaning, maintaining the body, and or the other stuff that I learned was all geared for getting married and being in a home and rearing children.
That is beautiful. That's beautiful. Think about what kind of society. Reggie, did you hear that? Guess how we learn about sex, Reg?
And look, you thought I was gonna respond because as I was thinking about it, I'm like, it's better to be taught in the home rather than to be taught through having conversations with your homegirl and shit.
Cause you know that's how we learn, bro. We learned on some filthy, nasty, dirty shit, and we didn't have nobody to really sit us down, teach us about our bodies. We had our older homeboys. You know how we grew up, bro. That's beautiful.
Right. No, I agree with that.
That is beautiful, y'all. That's beautiful, y'all.
Yeah, it seems awkward, but I think it's the proper way of a woman learn that from a relative. But we get in this country where some girls learn that from their relatives, but taught it like some hoes, depending on the family though.
Yeah, depending on the family. And it's very interesting, man, because the way I see it though, Reg, is because of dealing with other people and nationalities, whether it be Indian, Asian, or whatnot. I see those people come in the country and they keep their culture. And like Brandon said, we have no culture. And by us having no culture and rites of passages, it's a totally different world to try to institute. So that's why so much pushback will come trying to institute anything. And I think one thing that me and Brandon have in common is we share that we both come from I don't know if he still is, but he used to be NOI or whatnot, and I'm in a religious background as well. So those books teach you things that are rooted in history that have always worked. So it's hard for you to leave those things. And then for people to come in with ideas with outside of that, it's usually typically against those norms that was preached in those books, which allowed people to have structures and civilizations previously.
Dead on, brother.
Yeah, I mean, there's takeaways. Oh, go ahead.
Because I just don't think the free fall works, bro. Too many options don't work. Based on what I'm seeing now, I did my DOT physical a couple weeks ago. It says male, female, and non-binary.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means, but it's some people gonna choose what they are, but it doesn't change with what you gotta adhere to. There's gay people in the society. That don't mean I adhere to none of the shit they go through. I don't even teach it in my home. I think too many people become too accepting of if something put out there, then people act powerless. Something stated, people act powerless. You ain't got to teach that. It's your responsibility. And that's the thing where the failures come into play. Do you either take control of the household or do you allow with what they say is the way and you become accepting of it? I think too many people become accepting of too many things. Yeah, as you try to progress, it becomes a society of trying to be more acceptable and understanding of other people. Yeah, you can choose to be whatever you want, but that don't mean you push that shit on to where I have to start teaching that and I won't. But moving forward, but the thing in society and the goal of society is for parents to parent their children. And a lot of times people have failed to parent their children within the society because there's a lot of privileges that come in modern developed societies. This is a developed society. It's a forward moving. It is a more advanced society than some of these societies that we're talking about and what they do to bring up girls. The society has leaps and bounds ahead of these societies, but also in these societies, we have life a little bit easy. Sometimes within parenting, many people fall asleep on that. A lot of parents, a lot of mothers aren't spending time with their daughters, teaching them certain things, teaching them about, it ain't to teach them about what to be with a man, but to teach them about themselves, to teach them to value themselves. And even with dudes, to respect women. We don't get taught that shit. We get taught it, some homes. I ain't gonna put that on everyone, but a lot of us get taught out there in the community, talking with our homies, are dealing with other people going through the sexual hormonal phases and figuring shit out, and sometimes bumping our heads and trying to figure things out because it ain't been taught to us.
Girl behind the mic, I want to ask you, how do y'all treat y'all elders? Do y'all put them in nursing homes, or what do y'all do to y'all the older people, like y'all grandmothers and the older people?
So majority of the older people live in the villages, and if they're not able to take care of themselves, most people take them in. I first saw my first nursing home or assisted living when we moved out here. So I know we have hospitals and stuff like that. I'm not saying that they don't have assisted livings or nursing homes, but I didn't know of such a thing in terms of like my grandmothers or my friends elderly. They either lived with the family members or they had somebody taking care of them in the villages.
Huh. So basically they were never left alone with
No,
strangers.
they were not with strangers. And then one thing you have to understand, right? So here's the thing, the West, it's very advanced and capitalist driven. Businesses are open 24/7. Now, growing up, businesses were not open 24/7. They were not open on weekends. So our family lives consisted of our parents going to work in the morning, being back home at by 4 p.m. There was a life work balance. I was like taken aback coming here because nothing closes, like, literally, like, I mean, your fast foods, and back in the day before COVID, Walmarts and everything just running 24 hours. So you do have people that do have time for family, that do have time to take in the elderlies, the cousins, or whoever it is, to provide them with a place to live and stuff like that. So it's not as busy and as demanding as life in the West.
I think a lot of the opportunities, so to speak, that the West presents to people looks as opportunity, but it just created a bigger tax base. That was a key ingredient for them to get women in the workforce, a bigger tax base. This is capitalism. Capitalism runs off a bigger tax base.
Go ahead, Reg. Because what girl behind the mic said was beautiful. She basically attributed to capitalism and technology. That's what, if you mean advanced in that way, but as far as the society, we suffer.
Yeah, I mean, but no, y'all do this shit because y'all hate these white motherfuckers, man. That's what y'all view America. But America's a place where you I mean, the balance of things, the affordability of America is out of balance. And I think America's starting to become reshaped, because even if you look into a lot of these companies, work-life balance becomes a thing in the work. Some of these companies are having to realize and focusing on that. I think we become too overdriven inside this country. The 40-hour work week, you go maybe 50 years back or 40 years back, people didn't work 40-hour work weeks. Things didn't open in the way in which they do, but now we start bringing it to these large conglomerates that pushed and drove up profits because of how Wall Street is so economically driven. It's become such a powerful thing that America's going to be forced to kind of pull the reins back up on that. And we're starting to look at how deplorable the conditions of society are, because people are overworked inside of America's society. But America would never go into these other countries, these other nations that y'all look at. A lot of these other nations strive to be like America. They strive to be like Britain. They strive to be like France. And in many ways in which you look at the system, it's not a bad system, except when you get rid of these having to deal with bigots. But that's why you have to be willing to address and deal with these people. Because even in a country like where Girlfriend of Mike is, they deal with their own sort of issues. They may all look like each other, but that don't mean it's all peace and harmony. There's battles that's going to always be fought when you're dealing with human beings. Humans have a tendency to want to dominate one another. Sometimes those things have to be argued. They have to be talked about, and the compromises have to be made. Everything ain't gonna be just a harmonic thing when you're dealing with society. Societies are difficult to balance out, but especially when you deal with society that comes where racial integration has become a thing. Like we're so intermixed over here. We ain't people native to a land, and the history of how we come to this point in which we are is an ill history, but it's a history that we have to kind of move forward beyond that, but never forgetting that to move forward. But we also we gotta be focused on where our paths are headed. The American system is a system that everybody's trying to be like. So I can't knock that shit to compare it to want to be like societies that are still caught up in ancient ways of being. Like, however beautiful people see it is, they can see it as that. But those countries you think that are what they are, that you're striving to be like this country we live in.
I think you're missing it, bro. We want the culture. We want the culture. That's what me and Brandon are saying. We want the culture.
What's stopping you from having the culture?
What stops us from having the culture is just like he said, like in the beginning. You have no authority to dictate culture to your people in America, because the people black people was already here, right? So they've integrated into this culture and these ideas. By you speaking the way you speak about the culture that we have and saying, okay, I want the liberty to have independent women, but then you still want to have fail-safes for same women. Like, we can't have both at the same time, so we have to choose one. I don't think the independence of the women works for black people, because I don't see Indian people doing it. I don't see Mexican people doing it. I don't see Asian people doing it. The independent thought process of individuals in a people that has no wealth doesn't work.
I agree. I second that. And what he means, and what I gather from what my brother just said is, we don't have nothing. We starting from ground zero. So there's certain sacrifices that have to be made for us to be on one accord. So think about it. When Mao Zedong went China, they had the great economic plan, and people had to tighten their belts, and they had to make certain sacrifices, one child, that kind of thing, for them to become basically a superpower now. And I believe that we have to do that within our society. I didn't want to cut girl behind the mic out because I know she had something to say, but I just want to jump in and just come behind my brother and reiterate what he said. We don't have that. So for us to get there, and when you say be like America, it's not be like America. It's to have the kind of economy without the corruption that America, to enjoy the certain luxury, to be on the world stage. That's what I want. I think these countries want and want to be respected and left alone by America. But go ahead. Sorry, girl behind the mic.
No, that's fine. And I just wanted to piggyback off of Reggie's point, which is all facts that all systems in society don't function as perfect or as intended. And you bring up a good point with China. If you Google it, dig deep down into Google, with that 2-child rule they had, that means they were forcing women to abort the babies. If you'd had more than 2, you could Google it, you could find videos that showing you these women in misery over the government's decisions, right? And so let's not forget, even though there's been this ancient dowry system, which definitely, like you guys are saying, it has always worked for men. Like this, because in my culture, the men are like there's still the systems, the men are at the top, and it's always worked for men. Men could get married, they could get to have what we call small houses openly. Nowadays in the West, people know it as side chicks, but sometimes it's still a secret. But you can actually have a legitimately married man for 30 years, and he has a small house, another family that this large house, they call it, knows. So the wife for 30 years knows that he's married, he's messing around with a whole nother woman who they probably have other kids too. So he's taking care of either 2 houses. Some men take care of 3 houses. Then that on the women's perspective, then you question their mental, their health, because this whole entire system definitely gains for men. There's nowhere in the entire dowry system where it's 100% beneficial for the woman. Like I said, if it's something, it's not a perfect to fit. If you get a healthy relationship, it works really beautifully. But majority times, like anything else, it has a dark side, and the dark side is the power that the men have over the women because they have paid dowry. Now, are these women hopeless? They're not. They could go. We have engineers, doctors, whatever you have it, but then they're pushed down because of societal expectations, family expectations. They can't leave a house because they come from a line where women stayed married for years and they all died in their marriages. So it does something to a woman's mental in that type of unhealthy relationships. And truth be told, I'm not a proponent for it. I'm glad I'm in the West, because I have learned a lot of independent ways. But does that make me want to be macho, gusto, independent, and know it all and be an alpha female and supersede a man? No, I still have that. That training will never leave. That grooming will never leave me. But America taught me how to, independently drive a car, independently own my own car, independently have my own place, know how it feels to pay bills. And not saying that the women won't be able to do all of that, but most times women come from family household right into marriage. So, and most times the man's the one that's paying the bills, doing everything, and you're rearing the children. Yeah, if he passes away, you could still figure it out, pick it up from there, but I wouldn't want all of that. I just like the opportunities the West has too. So I just wanted to highlight that there is a dark side as well as there could be a light side, but it's usually in favor of men. My father and my mother, they both came from polygamy homes because traditional marriages are valued before the what we call the white wedding, which is the Western wedding. When they do the Western weddings, it's just now a big, just, like show off to the whole entire neighborhood and everybody's invited. But they had traditionally, their parents were married. My father's father was married to was with 9 women in a polygamy relationship. My father's father died when he was 15. My mom's father had 4 wives. So, I mean, I don't know how it worked. I never got a relationship with my grandfathers. They died a long time ago. But I'm just saying it's in favor for men. It works for men. In healthy settings, it works for both partners. But there are some women that are definitely oppressed in some of these relationships and don't know how to get out of them.
I think if we flipped it, right, and we made the women the providers, I don't think the women would be happy.
Why not?
Why not? Is that a real question, Reg?
Women do it in this society now, and they happy about that shit. Women love money, bro.
Okay, and let me explain this to you, brother.
She brought up a good point about that. Let me say that. She brought up a good point about these systems. They're male-dominated systems. They work for men. Yeah, what man wouldn't mind having a system to where I can go off and have many wives as I want. I can go doing this and that. When you don't look at the condition, what does this do to the mental state of a woman? It's not a cool system. You have to have systems where it's options in it.
Are you serious?
Man,
we do our women.
We do our women.
Reg, we do our women like that right now. We just don't call them wives, and we don't have an obligation to them.
What we call them?
She just told you, side chicks.
It's no different than what they got over there. That's no different than what they got there.
But see, this is the problem with it though, Reg, is that if you've already paid a dowry, you made an investment. People don't walk away from investments unless you're crazy.
So the woman just your
so
so the woman your capital. She your cattle and shit. That
no,
shit crazy.
wait. No, take it out of that. Don't think about it though, Rich. Think about it. If you ever do a marriage proposal, you usually go to the father to ask, could you marry the daughter? Is that correct or not?
I wouldn't do that shit.
Okay, I'm just asking, is that what's normal practice in American culture, bro?
For me, because I ain't a marriage type, but if I was to get married, it's gonna be between me and her. I'm gonna propose to her. Her family ain't gotta be.
And you're gonna bring a ring that you paid for, right?
Yeah, but I ain't gotta go.
So I mean, it's no different than a dowry. It might be a smaller price. It's really no different than a dowry, bro.
But look, this how effed up that is. Why do you? This is where some of these marriages are flawed, and some people try to practice this in America. Where I need to go ask your parents for approval, and now your parents may hate this person, but have you considered what this person means to your child or whatnot? That's what matters, not the parents' input. The parent input to watch what goes on, let you know you can always come here. But a lot of parents who want to have too much input and control of every aspects of a child's lives tend to ruin them, because you get a lot of people who you can listen to in adulthood who speak about how they lived a life trying to appeal and make their parents happy, but this isn't what they were. This isn't what they wanted to pursue. This is what their parents wanted for them. They never tend to be happy in life. If you're not happy in life, you're never going to be happy in a marriage. It's just something you just done because your parents have groomed and raised you to be that, rather than being a free-willed human being of a righteous mindset. There's a lot of flaws to old ways of trying to be in this shit. But go.
All right, let's adopt a new way. And the new way is going to get us where? Because there's consequences to each way. So we can do the old way or we can do the new way. But what I see happening in the new way is what I've been seeing. 30, 40, 50-year-old women by themselves with children, and then coming back to the community asking for assistance and help. That's what I see. And that's a free-for-all for the men to basically have sex with the women and then possibly have kids and not have no only legal standing the women have is child support. They don't get anything if he dies.
That girl behind the mic. So do the women that they call side houses, are they basically legitimate? Do they get support?
Yes. So most men that have small houses, they are the married man. And in so many cases, by the time the wife just comes to accept the small house, you can't fight it. You can't fight your husband's, because he's going to tell you, I'm going to do whatever I want to do. And what most times the women are saying, so she meets the younger, we call them the younger mothers, and the first wife or the wife would be the older mother. So their children meet up and it becomes a family setup situation amicably. Kind of like polygamy, but not living in the same household almost.
So the women are not driving around, busting each other windows out, taking them into court, getting into it with each other. The thing that you see on American TV now, they don't do that.
Not in most of these small houses and big houses, because the goal is the common goal is there. It's the provider, the husband. So both women serve to benefit in that whole entire setup. So everybody's running around each other amicably and making sure that the kids know each other. And because if the small house cuts up, then she'll get cut off. Her apartment or her condo will stop getting paid for. Bills will stop getting paid for. She won't get taken care of. And her children, because he's legally married. First, he's traditionally married to this woman, which the traditional marriage is first. And then some people go to the courthouse to do the Western, not call it the colonized wedding, which is a court document, but your traditional marriage is supreme. So, but anyways, because these two are legally bound, so, everybody tries to be on one accord in those matters. Small house and big house. And
See,
then he might have a couple more girlfriends. He might have a small house, a big house, and a couple other women out there.
see, Reggie, that's meant by a measure of control. When you have things to control in this society, everybody understands their place, then there's less chaos. The problem with our culture, meaning black people in this society, which you don't want me to say it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I'm just gonna say the dominant people society, we don't know our place here because this is still foreign. This is not ours. This is something that we have came to accept and have to assimilate to. But what she said was basically that one man has a measure of control over his family, and he makes sure that his family and the women that he deal with and even have children with outside of his wife have amicable relationships, and everything revolves around them knowing each other and trying to provide and take care of each other. And no chaos is allowed, or you will be removed. That's a measure of control that our society probably would benefit from, Rich.
But no, I mean, you should practice, but she ain't make it all harmonic and none of that shit. It was something forced. You know your place or else suffer. But the thing is, inside this country, inside of America, you can achieve these things. But it just depends, because a lot of dudes in society ain't assertive. A lot of these dudes are cowardice when it comes to dealing with women. A lot of them don't put their foot down. And that becomes the problem in America. It ain't just that you have a lack of control of the women. A lot of guys are afraid to be dominant within their relationships. They're yes men to their women. They're afraid of losing their women if they say something wrong and this and that. Rather than my spirit on shit is, well, you can fly free as a bird. I ain't here to lock no one down. Nor am I here to hold anyone up. But you have to be domineering. There's a lot of dudes who can benefit off of that. Can have multiple women and still be dominant and not to have any drama between these women. Even when I deal with chicks, I let them know I don't do that drama shit. Even if I was on, which I don't tend to be on though. If I'm with a chick, I'm with the chick. I ain't with the cheating thing. But if I was to be in that kind of mind frame, the chick I fuck with gonna be controlled. If you don't like it, then you move on. But you ain't gonna be arguing, wanting to bust windows and cut up tires. Ain't gonna be none of that shit. But
so you agree? So you agree, Reg, that women should be controlled?
No, it ain't got no control. It's she has an option to go. That ain't control, bro.
Hey, this just the way I see it, bro. It's like we're trying to get a better community without putting structure and standards in place. There has to be structures and standards. Everybody want everybody in the community to be free to do as they please. The freedom has even trickled down to the kids. It's really insane. So, I mean, that's the last thing I got to say. I'm gonna let y'all go.
Yeah, no. Somebody in the chat was right. It sounded like that. I don't want an African caste system. I ain't with it. I'm too far removed from it. And if I was to be in the country, because you see a lot of that happens once people get an experience of these different ways of being. A lot of them break away from these old traditional ways. I would not want to fall into an African caste system. I'm too far removed from it. I don't think I'm plagued by it, but there is issues when it comes to dealing with women. And these other societies, they're kind of iron curtain when it comes to women. They have an iron fist in the way in which they go about controlling women. And the way I view these societies, I'm a father of a daughter. I would not want to sit back and accept a society where I'm sell my daughter off like she's some like just a piece of shit who I done raised, educated, hugged, brought into this world to pass off to another dude like it's his property to go about fucking her however he wants, beating her whenever he decides she's out of line. That shit ain't cool with me at all. I would shoot the
I think you,
bro, why
I
you
think
gotta
you
describe it like that, bro?
taking it too far, bro.
Like that,
that's
bro.
basically what that society is.
You taking it too far, bro. Bro, we have no you grew up in America like me, bro. We have no structure in our society as African American people. You look at the Mexicans, the Indians, the Asians, they open businesses all over through these cities. And you see the structure that they hold and uphold based on what they were taught in their culture. And as they were taught in their culture, that's why they have more success.
No,
That's why they have more success.
But look, their family situations are great. They have success because they come from where they have worked hard labor. We view their societies much different. It ain't based on their family structure. It comes from the type of societies they come from. They're known
That's
for
culture, Reg. That's culture.
They're known for being laborious people. That ain't dealing with. They do have
Culture,
a culture,
bro.
No. Listen, they do have a culture, but that hasn't grown into advancing their society. They're used for labor to do the work of people who contract them. When are they leading in the society? They don't lead in the society. Their country, they come from a country that has no structure, no real leadership to it. They immigrate to America, to another system that is structured, and all they come with is their traditions of food, dance, and music. And y'all think that means something. It doesn't mean two bits of shit.
Damn,
what culture do we have, bro?
We're Americanized, but it ain't about. But see, y'all put too much on. Do you think you need to have the language? Okay, take the language. Where is it putting you at? You still gonna be contracted as labor? You're gonna still be contracted to work in the most menial jobs that are out there for you?
No, it's not the language, Reg. It's the society that we want to see ourselves building and being a part of, where we can be ourselves. But you have to make certain sacrifices. Certain things you may have to take away from the people to advance the people. Look at China. I'm telling you, man, China is a great example of elevating a society by what people look as extreme circumstances. But now they are damn near the richest country on the planet. I mean, the richest on the planet.
Yeah, but
China
guess what, B? And guess how they got that? It wasn't worrying about the damn structure of family traditions. It was about going out there, becoming industrialized and labor intensive, and not just being labor intensive, but also knowing how to have a do-how of how to do that, to where you create your own economies, your own structures of manufacturing shit. And that's the problem within these other nations. Here they are. We can go back to Africa, where they sit on the world's resources, the resources that all the world needs to fucking thrive themselves. Is Africa mining that shit for their own selves to produce it and sell it off to the market? No, they have allowed other people to discover what the shit is, and then how to go about fueling their economies, powering their nations. That's the kind of talk. It ain't stuck on how you raise the family, how the house is. I mean, that's just the family structure. But what are you producing out of it?
Reg, that's foul, and that's not true. Those people were colonized just like we were made.
I'm not
just
being
like we were
speaking the truth, homie.
Reg, just like we were made slaves here, they were colonized there. So when you trying to hold them accountable for being mistreated, you got to know, man, they mistreat the dark people, and they trick us, and they take our resources from us when they can. So that ain't fair for you to just throw that on the continent of Africa. Boy, you killing Africa tonight. But I want to see what girl behind the mic thinks about what you saying and the views that you taking up.
Okay, so my view on what Reggie's saying is, I've always looked at it because I've had now the liberty of being in the West and being in my country, of course, not the continent itself, but what I've observed, also just reading through literatures of other African countries. Globally, there's something fundamentally wrong with some of our Black leaders. Okay, I'm not even going to sugarcoat that. Africa is the number one continent that should be a first world nation because of its resources and everything that it offers. But when you look at a country like mine, the leaders are greedy. They've been greedy for years. So they let China come in and colonize us twice again. And China is ripping through Zimbabwe, taking lithium for batteries, and lithium is also used for so many things. Now check this out. One would think to me intellectually, if I wanted to help my country, especially knowing that the Western countries have sanctions on the country, I would tell China, you open up your warehouses here, you process your batteries, whatever you need here, and you pay our employees. But the leaders globally have, some black leaders are corrupt. And it's like they live in the moment to where they would take money for their family, whether it be $1 billion for their family. And so, yeah, everything is not perfect. Yes, the continent of Africa, majority of the African countries were colonized. We were particularly colonized by British colonial rule. Those tendencies are still in there because every single school system, everything we eat, live, breathe is British infused, except for the little traditions that we still hold on to, except for the cultural traditional foods that we eat. But that's because the leaders that hold on to these positions are caving into they cave into their greed and the handouts from the Western countries on predatory loans from the world banks. So that's how I feel about that. I've never been happy about that because I've seen it play out firsthand. Same case in point that some people would say, with some other black leaders across the globe. So we could do better. We could do better.
See, Brandon, I wasn't being harsh. I was just keeping it very honest about what's going on. Like that's why I said I don't put empowerment on white people, but there's flaws in what's happening in society, and it goes beyond that. China, what we try to use as the example, had nothing to do with saying, oh, you got to do this in the household, the wife got to serve that. They industrialized the fuck out of that country. When it came to agriculture, they made sure they was able to feed their people, and they got a large ass population of people. They had to dig deep. There was no room for the lazy. They had to get themselves out of the deplorable conditions they were in, and they had to, and they had to strengthen themselves up economically and militarily. And they have done that within 20, 30 damn years. Africa can do the same thing. But it takes for leaders to think about their people. Even when you look at like Saddam, you look at over there, when they invaded that country, they find all the wealth within this damn dude's family. All the wealth. These dudes living in palaces and shit while their people starving. Same thing with Gaddafi. A lot of people bring up Gaddafi and he did this and that. Gaddafi starved his damn people out. A lot of these damn leaders over in these countries.
That's not true, Reg.
It's very true, bro. And a lot of people talking about he tried to align the African countries. Why the African countries couldn't do that? They needed Gaddafi to do that. Gaddafi own people put a bullet in his head. But go ahead, bro.
Girl behind the mic, can you explain that the Gaddafi and how, from what you understand, how his people in Libya live?
All right, so Gaddafi was one of the most powerful men in Africa who was feared by the West. Just once most of these African leaders, once they get it in their thick skulls that Africa can literally survive by itself and that we have the upper hand. And for years, that's why Western powers have been feeding the monies with high predatory loans, interests from the World Bank. But Gaddafi was a unique individual. He had no debt. If you Google and look, if Google wants to be accurate, when in his tenure as president, he had no debt in his African country. He had programs for women. One of them was like, once you give birth, you get like $5,000 and so many like scholarship programs. His country was doing well. They had just built an African Union. I can't think of the entire name, but it was an African Union uniting a majority African leaders, where they wanted to start using gold plates as currency because Africa is the only place at that time, even up to now, that holds a majority gold. Majority Western banks do not have gold anywhere in their vaults. So the Western media showed footage of, air quotes, Gaddafi being attacked by his own people. But people have to understand that This was a hit job. They wanted to take out just like they did. We could say the same thing with Saddam Hussein. These people were doing fine. Who cares what they were doing in their country? But what was the portal of entrance? Their oil. Is the same thing here. They had to take out Gaddafi, take the fish off from its head, and no one has ever spoken about the progress they really wanted to make. They wanted to build road rails from a line connecting from South Africa all the way to Egypt. They wanted to do really good things among these the members, these few leaders that were in this African nations group, Gaddafi being the leader of it. There is a documentary on Amazon. If anybody has Amazon Prime, you have to dig into the documentary section, because I think I watched this maybe 2019. But there's literally on this documentary, there's an FBI agent that talks about her job as a United States FBI agent in the Department of Cyber War. What they do is, in paraphrasing, is they penetrate countries' Facebooks to create chaos and political discord. So people saw on social media Gaddafi's people going after him, but who had incited that? This wasn't that his people wanted him dead. We only see this. One thing I've always said, and I've always told my husband this. I said, one thing you have to be careful about is believing everything you watch on Western media. They don't do a good job showing you, unless you have a satellite dish and you're watching a broadcasting straight from Libya or straight from South Africa or straight from, on ground in Australia somewhere, then you probably are getting an insight in. But Western media keeps us locked in here. So that was what was going on with Gaddafi. So there was that, but he's gone now. So, but African leaders, even the continent itself, with the raw materials, everything they have, the animals, everything, it's a country that could do well on its own, but they just don't want to see that. I mean, a continent, jeez, a continent that could do well.
Yeah, but the continent has to know that they can do this shit on their own, the same way these other countries. But it's hard when you deal with countries that are split by borders. The other thing is that many even African nations within themselves, all the people don't get along. There's still a lot of tribal conflict within people. There's these religious standards that they live with. It's a hard balance. It ain't just like a balance of how we deal with America. You have so many different customs. I even think when they talk about Nigeria, there's over 20, 30 languages spoken in there. There's different customs that people go about. How do you divide up the power? Even in Iraq, the thing is, you deal with many Muslim sects, and then who's in power, and then how do you treat people of a different Islamic faith than you? Are you oppressing them? And that's what happens in these countries. The problem is in the way in which human beings treat each other, and it's not an easy balance within these countries. And even the thing with Libya, it's like how is Gaddafi structuring anything within these African nations when he was way up north near parts of Africa that ain't even really the ancient part of Africa. He's almost like a Persian looking type African dude. And many of the complexion of those countries over there are the same way. But if he had the way of the people, how was so many people able to turn against him? How was the country able to rise up? Because a lot of people there were feeling oppressed. A lot of the younger people that want to live under them old ways of being within that country. There's a lot that's spoken about what he wanted to do to unite the African nations. Why does that stop? Was it a true plan? Why did no one pick it up? And that's always the thing I always speak about when we speak about great leaders and when these leaders die off. And it's like, how serious were people about the plan? You can get a Dr. King or someone can be assassinated. As soon as they're assassinated, everything that they were put in, people attending these meetings.
Red, you said the key word, assassinated, killed, right in front of your face. How many men you knew don't follow that, bro? They got killed in front of our faces.
But no, that's not the key word though, B. The key thing is about the response of the people. How do people carry on their legacy when people begin to go back, falling back into what ignited these leaders to want to represent their people? And they've given all these messages to their people. And as soon as they die, their people don't follow or implement one bit of that shit. And that becomes a huge problem. When all the
Reg, you forget, man, it's an outside interference. They overthrowing their government. It's not like their government is naturally it's not like most of the time how the United States was here when they had a civil war amongst the North and the South. I don't believe they had a lot of outside interference and people overthrowing their government. That's the point I think you're missing, Reg. Like, you can't return to the people because you had an outside influence that overthrow you had somebody overthrow your government.
There's these influence to overthrow. Even the United States is under threat of being overthrown and influenced in elections and this and that. The thing is, Gaddafi wasn't no 5-year leader. He wasn't no 10-year leader. He wasn't no 20-year leader. He ruled that country for about 30, 40 years. But it was what he was doing with his people. Those people weren't in the best of states. Things were starting to change economically for them. They had a high educated population who couldn't get work. Their economy wasn't advanced. They were being shut off from the rest. It's very true, boy. Y'all
ask girl behind the mic.
No, I mean, here's the thing that I always say. Because, like, you know, like I say, for me, it's always like, you know, looking at it with two different sets of eyes, Western and coming from the third world continent, in air quotes. I always wonder, even when I migrated here, is I hear this rhetoric and I, you know, thank all the servicemen and women for their service to the country. My first cousin is married to a serviceman, but I'm always like, people always say their people were miserable. How do you know? Like Saddam Hussein, when they got him out of there, they say, well, the people are free, but we don't go visit the country. We don't see it in hindsight 2020, the destruction that's been done in these countries. So we don't know. We see what CNN or Fox News wants us to see, but we don't know the mass destruction that's been done in the country. The country could have been satisfied with their leader. Everybody's going to be not 100% on board, because it was a country that was doing pretty well for itself. But I had never heard of problems with Gaddafi in the news, more so than I heard of the real harsh dictators like in Congo and stuff like that, the real crazy ones. So it was a quiet country until
you know how Gaddafi got in power, right?
Right, but I know how he took care of his country. How did most African leaders get into power?
Usually it's handed down because of bloodline. Gaddafi part of a military coup.
Right, and he managed to sustain his seat for years, and he ruled well. Because that was my question is always, I've never saw droves of Saddam Hussein's people coming out saying, thank you all. I don't care about the flash mobs they show you on news. I'm talking about individual people that are meet or whatever, or people that are from those countries saying it was a good thing. I never heard anyone from Libya saying, oh, thank God they took him. It was about time. Like, it's always like the perception from what we see from the outcomes, but we don't know what those people were like in their country. You know, I mean, leaders are going to be leaders. Even today, the leader we got here in America, some people like him, some people don't. Some people liked him, some people don't. But to say that the whole entire country was tired of him, to me, or like, you know, it's always been what I hear. Once the West depletes and destroys economies and countries, it's for their good. Their people are free now. Are they really? Are they really?
Yeah, just thinking about Afghanistan, Reg. Did they make a difference in Afghanistan?
Oh, with America? You talking about what? No, America. Yeah. I don't put no. When it comes to America with foreign policy, that's what we were speaking about earlier. I don't like listen to nothing when it comes to America with foreign policy. America's full of shit with any war America has engaged in. America's always been full of shit with most of the conflicts they've engaged in. They're wrong. Many conflicts are wrong, in my opinion. When you look at it, are people really fighting for the liberation of people? Are people fighting to be in control over people? And a lot of times you deal that with some leaders, not all leaders. I don't think everybody. I won't place that every leader of a nation is corrupt, but you deal with a lot of them, and that's just kind of one of the flaws with human nature is that with power over society, how is a person goes about that power? Are they fair to all people within that society, or do they try to crush people to getting rid of political oppositions? And you deal with a lot of that. You deal where there's no ability to speak against the leader, to have opinions against the leader. You can't even elect a leader, and that becomes an issue for certain people in society. Who benefits? Is it fair to all people within that society, or people of a certain, like how we got party systems? You're part of this group, you're part of that, and you deal with that in a lot of these countries when you look in depth with them. Countries just don't flourish as some open harmony, and it's all this and that, and it's just not that.
So Red, you believe that we have free elections, sir? Free and open elections? You believe that?
Bro, oh yeah, let's go into this new topic. I believe our election system does work, bro, but we do got corruption in it. We have to watch for that. And your boy Trump, who was one of these people who wanted to control it, and we watch how he couldn't even manipulate it. He's probably one of the most manipulative people within this system, where people thought their votes can count. And it truly shows you that as long as you got checks and balances, that your election system will work for you. Because Trump had it his way, he'll be in office right now.
Do you believe that how do you see that, girl behind the mic?
Listen, I'm just waiting to see what's going on, really. I mean, election systems across the world are shady, iffy, but I don't know. There are articles someplace in Arizona, there's like still having recounts and stuff like that. Of course, it's not being publicized in the mainstream media. So I don't know if elections are free and fair. I don't think so. I don't know. I'm just still perplexed at everything that turned out. I mean, quiet as it's kept, just me personally, if the world wanted to know what I was thinking, there's no way Joe Biden beat Obama. There's no way Joe Biden had the most votes. Joe Biden has been coined as having the most votes, beating Obama, beating the Clinton, not the, but just Clinton, beating every American president. Bruh. I'm like, really? Okay. So that's just where I stand. So my mind has already got a big question mark around the whole entire thing.
But look, Joe Biden to get all these votes because of his popularity, he got it because of how people view this motherfucker Donald Trump. And as much as,
nobody likes Joe Biden. Well, just a few people. I might be offending a few people. There might be a very few people that like.
No, they didn't like Donald Trump. That's what it was. So he ignited people getting out the vote. I don't think it's so much of Biden's popularity, but back to where people will be like, oh, your vote don't count, like foolish shit that comes from within our community. I see the brothers like, wow, like look at what happened with Trump. The recounts and states that he thought he won, this targeting. If your vote didn't count, there wouldn't be a need to target. And this happens in your state, Brandon. There wouldn't be a need to target your ability to vote, your rights to vote. If your votes didn't count, if they didn't want to keep people from the election polls, it would be nothing to worry about. Let them show up to the polls. Their vote don't count. There's a reason why political conversations, political elections become very volatile, because they mean something. They ain't just no thing that your vote don't count. Especially this fight to keep black folks away from the voting booth, because they find that too many black folks decide to vote democratically. And there's an issue with that. So if your vote don't count, they wouldn't worry about what you go vote. Why would they worry about what you vote if your vote don't count? Explain that one too.
So you bring up the voting in Joe Biden, how he became president because it was an indictment against Donald Trump. Right now, would you say, based on just comparing their presidencies in their first year, do you think the country is better off now as far as when Trump was president, or do you think the country is better off now? Just based on what we see from Joe Biden so far.
Bro, Biden ain't nothing close, and this is where y'all be getting political stuff mixed up, and I love talking politics with y'all. This wasn't gonna be. This is the same thing that happens within American presidencies. You can have one administration that can go in there, they can receive something. I'll go with the second Bush, where he receives an economy that Clinton and them built up after his father and Reagan began to destroy the American system and benefited for the wealthy. Taking away regulations.
Before you explain it, can you say if they Democrat or Republican presidents? Because it might be a pattern. I just want to say that.
Oh, they're Republican presidents, but see, this is the problem in America. Certain policies benefit certain people of whether the haves and have-nots. The Reagan and Bush administration, some wealthy conservatives seem to appreciate what they've done, and these are people who targeted Black communities during their presidencies. Certain people benefited from it, but they also crashed the economy. They took away resources for lower income people. So, and the reason why they do that, because these programs that come from lower income people are things that are funded through taxes. And what do these wealthy, these conservative types who like to support their wealthy homeboys hate? They hate taxes. So they begin to do away with lowering taxes, cutting away red tape, regulations and shit. This is the way you balance with this politics talk. I don't think with politics like y'all do, but this is the way they function. So you had Reagan behind him, you had the first Bush. They began to fuck the economy. The economy went through a recessionary period. You had Clinton to come during his administration. It began to kind of balance the debt ceiling. So when the second Bush take over, he inherits a strong economy. When he gets in there, he does what Reagan and his father did. Deregulate shit, cut away things, and he led to where you had one of the most corporate corrupted economies you ever seen. Companies like Enron falling apart. You had the banking systems fall apart. Then you had the whole housing system fall apart. Everything fell out. So therefore, they can destroy it. It's up to another presidency. After you have an economy that's destroyed, your first 4 years may not be to where you're actually running the country. You're putting out fires and shit. So when Obama gets in there, ain't nobody looking at, oh, Bush fucked this up. It's all on Biden. I mean, what I'm talking about, Obama to fix that shit. It's all on Obama to fix that. He began to kind of strengthen the economy from probably a collapse as bad as the goddamn Great Depression, which most people in America overlook that shit. But it is the facts. But going from there, where he fixed the economy, pulls us out of recession, the economy's growing strong, we end up with Trump. And when Trump gets in here, first thing he does is start tearing away at taxes to benefit who? The wealthy. And this is the pattern. To benefit the wealthy, he wants to cut away certain programs. He puts spending into dumb shit. Cutting away other programs that assisted lower income people. Why? Because there's no funding going in these programs because of taxes being cut. So now we end up with Trump with this situation of him tearing apart the damn economy even before this pandemic come about. And then when the pandemic came about, it really wrecked things, and it wrecked things for Trump's presidency as well. And then now you come into this where Biden takes over. His thing is to focus, and his presidency is really about to be to where it ain't the focus on. You got he's inheriting a presidency that's met with many shits to handle. You got this pandemic shit that we're trying to come up out of. Now he's faced with this damn war shit. On top of that, you're dealing with a global economy that's fucked up. Even before this war thing, that's probably gonna further drain the global economy. It's going to affect the global economy. So he has a lot that's being worked on. Then then on top of that, with Biden, you got him with a Congress that's still heavily Republican Congress that's still heavily influenced, with them being pissed off with this Trump shit that we can't even get stimulus packages put into place. $3 trillion economic packages that these fools interfere with and block. Then they reduce it to $1.something trillion that gets blocked. So we can't even get economic plans put in there because they're playing political hardball and shit. That's the problem within the American system. where it self-sabotages itself based on conflicts within itself. But go ahead.
Girl behind the mic, it's on you.
Nah, I'm not gonna get roped into this political
Get roped into
conversation.
it. I got about 10 more minutes. It's just political talk,
it's
man. I like political talk, but it's
I'm
good
not
to
in favor.
engage in it.
I guess, but I'm not in favor of Biden. I'm not in favor of the people that are over there, but I'm pretty sure nobody cares. I
You
just have.
conservative? Well, speak conservative because y'all need a
I'm
new
actually
candidate
not.
outside of Trump.
I'm not Democratic nor am I Republican because both parties are the same extreme radical parties. Except probably if I were to lean, I'd most probably lean to Republican, but I could never commit to either one 100%. I'm in the middle, but just Biden ain't my cup of tea. He's just not. And that's just the thing, though, right? Perception is reality. So just. I don't know how a man that was doing rallies in front of Jeep dealerships got all these votes. Like I said, I'm just still confused at everything that's just been transparent. I just don't know. And Western politics is so complicated and it's so deep. But look, I don't even know.
Can you explain the difference between what do you mean by Western politics versus the politics from the way you understand it? What's the difference? Because wouldn't the politics the way you understand it from your country be based on like British politics? Can you explain that?
Well, I mean, politics in my country is simple and straightforward. I mean, the president stealing votes, like facts, like right in your face. Like elections come up, who's winning? You already know. The ongoing president is going to get in there. So I come from knowing what rigged elections look like, and I'm not okay. Calm down. I'm just saying everything around this whole entire thing has been interesting for me. That's all. I'm just saying. I don't know how America likes Biden, but they do. So that's okay. I think perhaps I'm in the middle. That's why I'm saying I'm not committed Republican because I don't like some of their like super conservative, like all that like super radical conservative stuff. To me, they could keep that. Then on the Democratic Party, I think for me, the pains is just the hopes that I see my Black people gravitate to, and the empty promises of a party that panders to the Black community. But when you look historically and you look at who they are, I don't know. Look, I just think, I don't know. Independent is the way to go, but there's nobody strong for independent independent party.
But see, I wanted Bernie Sanders to win that shit. And I thought the Democratic
I like
Party,
Bernie Sanders. I would have been game with Bernie.
Yeah, and I think that the Democratic Party played themselves wrong by they play corrupted shit within their own structures of how they try to run that. Because there's no way Hillary Clinton should have won. She should have won that primary with him. They rigged that shit for her to win that shit. And she ended up being a very, very weak candidate going up against Donald Trump. I think that was one of the worst moves they ever pulled. And it showed when the election came up. She had too much smut on her name. She wasn't very popular amongst, even as you start getting younger voters from the Democratic base, they didn't like her. And they didn't like what was going on within that party. So they end up losing it based on their own ignorance and arrogance. And then you have with Joe Biden, it was just dealing with Donald Trump wasn't that favorable of a guy. Donald Trump spewed, he spawned up a lot of hate within this country. A lot of deep-seated racists in this country were the ones who were very supportive of him. And to me, a lot of delusional Black people who got out to vote for him. But on top of that, a lot of people didn't want to see him back in office. So a lot of people who typically probably wouldn't have voted had Trump been more intelligent about his methods of being the type of racist he was. If he'd been more intelligent, Bush-like or Reagan-like, he'd be in office right now because he wouldn't inspire the people to get out there and vote. Had he been more strategic, but his arrogance, which is a flaw of how he was brought up, it impacted him. And he probably end up in jail. There's so many indictments coming up on this fool.
At Girl Behind the Mic, I had a question because I'm intrigued, about How do y'all pick out, since y'all know that the presidential election is rigged and the ongoing president will continue? How is the local politics, and how do y'all choose y'all local leaders?
Oh yeah, so they definitely vote on the local level for councilors and city mayors and stuff like that, but it's not such a tight rope. Like I like the way America has the checks and balances. I like all of that. But there is, you pick your mayors, your city councilors and stuff like that, but they don't really determine the outcome. There's no governors to begin with. So no one determines any outcome for presidential elections except for the presidential candidate, and it's usually the same guy, and then maybe another person that dares or that tries, we should say. Well, but I'm like, we already know. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know why they try, but they try. So that's what a rigged election looks like. Same leader over and over and over again.
So the local politics, how do you get to be a counselor? Or how do you get to even market yourself to be in these positions? Are these people businessmen, tribal leaders? Who are these people?
Yeah, so it's a mixed batch of businessmen, women. My mom ran for a city councilor in Mount Pleasant where we lived, and she
See,
almost got it. She almost got it, but she left. She left for the West. So anyone can run. You sponsor yourself, you fund yourself, you do the grassroots movement, boots on ground campaigning in your neighborhood and so forth. But there is no path, right? So let's say even if you're voted in councilor or mayor, here in America, you can advance. There's so many places you could go try for the Senate. You could try for, governor, maybe. You could try for so many seats if you start a political career in America. There's no such thing as you're a counselor, that's it. Like, you're not going up, further up. And then eventually presidential candidate, that's not usually how that goes.
Oh, you was about to say something, Brandon?
Yeah, I was just finna mess with you a little bit. Tell you, see, they women do have certain privileges. But go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, they get more when they come here, though, bro. I mean, America's a system, man, but you gotta fight, man. Ain't no laying down. Even with black people in this system, ain't no laying down. Black folks, and we gotta strive. This ain't a white system, like I tell people, but it becomes one when you lay down and allow them to do whatever the fuck they want. They fear you. They fear where you're gonna go. They fear what you wake up to and what you have an understanding of. That's the greatest fear, and they fear what we will unite to become. There's so much promise, and it doesn't take 50 years for black people to change. These changes can happen rapidly. They can happen in a lifetime, but guess what? People are having way too much fun, too ignorant, too blind for shit to change overnight, but it can happen. I think a lot of people are learning from these lessons. I think as we...
What you mean way too much fun, Rich?
Just in their ignorance, not wanting to try anything. Because like even was talking about when we were speaking about the people of Mexico, and I was saying it ain't about like with Mexican structure or any of that. It's just that Mexicans and them come from a work ethic. They even flaw with the way they treat their women as well. But when it comes to the male side of things, they have a work ethic based on just labor. They work hard. Many black folks have kind of got away with that, especially as black folks expanded out west, expanded out to the Midwest and things like that. And, kind of breaking out of.
So, Red, you don't think black Americans are known as hardworking people as a group?
We have gotten away from that. Hell no, we ain't working hard. A lot of it. Come on, B. We know what the deal is. We know who outwork us when it comes to being labor intensive. We can barely get our own families when we try to put them on. Imagine you start a construction company, trying to get a young nephew, a young family member on there. He'll work for about a week before he get too dirty, and he worry about how fresh he gonna look. And then our women too caught up in the imagery of being fresh, about being fresh, rather than about the hard labor and respecting a man who uses his hands to build and create. Our women get caught up on how fashionable we are. We buy into materialism. and our parents have done that over the course of time. A lot of us, especially as we expanded out of moving out the South, even the South, y'all starting to buy into a lot of that shit.
That's a fact, but that's part a societal thing when you talk about materialism. That's something that goes back with, I think, Girl Behind the Mic Society. How do y'all view as far as wealth and working hard, like in your society? Is it basically two classes? You either got a poor class and an upper class, or how does that work?
It's a good question, and that's exactly it. It's either you got the poor or you got rich people. There's no middle class, because now you got to take into consideration the corruption of leadership has robbed its own people. We may have 3-4 years ago the number of most educated people, but with unemployment, we're not creating employment. And so, because the opportunities that are being given, they're being given to China to take and reap and take it to China. We have a Chinatown, which I would have never dreamt of ever having. So therefore, you have people that now are utilizing their own resources, starting little businesses, going across the borders, neighboring borders to countries that are doing well economically, getting products, getting stuff, and bringing them back, and trying to hustle from that end. But that is the unfortunate part about such a society. It's either you're rich or you're not. Now, there are people that excel. And it's another thing about which, now this is all global. It's just about how you're willing to sacrifice. Are you willing to go further out in, beyond the other borders that people are going to make something of your life, to leave the government that you have been used to that perhaps have impoverished you? So those are few people that do make it out, go far. Some people go to the UK or to countries in Europe, Ireland, Scotland, New Zealand, or even come to the States. So these are sacrifices that people then have to decide they want to make. Then if you can afford to make it, and then you try to help your family. But the people that have the upper class, they're fine. Everything, they're great private schools, great everything across the board, but it's just between rich and poor. If you don't work, you don't eat. The government doesn't fund anything. There is no government benefits. There's no government food programs. There is no housing, nothing. If you don't make money, you don't have anything at all. There's nothing the government does for its people, unfortunately.
Wow, I didn't know that. Did you know that, Reg?
Yeah, I study a lot of this shit. I'm intrigued by that shit, so I study it.
So basically, what about Social Security programs and retirement and that kind of thing?
No Social Security programs, but some people that have good jobs may have pension plans or packages. But there's no Social Security. The government is literally not giving anyone anything. Not a Social Security check, not a stimulus, nothing. Schools, you have to pay for schools. So therefore, if you are poor and impoverished, or, well, the rich are fine, but if you're poor and impoverished, you have to pay for your child's tuition. In America, people could go to high school for free, elementary school for free. Perhaps if you want your kid to go to private school, then that's whoever's choice. But the thing is that even if you have something or not in America, at least your children can get some kind of education. There, they have to pay for elementary school, junior high, and high school. All tuition. Like you're paying for college for your kids.
Huh.
Yeah, the world is harsh, man. So you should love where you live, Brandon.
So I say God bless America.
I respect where I live, Reg. I want to make it better, though. That's the thing.
Oh, yeah, we all do. Absolute, bro. Absolutely.
Right. But here's the thing. America or Western countries have the resources. And like I've told most of my friends that say, I want to go and all this other stuff, that's fine. If you are American, you could go retire into a peaceful African country because your social security will be way more than enough. You could literally buy. That's what most diasporans do. They come here, they work, or they go overseas, wherever they work until they get to that retirement age for social securities. So when you go back, you build a mansion, you have the maid, the gardener on one social security paycheck. You're paying your bills and everything. That's the plus side if you ever wanted to go. So there's a big perk being here. You have the resources and the tools to live the life that you want here or
Absolutely.
abroad.
And girl behind the mic, I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to touch on that point too, because I was going to speak about how a lot of people talk about leaving this country and they're going over abroad to live, but they're living over there off of American dollars, off American retirement, off American supplemented income. They're not living off of the income of being over there. They're using American dollars to purchase things. So the benefit that they receive in countries that are foreign from where they were born is based off of American wealth that is taken up over there. So a lot of people have this, a lot of people are unhappy with America. So we have an ill thought of what the system is, but this is a system that works because, like I said, we get too caught up in who likes us and who don't. It ain't about them. They can say the N-word all they want, the same way we can say honky and crack and all that. It's how do they react to that shit. They don't care about it. They continue on with their plan. But black folks have to continue on their plan. You can still go to a job, like I was saying, still get this. When you're talking about the military talk, you can still get the same GI Bill when you know what you're looking for as white folks. Same service connection disabilities. You can go into a job, put away the same kind of money for retirement, the same kind of pay into social security system. We got to stop focusing on worrying about who love us and who hate us, and we ain't got no allies and all this kind of old revolutionary talk. When we ain't, like I say, all revolutionaries sometimes got to know when to turn the revolution off and proceed with the progress. Everything ain't battle. Everything ain't a war and hate. And a lot of revolutionaries burn themselves out. The same way some soldiers who don't know how to turn it off, some gangsters who don't know how to turn it off, they burn themselves out. God know when it's wartime, when it's go time, and then when it's time to focus in on progress. And I think a lot of times black folks are currently stuck in this age of where we think everything is about a battle of. It's almost like when do you just say fuck these people and worry about yourself? Because it ain't about people worrying about the love of you. And sometimes it's like it ain't that like a hate thing. You're just not their priority for them to worry about. That's for us to worry about. Even in this boxing talk, it's the thing that bugs me because you can even see it in the way boxing talk goes. A lot of black folks who are very, very divisive towards black fighters, who they like, who base things regionally where they from. Some people base it on if they get an interview with a guy, but they tear down what is black, and it's an ill thing, a very ill thing. And then they worry about what a white writer didn't write about a black fighter. Maybe they didn't consider that black fighter. They don't understand him culturally. They don't this and that. But it's a weird mix, man. Life is weird. Society is weird.
I think on that note, man, if y'all got anything in closing, I'm pretty much out of it.
Yes, sir. Me too. I gotta get up in a minute too.
Thank you, girl behind the mic, for your insight. I wish that we can do a segment for you to enlighten us from time to time on what goes on the African continent and how your country is and more of your traditions, because I think we learned a lot tonight.
Yeah, and I'm always learning. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Marq Nash. Thank you, panel. Shout out to Queen P. I'm always going to shout her out. But it's been wonderful. Yeah, we'll definitely get into more of these conversations because I think it's about the dialogue and just, that's how we learn, and come up with solutions and so forth. But it's been wonderful. Y'all have a good morning.
Yes,
thank you, Mark.
Yo, what up, though?
Thank you, Mark.
Man, I hope everybody had a good time, had a good conversation. It's your man Marq Nash, another great episode of Breaking Beats. Did everybody plug everything they need to plug?
Yes, we good.
Man, I love y'all. Hope y'all love yourself. If you don't, guess what? God loves you. So does Marq Nash in the neighborhood here at Breaking Beats. Always remember, drinks require sleep, goals require effort. I'll see you on the next one. Peace. Shout out to everybody. I see you tomorrow, y'all. Josh Taylor weigh-in is I guess they weighed in at 7 this morning, so we already missed that. So the Josh Taylor weigh-in came in. Look, man, I'm halfway asleep, halfway woke, but still got a job to do. I love y'all. I'll see you on the next one. Peace. We're gonna cover that Josh Taylor fight. We definitely gonna cover that. 2 undefeated fighters going for the 140, which is the junior welterweight undisputed crown. We'll talk about it. See you on the next one.
This that squad side.
This is madness.
Breaking Beats. See y'all in the next one. Peace.